tapos new journey kasi bagong ano din, bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro ano na lang, kasi marami naman ng nagagawang events si Montong eh. Siguro sa akin ano na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams, kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Montong yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. At syempre unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko, yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome to the MPL Arena. After last week's intense matches against Barangay Omega, the Auroras return today with a new target pin at the currently undefeated Sonic. It's going to be another round of heart-stopping moments and thrilling chases. I'm Mara Aquino, and it's time for the hero within to show who can be the best of the best. Dito lang yan matutunghayan sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Panel, casters, pass up.
Another day, another week, another peso, because we're in the Philippines. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ian. Together with me is my super buddy. Nice
hey.
Yeah.
Hey, we're good to be back.
We're good to be back.
It's we're opening up week number 3, and I think we got a lot of exciting games for us here tonight.
Very much exciting games again. 2 series because it's Friday, but of course you can also feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts, buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in one app.
You can download the Smart app now, the only app for Smart, Signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi, so make sure you guys go ahead and grab that while you can.
Speaking of exciting matches for today, let's take a quick recap of what happened during week number 2, because I'm sure you enjoyed week number 2 nice. I remember one iconic play coming in from Chaknu up against Aurora, which is playing right now.
There was a whole lot, pretty much that we saw I would say yesterday. Feels like yesterday.
Yesterday.
Not only the Chaknu and Jome's defense there that we saw, but even with Renegade, who we're going to see playing later on, remember that was a 4 or 5 man implosion? Absolutely amazing.
I think it was 5, but looking at the standings, one thing for sure is Fnatic ONIC is the team to beat right now. Currently undefeated, going up against Aurora later on, and followed up by Smart Omega, Aurora, Falcons APBren, and to wrap up the standings, we have the bottom 4, which is Team Liquid PH, RSG Philippines, Blacklist International, and TNT Pro Team. Coming into week number 3 nights, did you expect to see this kind of standings coming in from these teams?
I would say, just like I did last week, I did not expect the way things kind of fell into place here. It's the most competitive, I feel like, that we've had in a while. A lot of kind of flip-flops happening here, but this is our schedule for today. Of course, to open up week number 3, we're kicking it off with Aurora versus Fnatic ONIC. We'll see if Fnatic ONIC can maintain that 0 in the losses, for them going into this. And then, of course, later on, we get to see RSG play against FCAP.
Well, speaking of RSG, they actually picked up their very first win last week, so will they be able to continue the momentum up against a tyrant, a god, I could say god team, Falcons APBren. So star-studded matchup for today. It's just Friday night. Once again, this is the English Desk, and of course, nice to. What are you expecting from the first match?
First match, number 1 would be, I guess, Battles of the Roams, especially because of what we saw, like I said, with Renegade, capable of doing against, these amazing roamers that we have in the league. But also, I'm going to keep my eye as well in the gold lane. Like, that's another thing. I would say even the mid lane. I don't know. There's so many good matchups here for our first matchup, like roll-to-roll wise. And I just want to see if Aurora can continue to improve. Remember, they're going in with a pretty deep roster and everything else. Fnatic as well, their adjustments that they have.
Really one of the most awaited matches for week number 3. But before all that, of course, we have to throw it over to the panel to discuss what we can expect as viewers for today's matchup.
we're starting off the third week of MPL Philippines Season 14 with a match that could really shake up our top seed standings. Welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. My name is Brigida, and together with me here is Renmar. And we're very much excited to see how this first match will fare.
Yeah, this first match I feel like it's a good barometer of where they are currently in the season, considering that, as you mentioned, it will shake up some stuff in the higher portions of the standings. I'm excited that we get our own English version now of the Infinix Game Tambayan. So, yeah, it's a good time right now.
Yes, as you can see, Infinix GT20 is the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. That's what our players are currently using right behind us. And as we've mentioned earlier, this is a very intense start to the third week of the season, and we're looking at key players for each of these teams. Definitely, we're looking at somewhat of ongoing debate in our community. We all know which players are currently stepping up, which players are known to be the players we always or consistently look up to, but right now there's a player currently challenging the known standards.
Brigida, I'm not afraid to admit this. I'm old. I've been here for a long time, and there has always been a debate about who is the best gold laner in the league. Specifically, a title that's always been contested. It's the title of the gold standard. It's what you've been teasing, and it's what we're going to be focusing on for this one. Because for the longest time, Kelra was undoubtedly the gold standard for the league. And that comes from the fact that a lot of players, even though he isn't performing well in the season, the players would always say, who's your best gold laner? They say one name, it's Kelra. Why? It's because of how well he duels in the gold lane.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of international viewers are also starting to miss like Kelra's presence in international tournaments. Who knows? I mean, this current season is becoming very much competitive, and we can see here in front of our screens why is he the gold standard. And I mean, significantly with a bigger picture as compared to Domeng, because currently Domeng is that person we're looking at to be the next quote-unquote standard, challenging this performance we've acknowledged from Kelra ever since. And this matchup, or this first match, is again a testament. It's how Domeng might just be able to establish that, indeed, he is deserving of actually getting that title or contesting that title that for the longest time has been in the hands of Kelra. Yeah, for Kelra, for Domeng rather, he's the power spike type of gold laner. He's the one that around the mid to the late game, early game, you're not going to feel his presence so much. Because this has always been the play style of a Master the Basics and Dexstar team. They will always send their gold laner to the opposite lane on around the second or third turtle, and they're just going to tell them, hey, focus on the farm, and most importantly, focus on the split push. There's an interesting statistic that wasn't presented there, where Domeng has actually broke 15 more turrets than Kelra. Because Aurora and Master of the Basics and Coach Dexstar's teams want to focus on the split lane pressure with pushing. While for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, and specifically Kelra, he's focused more on the micro. He focuses on what happens in the lane, but he does split push, but only to shove minion waves. He doesn't break towers as much. Yes, statistically speaking, I think we could compare that Kelra, compared to Domeng, has probably higher stats in terms of KDA, kills per game, and overall, like, the action we're looking for in terms of gold laners. But Domeng, he's more reliant on the assists, like, yes, kill participation, that's one of them, but then more on the farming, the gold per game, the turrets per game, or the turret damage overall per minute. So we're seeing differences in terms of how these two gold laners are playing their early game. And so, speaking of early game, I think it's very important we put our attention to how these teams are going to play that early game as well. If you haven't checked the breakdown with Renmar's series, he actually posted a very interesting statistic that caught my attention. It really caught my attention. That 11 out of 16 games played during week 2 went into the hands of the teams who got the first turtle. And comparing both of these teams, Fnatic ONIC and Aurora MLBB, there's a significant difference. It's significantly higher, or the turtle contestation rate is leaning towards that of Fnatic ONIC. I think it was like 16 to 66% difference. Right? I mean, it just goes to show that Fnatic ONIC Philippines. By the way, vote now. Who do you think will be winning the match? Show your support. Who do you think?
Is it going to be Aurora? Is it going to be FNOP? We'll get to that later, because earlier we were talking about it.
Yeah.
We have different ones, but I think the teams might be coming out.
Oh yeah, I can see them standing right beside us. So I feel like we throw it over to hear and know who are the teams who will be playing today.
And it's time to go ahead and kick off week number 3. But first, let's introduce our marshals. Once again, Jeff, M, Matt, and Wilbert here for the fairness and integrity of the game. The bright lights are once again illuminating the entire arena. Can they shine a path to victory in the land of dawn? It's Aurora! Their opponents currently reigning at the top of the standings and looking to continue their dominating run. It's ONIC time, Fnatic ONIC Philippines! And to lead them, their coaches, Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. And for Fnatic, Coach, why not?
It's time for the face-off. Kelra, Domeng, step forward. Kelra, ano ang palag mo kay Domeng?
Isa akong alpha representative.
Domeng, ano ang palag mo kay Kelra?
Magpoldo ako sa game.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. The next standard versus the gold standard. Who really is the true standard? Simulan na natin ang bakbakan. Panel, pasa.
I think if there was one thing that really surprised me was that Kelra really had to show his jawline.
Yes, the man's been mewing.
And now, let's get to know Aurora MLBB. Still the same lineup. We're going to see again the quote-unquote next standard. Domeng together with Demon Kite, Yue, Edward, and Renegade. They've made waves for the past 2 weeks, even surprising us with their performance up against Smart Omega, putting an end to their win streak. And so, what happened?
Yeah, and that was a hell of a game. And I think that really shows just how well Aurora handled the early game when they want to, and how devastating the split push Domeng goes for. His top heroes there were the Moskov and Claude. He's been playing more traditional marksman this season, while Kelra has had 2 games on the Harris, 2 games on the Ruby, with only 1 loss each. And it really shows a difference in terms of the drafting philosophy. Like I discussed this in earlier panel segments, especially when we were still doing the panels of the Filipino broadcast, where Kelra, it seems like their philosophy for Kelra is, hey, we're going to put you into non-traditional marksman gold laners. Yes, he's had a win on the carry. He's had a win as well, if I'm not mistaken. It was the Moskov, the other only traditional marksman that he's used. But the Ruby and the Harris really just shows how different Fnatic ONIC Philippines thinks about the game, because they want to send their gold laner into the turtle fight earlier. That's why that stat you brought up about the turtle contention rate of Fnatic ONIC Philippines is stronger, because they usually send Kelra there with them in second or third turtles.
All right, so that's something Aurora MLBB has to watch out for in terms of how they're going to tackle and maintain that kind of approach they usually do when it comes to the early game, because again, you have to watch out for Kelra. Both of these gold laners, actually, they've just used so far 4 unique heroes each.
Yeah.
But then we know that Kelra can definitely show us more. That he has a lot more picks that could potentially surprise us later on, which is why, as shown in our Infinix Keys to Victory, definitely you have to watch out for Kelra's versatility and hero mastery, because again, you'll never know what he might use next.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Wynot and the boys, they have something like a Chango or a Luna pressed up for him, but let's not get too crazy here. But yeah, definitely it's the versatility and hero mastery for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. Yeah, you have to dominate Domeng's laning phase. We were talking about it. He's the laner. He's the farmer. He's that kind of gold laner. So if you disrupt that, you sort of balance out what could be a potentially devastating mid-game power spike from RORA. While for both, you have to keep eyes on the opposing team jungler. Demonkite and King Kong, they're two of the more efficient junglers in the league so far in terms of getting the kills. In terms of the objectives, there's one above all in terms of the junglers, but that's for a teaser for the series later on. Well, yeah, King Kong and Demonkite are very aggressive with getting the kills.
Yeah, I could not imagine like how the laning phase would go. I mean, we've known Kelra to be a gold laner who's had a lot of surprise, even off-cam kills in the laning phase, because you wouldn't really put in too much of your attention onto the gold lane in the early stages of the game, because a lot of teams previously shown us just how devastating the game could be for your opponents once you get the early invades and momentum.
Yeah.
But then Kelra is one gold laner you might want to set up a separate camera for, because the way he does his micro in the laning is insane.
Yeah, so that's Kelra, the micro in the laning. But then sometimes I feel like we also need a separate camera for Domeng and figure out where the hell is he getting his farm? Because there are moments where we're wondering, Domeng's probably behind 1,500 gold, 2,000 gold in an early game loss for Aurora. But then you bring up the gold and then you see it's only like 500. So Domeng knows where to find the farm. He knows how to play the map really well. And Aurora knows how to play around that. There's one another interesting stat fact about Kelra. He's the only other gold laner in MPL Philippines so far after 2 weeks that are in the top 10 of top EXP per minute. So that just goes to show again how good he is at dueling. Because if you get high EXP per minute as a gold laner, that means you're usually winning the lane. The only other good gold laner who can do that is Kuche.
That's an interesting fact, and I feel like I wouldn't want to
overall, in this
like go head-to-head immediately up against Kelra,
na yung gold lane natin ay may iwang mag-isa.
Yeah, I mean...
Handle Kelra in lane? You're a gold laner?
No. I mean, sometimes, but I'd rather not.
Yeah, you're a mid laner. I gave you a savior skin before.
Yeah, but sometimes I go because... I don't know. We need to be flexible nowadays.
Yes.
We all know that. Please know how to adjust and...
Please.
Yes. That's all I can say. As we head into the drafting phase immediately, answering all of our questions, what might just be the picks. Interesting. There's a huge respect here from Aurora MLBB when it comes to the Ruby. I know Ruby is often flexed nowadays, but knowing that it can... Like, the gold lane Ruby performance from Fnatic ONIC is also one thing you have to look out for, so they're immediately taking it out.
Yeah, so far, in terms of the trends for the first picks, it's usually the jungler or the mid laner. 48% of the time it's the jungler, around 30% of the time it's the mid laner. So let's see if they're immediately going to go for the assassins, as the Ling is open. Will Aurora want to take that away from King Kong? And they will go ahead and pick it up.
For Fnatic ONIC, how did they respond to this? There's a Hylos that's still open. Would they lean towards picking that up? I'm not sure if the Harris was taken out. Was it taken out here for Fnatic ONIC as well? We'll have to double check later on. Or wait, I can check it right here. It's still open as well. So would they want to immediately secure that for Kelra?
Yeah, usually in this scenario, I'd say take the Edith, but Fnatic ONIC Philippines banned it out themselves. So that's a good play. Zask is still actually open.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Zask is more of an Aurora MLBB priority.
Yeah, so maybe take it away.
So
you said Harris, I said Zask. Let's see, come on, give us. That's not Zask.
Hylos?
Okay, you did mention Hylos. Okay, so you got two.
Okay, I'm surprised.
Yeah. So in this scenario, Aurora is thinking, are we going to pick up the Zask? Because Hylos is one of the picks that has popped up as one of the picks against that hero because it's easy to break the formation of teams with it.
Oh, whoa.
So they lock in the Focus, who has been rising up in the meta. And they don't get the Zask, they go for the Moskov instead.
It's just been a week, but there's a lot of changes happening in terms of priority in the draft so far. So will Fnatic ONIC deny the ZAS completely by taking it for themselves, or does it complement well with the Harris high loss they have so far? Because
if they're gonna go dive,
they're
not getting the mid laners yet. So we'll take the mid laners for later. I think Fnatic ONIC Philippines, the sad thing is they don't see ultimates on the side of Aurora.
Oh yeah.
If ever, that could have been a Valentina 4th pick to take it away from Yue. So I think now that's the option that Fnatic ONIC Philippines is going to be weighing, and they go ahead and pick up the Nolan because right now the first 3 picks for FNOP are dive heavy, so they just decide to ban it.
No, you can't.
So dive heavy picks means that you'll need burst. That's why they decided to go for the Nolan.
I wonder what Super Friends might be using to complement this dive composition that Fnatic ONIC has so far. I would recall a great Lilia performance from him previously. Oh, that's the Louis. You also take it out if it's Super Friends we're talking about.
Yeah.
Recalling last season, it was Fnatic ONIC who started this entire Arlott Louis combo and global presence that you would want to get rid of if you were up against them. But so far, I think it's mostly the Valentina that's open for both.
Remember, they banned it. Fnatic ONIC Philippines is the one who banned it out.
Oh, yeah, right.
Zaska is still open. Super Friends has had one Julian game, if I'm not mistaken. However, that did not fare well for him. So, if they want to really go commit full dive, go ahead and pick up the Julian. Now, another hero that meshes really well with a high loss, if this is not going to be a Zask pickup for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, and maybe that's why they banned the Valentina, is because they're thinking of going for the Zask. Maybe they're floating the idea of an Aurora.
Oh!
Aurora's a hero for Fnatic ONIC.
Against Aurora MLBB.
Yeah.
Which I think is a great pickup just in case, since it can be equally aggressive and it can equally play safe up against the Ling, especially the Ling. So you'd think twice if you were Demon Kite in this situation, if you'd want to go directly for the Aurora and try to take him out. Because if it's just the Aurora, that could be a potential easy target here for Fnatic ONIC. That might make things hard for Demon Kite to immediately look for the engages. So we might see him, we might see both of them, because they also have the Moskov going for the typical Aurora early game approach, which is focusing on the objective instead.
You need Charisma here or stability? Okay, so it is Zask. I think Charisma might be the last pick later for Fnatic ONIC. While for the hero of Renegade, because high loss is anti-invade, so you can't go Cho. They banned the Tigreal. They will still have a Jawhead if they want to.
There's a Grok.
The Grok. The Grok would be great.
I feel like any roamer that works well in terms of counter sets would really suit Renegade in this kind of situation, because he can go for the protect. He could just defend his teammates, and we know just how capable the Hitman is of turning things around.
Yeah. By the way, we're gonna see Yue play a new hero for this game because he's only played Zask and Valentina this season.
Oh wait, is that the Lilia? Oh, they use it instead?
Yeah, they'll take the Lilia, and good call there on the Grok. So I think this needs to be a Terizla, but then now with the presence of the Lilia, it might be difficult for him. But you do need frontline holds. The only other hero...
Could it be a Hylos XP, or do you think it's just going to the roam instead? It's going to be Brusco taking hold of the Hylos. Is there a high chance?
I'm not going to turn off the idea of a Hylos EXP. It could be.
Wait, what? The Minotaur is available if they want to flex that idea, but...
Yeah, Minotaur's available. And there's already a win for Brusco there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so put the Hylos in the XP, then the Minotaur in the roam could work. And I think they're thinking about the Kirk hero because it seems like he's the one who's...
oh, yeah. I don't know if I've seen Kirk on the Hylos, or I couldn't completely recall. So they still go for the Charisma. Wow!
Yeah, they need stability. Considering that they're up against a Phoveus with all the dashes, there needs to be a really good sense of a responsibility management for Fnatic ONIC Philippines in terms of who's providing the crowd control at what time and who's diving with at one time.
Yeah,
they need to really mesh the Hylos, the Zask, and the Terizla together.
I'm really liking how I think both of these teams stick to their identity and are very comfortable with their picks. And I just can't wait. I feel like they're going to show us a really great game for the first series.
Yeah, bring it on. Let's be quick. What's our predictions? What was yours?
Mine's Aurora.
Mine's Fnatic ONIC Philippines.
All right, you heard it. And let us know who your choices are for this upcoming match as well. And we're definitely eager to see who. Is it going to be Renmar or is it going to be me? That's right, in our predictions. I feel like it's time we throw it over to our casters to bring us the action in the Land of Dawn.
Will the Super Family continue their streak, or will the newly formed Super Team conquer and prevail up against them? Going into game number 1, welcome to the English desk. My name is Egan. Together with me is my super bod buddy. Nice to.
I thought you were going to say super part of your super family, man. You know, leading in with that. But yeah, we're starting off week 3, and you know that's the question here. Is it going to be the undefeated still for Fnatic ONIC Philippines by the time they end this? Because RORA's been doing pretty good, I would say. They've shown a lot of promise, especially last week. So I'm just wondering how the adjustments playing a part here now that we're in this match.
Yeah, especially Renegade has one of those roamers that he's really comfortable using, the Grok. And going into the early game, you would expect Aurora's pokes to be stronger. Again, they have the Lilia plus the Grok. And when you're playing Hylos, you'd usually feel the high health or high durability of Hylos towards the mid game to the late game. So far, we can expect Aurora to really dominate early game.
Yeah, not only that, but I was trying to listen in. What was the two predictions? Was it? Yeah, was it? Wait, was it Renmar going with Fnatic? We're gonna go in with Aurora. I think it was.
Yeah, me also.
I gotta ask you, which one do you like more?
For
here?
me, I'm kind of leaning towards Fnatic ONIC if ever they pull off their mid game power spike. Especially they have the Harith and the Hylos.
Yeah.
But again, we've seen Aurora come back from such a huge deficit, especially if Renegade comes up with those amazing sets. Like what we witnessed last week, again, the 5-man implosion play out of nowhere. And did you notice that during that moment, Renegade and Shaknu actually casted their Conceal at the same time during that skirmish. So the instincts of the roamers are really, you know, the best of the best. On point.
With this already, Turtle going down really quickly here. Whoa, Demon Kite able to just swoop in, get the retry off, and take the Turtle on the first objective. Now, real quick with that, let's highlight what they were saying on the panel, too. Shout out to our English panel, by the way. We've heard you guys, and we love to have it now that that's there. But the statistic was 11 out of 16 games where that first Turtle was secured, the team won that. So, yeah. Hey, Aurora got the start here.
Okay, so a good sign for Aurora. The lights are shining brighter as of the moment for their team. But it's really easier to contest for the Turtle if you're a Link compared to a Nolan. Again, you have the Finch Poise plus the Tempest of Blades to evade potential setups coming in from Fnatic. And we all know King Kong. King Kong's objective is really not neutral objectives. He wants to go in for the kills, get the fractures in, and make sure to shut down Yue, Domeng, or even Demon Kite.
And that's, I know it's like easier, but it's almost like an easier said than done thing to be a Ling and go get those steals. Obviously, it still takes pretty good timing as well as what you're up against. And I think part of that, looking at the lineup here, Ingen, is Aurora wanting to deal with the lineup that Fnatic ONIC brings to the table. We have seen and talked extensively about Hylos, like this horseman coming into the Land of Dawn and just changing things. Or he's a senator, my bad. He's kind of like a horseman.
Yeah, he's a politician, yeah. Senator. Oh, you got my joke finally.
Okay. Well, mid lane, they're going to be fine. Renegade backed up. Hey, you got to save that for the Filipino desk.
It's Filipino humor. But right now, Renegade really has to watch out for the pokes again. Because if we know Fnatic ONIC, even if you're an opposing roamer, they're not afraid to cast those ultimates, expend those kills. If it's a kill for them, it's already a win for them. So Renegade has to watch out for those kinds of plays.
And with this, I think it comes down to that. Is Renegade going to be able to find those setups that we were just talking about last week that he got on the Tigreal? This time around, you know, anytime you lock in the Grok, that's what it's for. Not only to set things up, but the utilization, like the best Groks out there, also utilize the Guardian's Barrier so well. Edward, too, pretty tanky. We've seen Phobius do amazing things. A lot of lineups now drafting him in. Second Turtle for the fight, though. Brusco's going to be on the front side. Infernal Pursuit going to be popped. Edward goes in on the back side. They're going to force the reset here. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped. The huge penalty zone comes down, too. Tempest of Blades has to be used, but they're still going to be fighting against the Dominator's Descent. No one goes down from Fnatic ONIC and Edward. You know, it looks like he got dealt with.
Now that's the beauty the Fnatic Onyx lineup, again, with a glorious pathway paired up with a Revitalize. Even if Aurora was the first team to actually set up, they were able to regroup and counterattack, and props to Kirk. I don't know if you noticed it, but the 3-man penalty zone on the backline as they were chasing for Brusco was actually the ultimate that forced Aurora to back away and just give up the turtle. So far, so good for Fnatic ONIC. Both teams each have a turtle, and we'll really see later on how this game pans out, especially when our top gold laners are activated.
And that's the difficult part of it. Like we just saw for that fight, you know, you pointed out the penalty zone, but also the way it works with the glorious pathway, whether it's used defensively or offensively. There's a lot of utility here that Fnatic ONIC can use throughout the fight, especially when we're talking about Lords later on. That might be a little difficult for Aurora to kind of deal with, you know, because of the fact that, you know, Edward's going to go for it just like we saw him do with the Phobius. You're going to have Renegade trying to set things up. UA is at least okay because of the fact that he has black shoes, right? Yeah. But that's also where it becomes a little more tough here, especially for Domeng's positioning later on. But you can see kind of this, it's nearly a stalemate in the mid lane at this point, again, 6 minutes in.
A really even matchup so far. Both teams, same in terms of neutral objectives. Almost a non-existent gold lead. I mean, that's only 88. It's going to jump to 300, and later on it's going to be non-existent once again as Super Prince picks up a glowing one. So, yeah.
This is crazy. Like, it's 6.5 minutes in. We're only 1 kill in, and this is probably one of the more slower-paced games, at least, that we've had up to this point in Week 3.
But the funny thing is, it's still action-packed. Like, a lot of ultimates are connecting, but look at Kelra here. Really flexing.
Domeng is going to be okay. Great usage of the Spear of Destruction. Able to get on the backside, but still tries to escape. He stayed a little too long, and Super Fritz comes up, cleans up the kill. And now Turtle's up here, third one. Brusco going as fast as this horse can. Dropping down the glorious pathway, staying on the front side of Renegade. Demon Kite there, working on the turtle. Who's going to be able to grab it? Whoa. King Kong will go in, take the turtle. A penalty zone again, going to use down, and King Kong can't escape Demon Kite as he cleans up the kill. They might have lost the objective, but they get a kill out of it. But still, Fnatic ONIC holding on to a minor lead.
Okay, that's a good sign for Fnatic. I mean, they were able to expend the Spear of Destruction as well as the Flicker from Domeng, but this time Super Prince with a huge heads-up play to bring him down. Although he expended his ultimate, it was well worth it, and for King Kong to pick up the last turtle. And now this is where it gets interesting, because we all know, in terms of lineup, we can expect Demon Kite and Domeng to actually have good wave management. Again, it's a Ling and it's a Moskov. So even if they lose those team fights, but on the other hand, Kirk here is getting pinned down.
Kirk taking a ton of shots. Will get thrown over the air by the Wild Charge, but he gets the kill on Domeng anyway. Demon Kite goes under the turret, but he's not going to be able to find King Kong. And now in the mid lane, they're trying to make a play of their own. Under the turret they go. They force Edward back. Rest of the team now joining the fight too. Up on the front side, Kelra pops off the Zaman Force. Will get juked by the Black Shoes, but he'll still be able to pick up a kill. Now in the mid lane, as Edward's the one to fall. Kelra finally goes down too. Both teams just going back and forth here.
Trade after trade, blow after blow. In the top lane, it was the XP lane for a gold laner, which I thought Fnatic won, but this time, Kelra picks up a kill onto Edward. But he got picked off, so far it's a tie ball game once again for these two teams. 3-4 scoreline, gold lead non-existent once again.
I'm going to go back to what you just said a couple minutes ago, Ingon. It was a low-kill game earlier on, but, man, there's a whole lot of action.
Super.
And just the past couple minutes, I mean,
why?
Why?
Because it's the Super family versus Super team. And I'm with Superman,
so
Clark Kent himself.
Where does that leave you? Are you Super?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we can get there.
And going back to the ball game, you know, again, the strength of Aurora doesn't rely on those clashes. I mean, they have a good counter engage with the Wild Charge coming in from Renegade, but when it comes to minion management, those split pushes, you can rest assured Aurora is superior when it comes to that. So Fnatic ONIC actually knows this. That's why they're actually rushing these clashes, rushing these neutral objectives.
Yeah, like they're pushing up top. They know that they can play around the fact that Aurora's lineup is meant to go ahead and put pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason why you also pick up Moskov. Again, we see this time and time again. Teams will pick him up. you can sit in a side lane if you want to and let the team go and start up the objective, especially when it's around the Lord, and then just, join the fight. The Spirit of Destruction, and that's kind of the pressure. And not only that, but also when you have a Ling, it's kind of doubled in that sense.
Yeah, and apart from that, the potential of actually out-retrying the opposing team jungle is there. So if you're Fnatic ONIC, you're going to get pressured once it comes to the late game, but so far, it's still looking good for them. Again, as long as they have the Glorious Pathway and the penalty zone, it's going to be an easy day for all those clashes for Fnatic ONIC. Whether they start it or whether Aurora starts it, it looks like Fnatic ONIC's really in a good position, but the Glorious Pathway will be casted right now.
It's going to be dropped down. Less than half health on the Lord. There's the Sphere of Destruction to join the fight. Going to find the mark here. Lord's still going to be worked on. Turret goes down, now joins the fight. Domeng's a part of it, and Lord gets taken as well. Domeng picks up another, and they still force out the flickers. Multiple members down of Fnatic ONIC as Domeng looks for more. Can he catch Super Prince? And he does! And he shows some finesse and confidence at the end of it.
A wipeout for Aurora brings down the Super Family. A family that plays together, ties together for Aurora. What a play.
What a play. And now they're going to get a base turret off of that with still the Lord going up top. Talk about mechanical skills there, playing that whole fight to the favor here for Aurora.
Actually, that was such a scattered clash. If I was the one playing, I honestly don't know what to do. Props to Edward for making sure that Aurora secures the neutral objective, but this time they have the level 1 Lord up top. Let's see if they can have a setup here coming in from Renegade especially.
They should be able to clear this out. Again, take down a Brusco's placement here. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. They're going to be able to find Domeng here. He tries to get away with a Wind of Nature, but still 2 down for Fnatic as they trade across the board. 2 for 2, looking for Edward. Edward goes in with Infernal Pursuit. He's not tanky enough as he falls as well. It's only UA and Demon Kite left alive.
Again, that was the distraction that Aurora wanted. Edward sacrificed himself once again as the XP laner so Demon Kite could get a mid lane turret as well as a bottom lane inhibitor turret, and it was a well worth it trade for Aurora as they extend their lead to 5.4k. And this is the tricky part, because if ever they would clash in those small spaces, as we see in the instant replay here, you have to watch out for the Glorious Pathway Zaman Force combination, because even if you're a high mobility player, if you're under the dance floor of the Zaman Force and Glorious Pathway, it's hard to move. It's hard to execute those mechanical skills. It's hard to dance,
It's hard to dance, I know you don't dance. That's why I don't dance. I know you love dancing, man. But
there's no Glorious Pathway in Zaman Force yet, but you don't dance already.
But hey, going back to that, the whole point of that, it was dropped down a little bit early, but it's also just a cut off and exit. You slow them down, and then you play into, like you said, the Zaman Force, the penalty zone. You have so many of those things you can utilize for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, but they still have a lot of ground to cover here against Aurora.
Yeah, I just realized you was using Lilia. Like, I just realized now, looking at the KDA 109, this is why they're also able to turn things around when it comes to the clashes, because of the glooms coming in from Lilia.
Yep.
Our unsung hero for game number 1 for me is really UA.
UA?
Performing so far so good.
I think it's real quick too, speaking of consistent and durable, Aurora Edward holds the record for the most damage taken in MPL history, 36.3 million.
Wow.
That's a lot of damn. That's big damn.
Now the question is, what's more, his career earnings or his total damage dealt?
Hey, I don't know. If you had 36 million pesos, would you still be playing?
Hey, he plays for passion, bro.
That's right. It's all about passion.
Even if I had $999 trillion, I would still be casting right now. Yeah, but we're not Edwards.
Well, either way, I think that number is going to be continuously padded if he's playing heroes like this Phobius, who once again has just been making waves, ever since pretty much that, what do we call it, rework, remake, reform, yeah, he's been, ever since now it's not, Demonic Force anymore, it's Infernal Pursuit. Yeah. Demonic Force is his passive, but such a stalwart for a lot of these lineups. You can see with the lead that they have, they're going to keep this Lord control too. I'm wondering how Fnatic ONIC will answer this.
Really need a heads up play again coming in from Kirk. I mean, he's been performing well He has the flicker right now in the penalty zone, so those... Look at this King Kong. Forced Yue to use the black shoes, but
Kelra! Okay, Yue is going to fall, but look at the push too. From Domeng, Glorious Pathway going to be used. So a total reset even on the Lord. Good pickup though. You were talking about the unsung hero for you. It's Yue. Well, he just got dealt with.
That was a good Glorious Pathway. Because Fnatic ONIC knows that they could actually perform a split push because they have minions. That's why Brusco had to cast a Glorious Pathway for King Kong to clear out those minions and then contest for the second Lord.
Using that speed to the advantage here. This time around, Domeng just, throwing the Spear of Destruction. He's going to go ahead and clear out that wave. They know it's down. They're going to try to put the pressure here on Edward. He's like 1 versus 4. Renege a little bit too late. Gets the wild charge off. Demon Kite not sure if he joined the fight. And it looks disconnected there from Aurora. Domeng also half health, less than half health. But Lord, I'm not sure it just yet. Fnatic ONIC wants to commit to it.
3 members still are here for Aurora. And in terms of ultimates, 4 are gone for Fnatic ONIC, but they have the numbers now. Brusco making sure to be the front liner of the Super Family. Now the Glorious Pathway will be casted here.
Gonna be dropped again. Yue takes so much damage from Kelra as he's dealt with once again, pushed off the Lord. And this pendulum swings. The spear's going to land, but he doesn't follow up. Lord secured by King Kong. And now Fnatic ONIC Philippines has bought some breathing room to turn this game in their favor.
Look at what Fnatic ONIC did. Looking at the items right now, prior to Kelra taking down Yue, he was able to get Bloodwing. That's why the damage was so immense that even if the Black Shoes was popped, Kelra was able to catch him off guard and bring him down to secure the second Lord. Now Fnatic ONIC, although Aurora has the gold lead, momentum is on the Super Family side. Especially if King Kong gets a kill here, but
wow.
Demon Kite for Kirk, that's a good trade for Fnatic ONIC.
Yeah, especially since they've got the Lord here on the top side. Demon Kite not a part of this. They do have good clear though, but as long as they don't get crashed down, forced into a fight, from Fnatic ONIC Philippines, Lord's going to approach. Glorious Pathway is going to come down. They want to force the situation. Renege, whoa, again, Domeng completely dismantled this time around. And Edward trying to do what he can. Will take out Kelra, but they continue on. Yue has to get out of there. They got to deal with the Lord. They keep it together. Base still up. Renege feeling the damage here from Super Prince. And Fnatic ONIC, now with the lead in their favor, have worked from at one point a 7,000 gold deficit.
Now they have the 1.2k gold lead, but the defense of a lifetime here for Aurora. Again, the unsung hero for their team, Yue, was able to pick off Kelra, evade the potential death, and with the glooms was able to clear out the Lord. But look at this King Kong, whoa, forcing out the Tempest of Blades.
That's a lot of pressure here.
Okay. Now, if you're Demon Kite, it's going to be hard for you to split push. Because the main thing that you need, if you're a Ling, is you need that Tempest of Blades always available whenever you're trying to split push. But with that gone, it's going to be hard now for Demon Kite to go in and take an inhibitor onto the top lane.
Yeah, even looking at the items here, you know, nearly everyone being locked in, and you got to give it up for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, man. The fact that they worked from what was a 7,000 gold deficit, they turned things back in their favor. They were patient. And, you know, RORA was very confident, especially with when they ended up winning out, you know, some of those early objectives, even the early Lord. But look what happened here. Now we're nearing the 20-minute mark. And like you said, it's a little bit more difficult, too, for Demon Kite and even Domeng to put that side pressure on now. The one advantage I will point out is obviously they have 2 base turrets, almost 3 down of Fnatic ONIC Philippines. That's about it.
As long as they, once again, manage the minions, it's going to be an easy time for them to actually do a split push, to actually contest for this Lord. And the benefit of that is the only inhibitor turret that they lost is the top lane, which is where the Lord side is, but on the other hand, the Sun here coming in from Brusco. The Lord side will be casted.
Edward, no choice but to fight. Infernal Pursuit can be used. He goes in with a penalty zone. Kirk able to catch 2. They're still going to be fighting it out. Kirk immortality will be popped. Super Prince keeps them at bay with the Dominator's Descent, and now the Lord is up. Edward not a part of the fight. Tempest of Blades used by Demon Kite, but they back off again. Now the question is, will Fnatic start the Lord up?
4 ultimates have been expended here for Fnatic ONIC, so it's going to be hard hard-fought battle here for the Lord, but they are bursting down this level 3 Lords. RMJ has vision here.
They're going to go for it.
Nowhere to be found here.
Yeah, they can't do really anything about that. Lord here secured. Fnatic ONIC once again able to play around this power play for them.
Super Friends picked up a fleeting time, therefore the Dominator's Descent, as well as Kirk just picked up that Winter Crown. So he can do those outplays, penalty zone in, then get frozen. And a 2.4k gold lead for Fnatic ONIC as their Lord is marching in the top lane. It's going to be an intense defense once again for Aurora. This time, Yue Domeng, they cannot die for this defense.
Good clear again. Domeng going to try to hold it together. Super Prince dropping down. We'll see. Once again, Kirk holding on. Doesn't have the flicker available, though, so he can't make a move with that penalty zone combination. Or will they find it elsewhere? Still looking to take down the mid turret, the base of RORA. If they manage the waves okay, they could expose the base here. But right now, trying to hold together. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. They want to force that mid lane turret down. Renegade on the other side of this. Turret secured here, and that might be all they get for now.
Again, good use of the Glorious Pathway to force an inhibitor turret takedown into the middle lane without suffering any casualties. And props to Demon Kite as well for Aurora, making sure that it clears the bottom lane so that the minions won't go in the same time. But I can see it coming in from Edward. He's going to get picked up here.
Okay, uses the Infernal Pursuit again. He's going to get caught in the mid lane. Edward, even with the Vengeance, gets dismantled. And now down a member here. Demon Kite also has to get out of there. Fnatic ONIC playing around the fact that if they want to, they can just focus down Edward.
That's the beauty of having Blood Wings as well. The shield added. Kelra here sustaining every single damage Edward is throwing at him, and now the minions here marching in the middle lane. I think they can force another clash. The Glorious Pathway is there.
There it is, going to be dropped down. Kirk also still holding on. There's the penalty zone, going to be able to find two. Gets the Tempest of Blades out. Kirk's going to be the one to go down, and they're still fighting. Domeng on the front of the side. Brusco will get the stun off. Renegade still alive. RORA somehow on the defense here. They'll be able to find Brusco as well. King Kong gets the immortality from Domeng, but he's got to run because he's the only one left alive.
Destruction did not hit here. And now Domeng clearing in the minions. They can actually push, go for the endable push here. They have minions onto the middle lane, but King Kong looking for a clear. He was able to clear those minions, and now Fnatic ONIC back against the wall. They're the ones having trouble now.
Taking a look here at this defense, the replay brought to us by Infinix. A great, attempt, I would say, for Fnatic ONIC, but they didn't handle Domeng. Even Renegade was able to tank things up. And look at this. Are they going to be able to punch it in? King Kong trying to hold them all, but it's not going to be enough time as RORA will turn things around and take game number 1.
And the crowd goes wild as the light of Aurora shines brighter than ever. Game number 1. What a performance coming in from the whole squad. I mean, panel, just explain what happened for game number 1.
I mean, I'm happy about what I witnessed, but at the same time, I can't believe it. It just suddenly turned around.
I can't believe it either. I mean, unexpected. Well, partially. Because come on, it's a Lilia. I know it hurts my prediction for that game when isn't like the series ain't done yet. Bring it up, relax. But man, Yue, great positioning there in the end. And Fnatic ONIC Philippines, it's like they forgot they were up against the Lilia. What was that about?
Yeah, I feel like we also forgot to look at the mid laners because they had a huge role to play in how the game eventually panned out. Speaking of mid laners, our MVP for game number 1 is going to be the mid laner.
Yeah, and it's the perfect pickup. Fnatic ONIC Philippines played here what I consider to be a brute force team fight. It's when you literally just throw all your frontline diving heroes and just fight. Lilia's perfect against that. She was a perfect pickup for the slow front to back time of playstyle. She's the perfect pickup as a counter to the draft that Fnatic ONIC Philippines picked up here, and it just took time for that big turnaround play.
Yeah, and I feel like even during the times we thought that Fnatic ONIC could have already put an end to the game, the Lilia also served as one of the biggest reasons as to why Aurora MLBB was able to consistently defend their base, even during moments that we've seen the glorious pathway already being laid out. They were already intending to clearly put an end to the game, but then it was Yue who made those miraculous defense plays for us, and eventually he led his team to that surprising turn of events. I mean, we've been seeing, I feel like it was a seesaw game left and right. It could have been Fnatic. Aurora MLBB's game. You see, our casters I think they felt quite right after that series.
Nah, they got good stamina.
Yeah.
They should be good.
I myself, I was just watching, but I just couldn't believe that we were like switching here and there.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. Focus on the banks of the Lilia. I can't. I mean, we've seen Demon Kite already almost deprived of every possible farm we could get in resource. But then it wasn't like necessarily entirely dependent on him. There was a clear approach from Fnatic ONIC on how to deal with Aurora MLBB in the early stages of the game.
And one of the reasons why they were able to hold a strong front line, other than the fact that they have the high loss, they have the revitalize on that hero. Kirk actually went for the blade armor as one of his key items. If I'm not mistaken, he actually rushed it.
First item.
So he went for the first item, blade armor, and then if you're the Mostov and if you're the Ling, you're sort of negated a little bit.
Yeah.
But we have to go back to one of the reasons why this game turned around, which was because Aurora was able to steal away to Lord number 1.
Yep.
That's because what happened there, Demon Kite retribution early, and King Kong was just a microsecond late because Edward got the proc of his ultimate, the Infernal Pursuit off, and then was able to use his ultimate. Luckily, the member that he had it locked on was right under the Lord. It was King Kong, if I'm not mistaken, itself. So then that's why Aurora was able to get that Lord. But then as the game goes on, then Fnatic ONIC Philippines, once that Lilia gets that Lantern, again, that's like the Demon Hunter sword for magic damage users. If you're the ultimate of the Zask, you're the Terizla, and you're the High Loss, it comes the late game that will really hurt. And Fnatic ONIC Philippines, they had to acknowledge that. At some point, acknowledgement can't just be enough. Yue positioned really well, and you don't have the easiest access to the back line. You have to commit the flicker if you're the Terizla. You have to fight under stuff if you're the lineup of Fnatic ONIC Philippines. That was the trade-off that they decided to take going into this game with this draft. And unfortunately for Fnatic, it was a trade-off that Aurora won with the Lilia.
Yeah, I think we've seen glimpses of how Fnatic ONIC were gradually forced to use more than what they've been using it comparing to the early stages of the game, towards the late game. Kirk had to use his flicker more often just to get higher chances of securing kills, but at the same time it doesn't even translate to kills sometimes. They just burn the flicker, but then they're forced to reset because they don't get the successful pickoffs. And I think this was also, or the late game, I feel, was a moment where we slowly saw how the Rock or Renegade was gradually getting hold of how do we deal, or how do we go for those counter engages, or how do we pull off this entire draft or this composition we have, the Lilia Grok. I feel like they were denied. We would expect the Lilia Grok it's the very fast early game rotation, but then they were completely stopped by Fnatic ONIC, and that Yue leads Rora's Game 1 comeback versus Fnatic ONIC.
Oh, come on, you can do better than that. You can do the Yue yell better, come on.
I'm afraid the person who actually does that is right behind me, and my goodness, okay.
No.
Yue!
There we go. You got it. Once in the chat for Brigid us, you did the Yue call right.
I can't believe I did that. Okay. So I feel like for a lot of us, we have to reset because, as Renmar mentioned, the series is not over. So I may be happy right now that I was predicting Aurora to win, but this is just game number 1.
Yeah.
And for Fnatic ONIC, or at least, for their teams, their win streak's not over just yet. So we'd have to recognize that as well and see how well they're going to adjust coming into the second game, because there were huge adjustments we've seen from them in the beginning of the first game, and I'm sure they can get a hold of how they're going to deal with things later on.
Yeah, this is the meta game right now that punishes errors at the wrong possible time. And we know for MLBB, as the game goes on, as the game gets later, errors are already so costly. And Fnatic ONIC Philippines played this game so well. I like what they did for the second Lord because they just decided to again trigger the brute force team fight. They spotted Edward, immediately went after him, spotted you, immediately went after him, and they got the second Lord without a problem. The problem is, as the game goes on, you really have to man mark now when it gets, especially when you're sieging. It's like how Fnatic ONIC Philippines handled their attempt to end the game. It's like they were fighting a Lord team fight, where you could just throw bodies and hope that a knockup from the Lord will just throw your opponents off. But then they needed to get to the Lilia. They needed to find the Lilia. They needed to find the Moskov. Domeng, they were able to do that key to victory. They were able to shut Domeng down. Domeng was a non-factor for a good amount of the game. What I like that he was doing is, again, what we mentioned here for Aurora, is that he was splitting the map. And that split push map pressure really just allows more room for Aurora.
And I feel like in order for us to get some bit more time to reset and actually prepare ourselves for the next game that's about to happen, there's a short video that might just be prepared for us. I mean,
you prepared it.
We're looking at the teams right now. They're also about to prepare for their next match in a bit. So before we head into the action, let's watch this short video.
Siyempre, kasi may mga araw na talagang kailangan mo pagsabihin ng teammates mo. Tapos, ang hirap, di ba? Kasi siyempre, kunyari, sobrang close nyo. Tapos, ganun kayo, parang, kunyari, mapagsasabihan ko sila sa in-game. Medyo mahirap din siya sa part ko. Pero, yun, so far naman, sobrang good sa mga kakampi ko. Naiintindihan nila yung round ko. Kaya, thank you so much din sa mga kakampi ko dahil sa kanila. Kaya, siguro, mas maganda yung chemistry namin. Ang hirap din talaga.
Probably a lot of people might have questioned for this somewhat new lineup that Aurora MLBB has fielded for this season, but then based on Renegades' words, it seems like they're very closely tied together.
I like that Renegade actually mentioned that as a captain, outside of the game, you're friends, your family. And then it seems like there's a soft spot in the heart of the hitman because he's like, all right, no, you messed up. Why'd you do this? And then in the back of his head, he's like, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just doing my job, bro. I'm the captain. I gotta call you out of something wrong.
Yeah, we can't forget now he is the captain. So Aurora MLBB might just be seeing a side of Renegade that's unfamiliar to a lot of us, but I hope we could get a glimpse of how does that work, because at least now we know at the back of his head he doesn't really want to do that. So while waiting for everything, MPL fans, let your voices be heard. Which of our week 4 matches should be the star match of the week? So we're currently in week 3. Next week we're heading into week 4. So you can see the choices right here.
Choose.
Below. Choose which among these series you think should be the star match of our week.
Remember, star matches are the ones that get the hype video packages, that special little star treatment. That's why they're the star match. So which of these is the star match? Honestly, I have my I don't know if I want to go for C or B. That's just my personal. But D is fire.
I think I want to go. Oh no!
A is fire in the sense of it's like, which one is gonna get out of the gutter? Because like, bro, I don't know. That's a hard pick.
I can't choose between B, C, D.
And
let me include A.
So all of them.
I can't choose. So you guys be the ones to choose for us because we can't decide for ourselves. And at the same time, don't forget to catch the biggest Clash of Legends every Monday with We Are Legends. Also get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds just by liking and supporting the show. More details on WeTrend's official Facebook page. It's WETRND. So that's the Facebook page. You can see a lot of our amateur and MDL teams battling it out over there. It's really interesting, I feel.
It's like another installment of MDL Philippines. I love it.
It's
great. And a lot of our friends recently and across the years as MPL talents also grace that stage.
Yes. So that's another tournament you want to look out
Next
for.
Salon Beauties, are you guys part of
it's time that they
the
give us
Alpha
their
representative?
precious
Sinabi ni Kelra kanina.
Dapat may background music to. Anong background music natin?
Yeah, that was Dad's call.
Dad's call.
Yeah, King Dad.
And
Index Salon
I'm pretty sure
Beauty.
some people are
Correct
familiar.
me if I'm wrong, this is Reneje's, no?
Yes.
Ayun! May
Close
back
friend.
naman pala.
You're really just gonna say close friend of Renege.
It's just to be safe. I can't decide for themselves. Not unless there's an official statement.
What? Official statement is like...
It depends on them. But yeah, a lot of our Aurora MLBB fans are very much familiar with that. I think even way back, a lot of people were already familiar with Hearts, and even in previous teams which were part of MPL, she was already active.
Yeah.
But then there are a lot of familiar faces here, even family members supporting.
I know Hearts like a lot more famous than I am, and a lot of us.
A lot of us. I think I would be including myself.
Like a local celebrity at this point.
And
Who
again,
am I to her? I'm no one.
And again, she's a very close friend.
Very close friend.
A very close friend.
Okay.
Okay. So back to the game. Side selection update. Fnatic ONIC Philippines picks the blue side. I think there was another interesting statistic in terms of blue side and red side win rate,
Yes.
right?
I still remember this. So it's like, okay, I don't remember
I
as
think it
well
was
as I
60.
did. Yeah, but it's like around the 60% to 40% win rate difference. So it's 60% wins for blue side, 40% for red side. And this is perfect. Teams that often lose game number 1 will choose to go into the blue side for game number 2. Like, come on, this meta favors the blue side in terms of how the professionals pick. Chip is almost always like a guaranteed ban in the first phase on the red side. That's one of the things that throws off red side teams. Blue side will always get 2 picks at a time after the first pick. So this is great for Fnatic ONIC Philippines because, again, they're a momentum-based team.
Yeah,
they're a team that likes to play off of their own momentum. If they're feeling it, if they're in the roll, they're just going to continue.
Yeah, which makes me start to wonder, like, if earlier the priority for Aurora MLBB was the Ling, how likely is it that Fnatic ONIC this time will be the ones to get their hands on the Ling, or will they be opening that up for them? Because if not, I feel like we'll be seeing a slightly similar draft. Like they'd be prioritizing either the Hylos or the Harris.
Yeah. I think one of the tells that we can have is if RORA on the red side ban out the Hylos and they give the Ling, that means they're looking at the Tigreal or a Cho for Renege. Maybe even a Jawhead.
Oh.
So that's usually one of the main conditions. If they don't ban the Hylos, maybe they're leaning more towards the Jawhead and maybe the Tigreal more.
So to switch things up a bit, will we be seeing a higher prioritization in the
used it to the best of its potential. So
coming into this next draft for our second game of today, I'm wondering how likely are we going to see a game 3 immediately to start of the week? Because
Chip,
it's banned out immediately.
That is 35 games in a row now. Chip has been banned on the red side, first phase.
35?
35 games. That's all of the games so far this season.
Okay, I'm taking notes. So, starting from this day onwards to count the number of games that Chip will be banned on. Okay, 35. If we get a game 3, that might be 36.
Yes.
And there's a high chance, or it depends on these two teams. I mean, for you, you would want to say that there's going to be a game 3.
Yeah, but I don't think you can give Chip to any Filipino teams, man. You can't give Chip. Oh, and hey, you were asking about the Ling, right? So Aurora decided to take it out. So now I think we might see a juggle of trades between. If Fnatic ONIC pick up the Zask, Aurora will for sure get the Valentina.
Oh, 2 Dominator descents by 2 mid laners who are very well positioning, who are very good in terms of positioning. Why did I say very well positioning? Well, anyway, still taking out the Ruby as well. I wonder what they're thinking. Oh, another assassin. So the Zask is open.
Yeah, Zask, Roger. The trades right now are Zask, Roger, Valentina. Is he on the Moscow?
Yeah.
So there you go, Roger, because Ruby's the sign of, we're probably picking Roger.
And at least there's some flex factor still involved in the first pick, because I feel like earlier there wasn't much for Fnatic ONIC.
Taya Julian are open.
Oh, the Hylos.
The Hylos.
Oh, what?
Get the Zask.
Okay. So I'm sure Aurora MLBB already. They're happy with their first 2 picks so far. But will Fnatic ONIC get the Valentina? I mean, that's a Dominator's Descent and a glorious pathway that you can pick up for yourself.
If not the Valentina, I would honestly consider the Aurora more.
To anticipate the potential assassin, but there's a Hayabusa. Well,
because Hayabusa is probably going to be the pick of Demon Guy or the Julian. And we know how offensive-minded the Zap is.
Yeah, what if they get the Julian? What if Fnatic ONIC gets the Julian instead?
Yeah, third pick.
So they also have somewhat of an answer to the Zap to the launch. But they get the carry and
okay, so they pick up the Tigreal.
That felt like a deny to Renege's Tigreal as well.
For sure, that's a deny. This high loss can still go into the roam.
Yeah.
I think they may have turned off the idea of the Jawhead already if you're Aurora. Just pick up the Julian or the Hayabusa now.
Yeah, so do they get an assassin and they ban the other one out? So, well, at least for Domeng, he still does have several marksmen available for him. I mean, the Harris also is still open, but then
he might just go Claude.
If Fnatic ONIC does decide to ban out majority of the remaining assassins or marksmen rather, okay. So they pick Hayabusa.
Yeah.
They might ban the Julian, or will they just let it pass?
They can still put the Roger's already going into the jungle. Because that's a gold lane carry.
Yeah. So they won't ban it out anymore.
They don't need to.
Okay. I didn't notice that.
Okay, if ever, although Julian mid for Super Prince doesn't sound good.
It
might be tough.
That.
So if you're Aurora, you start taking away the strong mid laners. Okay, take out the low Yi. So they're operating within that mindset of more backline focus and just throw out skills. So again, I'm still leaning towards the fact that Super Prince might be picking up an Aurora or a Valentina later on.
Yeah, they'll be first to secure a hero after this second banning phase, right? So that would be a major pickup for Super or for you just in case. Super Prince.
Yeah, they want Fnatic ONIC to pick up the Aurora. They're willing to play into it, unless Super Prince is the one that goes Lilia, and that's he shines really well with that hero.
Yeah.
Every time he picks it up.
I think we mentioned that earlier
in
the first drafting phase that in the previous season, Super Prince has been making waves with his Lilia gameplay.
Ever since season 10.
Ever since.
He's a Lilia guy.
Yes. And that would be so interesting. You'd find a new hero, a new statistic to point out in week 3, just in case. Okay, so we'll be watching out for the Aurora later on because right now it's Aurora MLBB who's picking up their hero. Will this be their Claude immediately, or could it be an Edward hero right here and now?
Whoa! Oh, they might go Mathilda later for Renegade. Because right now there's not a lot of EXP laners that can match the high loss. If they decide to go like Barats for Kirk here, that's going to be tough. You need more stability in the front line, so Terizla's the safe choice. Barats is the other choice.
Yeah, and in terms of laning, I feel like Bruno, he could handle it really well. Like against the carry.
Yeah.
So if you were to put a Mathilda alongside this Bruno, then I don't know how you could like completely manage up against that. The same, I mean, we've seen Kelra get the clear advantage earlier in the laning phase, so I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be the exact same situation coming into this game number 2 if they were to pick up the Mathilda. But the Barats, is it going to show up? No!
It is a Lilia.
Arlott Lilia, the Super Prince Lilia is going to happen.
Oh, no!
It's not the Mathilda, it's worse! I feel like this is worse than the Mathilda!
Oh, it's the Eggman!
It's the Eggman!
Oh, no! It's the Bruno Diggy.
Okay.
A good old classic combo. The Arlott's not happy about that. Tigreal's not happy about that.
No. So, for Aurora MLBB, so why don't we just go all in the gold lane pressure, in the dominating early game we want to secure for Domeng that was denied of him earlier. So that might just be the game plan here for Aurora MLBB. I feel like they're keen on taking the 2-0 and breaking the win streak for the Sonics here, but I'm sure they're going to be putting up a really great fight for all of us who are here right now. So without any further ado, I can't wait as well. Let's throw it over to our casters.
And the streak of the remaining undefeated team for week number 3 hangs in the balance. Will it tip over the side of the Super Family, or will Aurora's light shine brighter and conquer Fnatic ONIC PH? Once again, welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Alongside me is Naisu.
Yes, sir.
Naisu Renegade.
That's exactly what I was going to point out here. I love that Renmar mentioned it. We've gone from Hitman to Heelman to Wingman and now to Eggman.
Renegade again, the captain of Aurora, flexing his versatility. And I don't know if you remember, but a while ago, during his interview, he said that it's hard to be a captain because at the end of the day, these are your friends that you have to discipline, you have to command.
Yeah.
So again, still, Renegade showing that he's capable of leading Aurora, but will he be able to lead them towards a game to win, looking for a sweep against Fnatic?
And off the draft alone, it's a great draft. Bruno Diggy here to deal with a lot of the, obviously, crowd control that's going to be thrown at them. We'll see if it's enough, though. Kirk's going to take quite a bit of damage himself here. Could be a first blood. Flicker comes in, too. Demon Kite will be able to get away from that. So Brusco a little bit too late to the party, and now Edward taking the brunt of the damage. This could just be a revenge kill here. Edward, is he going to be able to gallop on away? No, he gets clawed down by King Kong.
That was enough time bought here for the side of Aurora, because right now, Renegade, you know this strategy. Whenever you're up against a Diggy, just expect the Diggy to stay in the gold lane. Make sure that Domeng has a good time. And even without the Diggy, Bruno is one of those marksmen that can really be self-sufficient. Doesn't need a lot of support coming in from your teammates. But with his Diggy, you can actually say that Domeng's really going to dominate if ever Brusco doesn't catch these two teams off guard.
That's the thing, if you recall here, this first turtle is going to be secured easily here for Fnatic ONIC, but...
So does that mean they're going to win?
I don't know. How the last game went, man.
It's now 12 of 17, Naisu.
It's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip still. Okay.
But Domeng on the Bruno, when he played in his first season, this was a hero that he brought out, and I can't remember exactly if that was what gave him the Domeng Nation call, at least on the English desk. Before, hold on, final slash into an implosion. Wow, Domeng, as I was just talking about him, gets decimated out of here.
Okay, so this time a Fnatic ONIC, their main agenda is really to provide a vision for their damage dealers. Again, as much as possible, you want to go and gap those lanes that Renegade isn't present, or at least Renegade is a couple blocks away. And in that case, they were able to get Domeng. They forced out the flicker. That's okay for their side. But this is what you want if you're going up against Domeng. That is the most patient, one of the most patient gold laners in the whole tournament now. And if you want to beat out his patience, his micro mechanics, his macro mechanics, you have to give him a hard time early on in the game.
And like you said, do it when Renegade's not there. And that's part of it too, because obviously Carrie's going to have a little bit of a tougher time, at least especially in the early game, dealing with this pressure that a Bruno can put. But if you don't have the Time's Journey there to help you escape some of that crowd control like we talked about in the beginning of the game, Domeng could find himself in a pretty tough situation. So that's why he's so aggressive, obviously knowing that Renegade's around the corner here. But I wonder if they'll keep that aggression in check.
Yeah, that's actually like you're actually giving an idea to Fnatic ONIC. If Domeng's overextending, you know Renegade's in the rush. You know Diggy's ready to expend that Time's Journey, ready to support Domeng here. And again, they're trying to gank Domeng here, wanting to go for a Tower 1 takedown.
They want to full send this top lane. Get as much gold as they can. They do just that. Fnatic ONIC now in position to go ahead and start with the Turtle. 2 Super Prince will stay up the front. Trying to get Renegade. Won't get it. Pops the Black Shoes. Demon Kite too. Edward there. They could actually still contest this. Renegade goes back to base. They try to slow it down, it looks like. But Fnatic ONIC will go ahead and start this Turtle up. It's half health here. What do they do? Edward's going to jump in. Gets final slashed out. King Kong will get the Turtle. And now it's just Edward to the front of the side. He has to try to get out of here. UA even gets out. There's the Time's Journey. and they will just disengage from the fight.
Okay, so good sign for Fnatic ONIC. Their over-aggressive play of a 5-man rotation onto the top lane, 4-man rather, resulted into a tower takedown plus the turtles. So far they have 2 turtles to their name and a 2.2k gold lead. And it looks like Aurora, they can't seem to find any trades.
This is a much better early game, I would say. Obviously, this time around for Fnatic ONIC, getting kind of this little bit of a lead that they already have. 2,000 gold is no joke, plus the 2 turtles. So if they continue on, let's say they get the 3rd one, then Aurora, it's kind of like, when does our lineup get online? When are we actually able to do some of these team fights in our favor? And that might be the struggle for them, especially the fact that they're going against all this. Look at that, Super Prince for the front side will pop the black shoes, but they force back Aurora off that tier 1 in the bottom lane.
And now looking to get tier 1 bottom lane turret here. So far, objectives are controlled by Fnatic ONIC, moving as one. You would expect Aurora to group up. Again, they have a Diggy, they have a support type roamer, but in this case, Fnatic's the one grouping up.
Oh, look at Kirk. He's waiting patiently for that final slash too, in between the turrets. Will get spotted out, won't be able to get it, but they get, some of the damage there on that mid lane turret. And it's weird, man, because Aurora's lineup, they're just getting outpaced and outmaneuvered.
Yeah, even if they have the Hylos. But again, if you reach the mid-power spike of the Hylos, wherein he gets tanky already, looking at the items, still no core item yet. He has the Elegant Gem. I think he's not going to build the, what do you call the Lollipop, the Clock of Destiny, or gonna resort instead to a Thunderbelt. And once Hylos gets a Thunderbelt, they're good to go. He can go for the backline.
There, he's picked it up.
He picked it up. Okay, so it's a good sign for Aurora. He can actually zone out the members, the damage dealers of Fnatic ONIC this time. But we'll see how it pans out for Aurora.
The only thing that bothers me about that is if we're talking about Thunderbelt for the Hylos, he can still, and we saw it earlier on, he could still be the front line and then get shredded down eventually, especially when Kelra locks in those items. And so, when you're thinking about timings here, there's the golden staff now for Kelra. Aurora's lineup, they've struggled in obviously the early portion of the game. They might lose this 3rd turtle too. Still keeping 2 members on the top side. Fnatic ONIC will start this turtle up.
Yeah, as much as possible, you'd really want to win the early game part of this game, especially for Aurora. But look at the delay. They are causing Demon Kite here. Final slash onto the purple buff, plus securing the turtle. So right now, Demon Kite's really, really having a hard time.
Having a hard time. Whoa. Brusco gonna get juked out a little bit. Demon Kite will go in, won't get his purple though. Not able to get the buff, so great distraction from Fnatic ONIC. They get the 3rd turtle. They put the pressure on the buff, and they get that too.
Okay, go signal here coming in from Edward. Glorious Pathway will be casted, but they're not gonna catch anyone from Fnatic ONIC as they bring down another turret in the bottom lane.
I hate to say it, man, but Aurora, it just looks like they're running out of options here. And it looks like they're just not in sync. There's something happening with this lineup that they brought to the table that's just not clicking with what their original game plan was coming into this game.
Yeah, the hard part for Aurora is that they can't expect any aggressive plays coming in from Renegade, because Renegade needs to play passive. He needs to be able to cast that Time's Journey right on time, especially if the implosion is there. So the initiations will mainly come from Edward or even Yue, which so far is hard for them, because even if Edward manages to go for the backline, the damage, as you mentioned, coming in from Kelra and Kikong is there.
Yeah. It's going to get to a point where, I always like to say this with the gold laners, and Kelra's having that. He's having the gold lane experience. Domeng was able to put at least that turret down top side, but Kelra's just farming out of his mind. King Kong also picking up a Thunderbelt at this point. And that's why they continue to assault these turrets. They'll knock it down a little bit, get about half the health down in the turrets, and then just kind of rotate together. And, so far, that's unanswered. Yeah. Playing like a family at this point.
Playing like a family. 5-man rotation after 5-man rotation. Concealed from Brusco.
Seal once again.
Can be casted here. He has the flicker in how many seconds? 20 seconds. But I'd like to point out that Fnatic ONIC, in the hands of Super Prince, they have the Lilia. So even if Aurora manages to extend the game into the late game, they're gonna have a hard time beating down Fnatic ONIC. We've seen this during game number 1 with our game MVP Yue, using the Lilia with a spectacular defense of a lifetime, resorting to a mid lane push for Aurora.
Really tough too, because as you were just pointing it out, Super Prince picks up the Ice Queen wand, That's going to be tough here already. Takes a couple shots from Demon Kite. Trying to get the black shoes on, but he's very disciplined. Won't pop it just yet. Brusco also half health. There's the glorious pathway. They're going to fight for the Lord here. Demon Kite has the shadow kill, but Super Prince will secure the Lord for them. And now still collapsing down. Kirk's going to be taken out. Super Prince already popped in. Domeng flickers in aggressively and will pick up the kill as 3 are down for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, but the Lord already secured for them as well.
In that situation, Aurora's happy. They were able to pick off 3 members, evade potential deaths. They lost the Lord, but with the situation, they're easily going to burst down that Lord.
Do you think that was worth it?
For me, it was, because instead of just letting go of the Lord for Fnatic ONIC, you at least have a chance of not letting your inhibitor turrets be taken down. And with the lead Fnatic ONIC established, rest assured, you can really expect Fnatic to burst down at least an inhibitor if that clash didn't happen.
At this point, especially after what we saw from Game 1, even with that lead that we saw earlier, anything can happen with these two teams. They're going to deal with the Lord really quickly, so Aurora clearing out the lanes, trying to keep up as many turrets as they can, but still the pressure here in the mid lane. Glorious pathway going to be dropped down. The final slash to take Edward out of the picture. Domeng! Kelra will be able to pick up the kill, and now the damage is there as they look for more in the mid lane. A double for Kelra. They're going to get the tier 2 turret. And now to look for these holy shields on the base turret.
Gold Standard once again flexing against the next standard as he takes him down. Plus the inhibitor turret is going to fall down here for Fnatic ONIC.
Oh, man.
The base is open. Look at Brusco.
Brusco jumps in and he just gives the call. Focus on the base turret. We want a game 3. And they'll do just that as Fnatic ONIC Philippines takes game 2.
What a way to start week number 3. What an intense series as we head on to a game number 3. That was a fast game, I see.
That was fast, and that was clean.
What a clean performance for Fnatic ONIC. But we have to break down what happened. How did they execute this to perfection? That's why Pano, take it away.
We had a feeling that this would happen, but we didn't expect it to come this soon.
Yeah.
I think that was a 11-minute game that didn't even reach 12 minutes. So there was a record last week that had like 11 minutes and 26 seconds. I'm not sure if this broke that record just yet.
We'll see when we get. I didn't have my eyes set on the timer there at the end. But yeah, it was a very quick game. And Fnatic ONIC Philippines, unlike a lot of us, they were calm about the Diggy pick. They made the right move.
Sobrang bilis na naging pacing dito ng Fnatic ONIC to the point na hindi na nakasabay yung Diggy kasi may build up yung Diggy. Tapos kung lalabanan mo yung ganitong class, the gold standard on his carry, kahit sino nasa harapan talaga yung matutunaw sa ganyang klaseng build.
We don't usually see carry na and just got that double kill. Was the easiest double kill that you can get in that scenario to just make sure that Fnatic ONIC ends the game then and there.
You know, he's got the mechanics when he's able to manage against the Diggy Bruno in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And I feel like the reaction from Fnatic ONIC didn't come until like after 2 minutes or 3 minutes into that game, but then he was really just able to manage. We've seen the first rotation happen towards the XP lane, and this was exactly what happened. There was a trade which happened on the XP lane, but this is the surprising early game from Fnatic ONIC.
Yeah, it was that rotation at around 2 minutes and 40 seconds where they decided to send Kirk up top.
Yes.
And then they were still able to get a kill onto Domeng there, and this is the flicker forward of Kelra. But going back to that rotation, early rotation before 3 minutes, that was key, and that was the turnaround.
Yeah.
Because that shut down a little bit, or for a good amount, what Aurora wanted to do with their Diggy. And that shutdown, it wasn't an official shutdown, but like, you know what I mean, you know what I mean here. It meant that Aurora had to readjust their mindset of, oh, dang, okay, let's just play for turnaround. And let's just play for late game.
Yes, basically what we've seen in the highlights, those were all the key moments which took place in the game. Probably not including some of those highlight final flashes coming in from Kirk, because we've seen the aftermath of that gank they've done onto Domeng onto the top lane, and that it was a continuous and consistent early game performance performance that we've seen from Fnatic ONIC. Again, we've mentioned they were just really calm and complacent, or calm and collected about what happened in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, they were composed.
So composed.
This wasn't the fastest game. The fastest game was around 11:20. This one is just 11:32. But this is the second fastest game of the season. And yeah, Kelra gets 794 GPM. That can be attributed as well to the power spike that he got there in the end. And most importantly, just how well him and Brusco handled the gold lane. So again, I like that we're seeing the gold laners pop off.
Yeah.
And you see how these two teams play around their gold laners specifically.
Yeah. And I feel like a huge part of how Fnatic ONIC was also able to get hold of that early game was also again because of their mid laner. It's a Lilia. I mean, obviously that they get a somewhat of an advantage in terms of the early game, but then there weren't that much successful attempts from Brusco, like in terms of the implosion setup using the Tigreal. Most of the time, it was really just answered. Again, there's a presence of the Time's Journey here for Renegade. But it seems like the focus of the team fights weren't entirely on the setup that Brusco were going to make for the team. It seemed like he was just more of a trigger to force out the Time's Journey from Renegade and eventually to make way for Kirk to make the actual setup for his team.
Yeah, the last three picks for if you're Aurora, you're going to be overthinking a lot. You're looking out for the Lilia's damage just constantly raining on you during team fights. You're watching out for Kirk and his potential final slash. And then if ever Kirk already uses his final slash and uses crowd control abilities, if you're Renegade, you're thinking, oh, am I going to use my time journey now? Because I have to wait for Brusco. And if it's Brusco, the one who's going to start it, then you're going to have to think about that R-Lord. Specifically, I wanted to talk a little bit more. One last thing about Kirk that I like that they did. For the first Lord, well, the only Lord of the game that Fnatic ONIC Philippines secured, the fact that Kirk targeted Demon Kite, Kelra was able to free hit. That actually forced Demon Kite to shadow out, and that's why they lost that turtle, because Kirk targeted the Hayabusa really well.
Yep. It was a game that I feel was the complete opposite of how we've seen the Hylos being utilized in the previous game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they couldn't just keep going in using the Hylos ultimate, which again was in the hands of Edward this time. He was using the Hylos XP for Aurora MLBB. It seems like they had to be very careful of their timings, not just for the Time's Journey, but as well for the Glorious Pathway, because even putting it or laying it down in front, directly in front of Fnatic ONIC, didn't stop them from being overly aggressive and just going in and forcing the team fights here against Aurora MLBB. And as you can see, we're seeing glimpses of the Mage God's bad blood, because again, we know there's a bit of history that's going on between these two mid laners, Super Prince and Yue. If we were to recall the previous MPL Philippines Season 13 playoffs, we still had play-ins at the time.
Yeah, the
and
gauntlet.
The gauntlet format, if you would recall. And it was Yue's former team, Yue alongside his former team, which was Lacus International, which put an end to the ONIC playoffs journey, which Super Prince was back then still part of. And I mean, up until now.
And that continued the curse that ONIC Philippines has had since Season 10, wherein they just can't seem to get past their first match of the playoffs. But that's the playoffs. But you see how these two mid laners impact their team, and why you really have to call back to what their bad blood, what they do. Hey, there's Nice and Egan. They're going up to the desk. Y'all got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Go up. Go up to the desk, bro.
Oh, he wasted additional 3 more seconds.
Now you have to run up those steps, and the steps are steep. As I was saying, there's a fun fact about Super Prince, actually. In week 2, if I'm not mistaken, he had a total KDA of 9 kills, 24 assists, and only 1 death in games that Fnatic ONIC won. So, Super Prince is a very efficient mid laner, especially if you're winning, if you're Fnatic ONIC and you're winning, you know that Super Prince is popping up. The same can be said for Aurora. There have been times where they're not winning majority of the game, but the mid to the late game, the power spike of the of the mages, that's when you is gonna pop off.
I could actually recall several instances, even in game 1, where I felt like Super Prince was absolutely focused. He really wanted to make sure that they would still get the game. There were some very notable Dominator's Descent placements that happened or that took place in the previous game. But then, of course, we still have to give it to Aurora MLBB for eventually coming on top of that game. And now, though, going back to what we previously mentioned, this just confirms the idea that Fnatic ONIC Philippines is a team who's really quick to adapt. They know how to answer and adjust on the fly. And we were already talking about these two players, so let's put in some statistics to it. Mage God's bad blood. So they each have their own strengths.
Yeah.
And I feel like the shared hero pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me help you out with there. So we were talking about Super Prince and his KD earlier, 8.22. And the story with Yue about how sometimes Aurora are going to lose the early, lose the mid, but then they'll pop off in the later portions of the game. You can see that in the average damage dealt, around 62,000, 61,000 for Yue, and only around 48,500 for Super Prince because Fnatic ONIC Philippines games are just generally faster. And so with the numbers, you can see how different they are. But the common denominator between these two is that you can count on them. They will be there for the team. 58 assists for US, 52 for Super Prince. They know how to play around their team so well. They're mid laners that aren't just focused on making their own plays alone. It's how can they make their own plays with the rest of the team.
Yes, they're very reliable mid laners. I think it's not just in terms of the gold laners of both of these teams that we're seeing some debates online as to who has been performing better than the other. It's also in terms of these mid laners. There are a lot of people who are starting to really recognize, like especially Super Prince and his mid lane prowess in the current season. And now, for our side selection update, the losing team once again, they go for the blue side.
What's new? Am I right?
New?
What's new? This is the meta we live in. And I have been vocal about this before. I don't think this current metagame is healthy in terms of the ordering of the professionals and how they draft. But we even see it the same numbers worldwide, where it's usually around like a 20% difference. That's how you know something ain't right. When one side is winning 20% more of the time, something ain't right. Yeah, I remember that. Watching the Fun Facts video, and then immediately after you mentioned the 60-40% win rate, that's not healthy. Yeah, 55-45% is a little bit better. Or but closer still, to 51-49, 51-48, that's like the sweet spot that you want to hit. Yep. So now we're seeing like how important the blue side is for majority of the games that have been played. Again, we just keep mentioning there's like an automatic ban you have to do once you're on the red side, so you get kind of lose on other opportunities or possibilities if you were there, because you have to take out the chip, because if not, you have to acknowledge the Filipino teams, they work well with this chip. It's an immediate answer. So now that we're looking at Aurora in the blue side, you can't give it to them either, because you'd give them more ways to pull off that split push, that objective-centric lineup or approach that they want to pull off in the early stages of the game. Yeah. But so far, Fnatic ONIC, they've been doing a great job in challenging that approach that Aurora MLBB has been doing for the past 2 weeks. We've been seeing them perform in this season. Yeah. And along with the fact that chip is just great for those objective fights, you know, it's just this meta right now, again, the main idea is it's so punishing for teams that get punished. Like the early mid game, suddenly you lose a fight, or you win something, but then suddenly here comes the 4 or 5 members of the opposing team because the chip brought them in. They're so dangerous. Oh yeah. So add that to the fact that our point system has changed, where you can only get 1 point if you win the series. Right. No one's gonna give chip. If anyone gives chip, I will personally shake their hand. Okay. So this is the 36th game in a row that chip's been banned on the red side. The last time we saw this was when in Season 8 teams constantly banned out either the Jawhead or the Selena. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Okay. That's been so much long ago. Okay, so now... Yeah, I told you I'm old. The link is open once again. So that's one. Or the Zask. Will Aurora MLBB still stick with their Game 1 lineup? I mean, that gave them the win. That gave them the W. Well, one thing I want to point out is Fnatic ONIC has always respected the Edith in this draft. And I think when you're going up against Aurora, you do have to respect the Edith.
Oh, wow, that's a fast answer. So, yes, respect the Edith. Ruby. And now they get hold of the Harris. Oh, yeah, the Ruby for the first time. It's open. Will they get it, though? Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Over the Zask, really?
This feels like a surprise for me. Okay.
That's a swerve for sure.
Swerve.
That's a swerve.
It's a swerve.
Yeah. So, yeah, you go ahead, you go for stability. You can go play safe. You can go ahead and pick a Tigreal right now, but there will be a Purify for the Harith. You can go Tig and Zask, or you pick your gold laner.
The Valentina's open though. No, I was thinking, I said that because Fnatic ONIC might pick up the Valentina just in case the Zask was taken here by Aurora MLBB, but they seem to think advance.
Yeah.
So they just get the Valentina instead.
Why pick the Valentina when you don't see ultimate?
That's the only question I also have in mind. But then again, they haven't revealed their roamer just yet. So Brusco, he's forced to use a different hero as well this time. Except if he wants to go for the Tigreal once more because it's still open.
I'm thinking though, is this really going to be an XP lane Phoveus? What if it goes mid? Because they need a bit more room for physical damage.
Yeah. But then at the same time, if you were to have a Harith gold, you'd want to secure a mid laner who could create space, or at least a roamer who could create space.
Yeah.
So probably if this were to be a Phoveus mid lane, how about the Minotaur for their roamer? Is it still possible for them to...
he's not really a frontline holder, because we know how squishy, surprisingly squishy Minotaur is in the early game.
Flask first item Minotaur.
First item Flask. He's just going to be healing. He's like, hurt me, I can heal myself, but it's not a massive heal yet.
Yep.
I'd rather that's why maybe they pick the Valentina. Because now you're you're thinking about, can we pick a Tigreal? Are we willing to give the ultimate are we willing to give the implosion?
Oh yeah, maybe. So what could be their answer to this setup provided by Aurora MLBB? They're starting to take out the mid laners as well, so they're still considering the possibility that this is likely going to be a Phoveus XP lane, at least for Aurora MLBB. And they still proceed with the Tigreal, so they just gave an implosion opening as well for Aurora MLBB.
Yeah. You know, if I'm Edward, I wouldn't be remiss about picking up a Tams. I'm okay with the Tams. Although, yes, Terizla is the most obvious choice that you can go for. Edith is out. Arlot's
Arlot's
up against Phoveus. I'd rather not. Because you'll be resetting the cooldown. You already have 3 dashes there.
Yes.
And if you add a Arlot, you're already going to be resetting the cooldown and the passive with the Phoveus so fast.
So it's either they go for the most obvious option, which is the Terizla, or they change the trajectory of their draft and provide us a different XP laner. Because so far, they also, Fnatic ONIC, they also bound out the Grok here for Renegade. So we are going to see the Jawhead together with the Arlot, which we thought wouldn't be part of the options anymore, but apparently they still want to go for that.
Yeah, it might be tough, but then again, maybe they needed more damage. They needed the presence that could be aggressive in the early.
Yeah, there's so much early game damage for Aurora now, though.
Yeah, because, I understand. They needed the Jawhead and the Arlot to be aggressive in the early and deal out the damage there. To create space for the Ling and the Moskov and the Valentina. Just pick up the Lily here. It looks good.
Oh, yeah. Super Friends?
Yeah.
Will we still stick with that? I wonder what else. When's the last time we've seen other mid laners like the Faramis?
Faram.
Wait.
Give it to the Valentina, maybe?
Oh, no. But then you would overwhelm the Valentina with options. Okay. So they go for the Vexana instead. If they want,
I forget she exists.
Yeah. So if they want to go for the aggressive plays, at least they have the Deathly Grasp to potentially interrupt and save themselves from that threat. But then they have to be careful again in terms of how are they going to pull off all of their skills together Because I feel like for Aurora MLBB, they have a lot more spammable resources and they can just like keep going in whenever they want to as compared to Fnatic ONIC.
Yeah, I think an easier way to look at this game is just first look at who wins the early trades of the roam, mid, and jungle, and then see who gets out of the lane first. Will it be the Phoveus or will it be the Arlott? Which EXP laner will be more active?
Okay, so who are we to focus on? Is it going to be the mid trio or the side lanes for this game? We'll finally get our answers as we head into the last game of this series. Let's give it over to our casters, Ingan and Naisu.
Woo! First series of today, already a game number 3. A lot at stake here.
Yes, sir.
The streak of the remaining undefeated team, Fnatic ONIC, going up against Aurora, and whoever wins this series will secure the top seed as of week 3.
They'll be working towards it, and I think a lot of people too. We talked about it coming into this. Can Fnatic ONIC continue that streak that they have? Brusco just going to do the things that he wants to do, trying to force out Demon Kite to do something, even use the Retribution. Not going to happen, though. So, going back to the draft, though, I got to say, I'm not favoring Rora's draft here. I just feel like unless they get some kind of snowball going early on, they're going to have some trouble, man. Edward, we saw this preview when he was playing the Phoveus. Like, he has to be that guy that's always in the front, making things happen. Renegade can get an unstoppable force off, toss someone over his shoulders, but, once that's gone, it's kind of tough to deal with.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if they're able to make that happen.
I do agree. I actually remember Leo saying that he talked to a lot of coaches, and the beauty of the Jawhead is, of course, aiding your snowball. But the problem is, if Jawhead is the one getting pinned down, it's not going to be a good look for the team that has it. But Brusco, on the other hand.
Brusco has a plan, and it's to get Demon Kite. Demon Kite tries to get away. He won't be able to. A Super Prince will pick up a kill, but Renegade gets the revenge.
Ooh. That was a good answer coming in from Super Prince. And as much as possible, you'd want to get the kill onto Demon Kite as early as possible to prevent their initial plan, like Renmar said, to aid their snowball, to really get the snowball up against Fnatic ONIC. And so far, not a good start here for Aurora. But we'll see. Whoever gets the first turtle, we've seen, keeps winning. Because game number 2, it was Fnatic. Actually, they secured 3 turtles.
They secured all 3. I was going to say, they got everything last game. I mean, that was probably the cleanest game that we've seen in a while. Very one-sided, and now this time around, Aurora, they don't want to get reverse swept here. Kirk going to keep UA at bay, and it looks like possibly they go, because Renegade doesn't have the level 4. So King Kong's there. They'll go ahead and get this first turtle. Not sure if they can get anything else after that. Renegade still waiting here as Kirk trying to put down the pressure on Renegade.
Oh. Brusco actually casted, but look at this, a Final Flash coming in from Aurora.
Final Flash, are we going to be used? There's the Tempest Blades. Also, Edward will punish Brusco. I'm not sure what he had planned with that implosion, but that wasn't it.
I think he forgot that he casted the flicker early on to get the kill onto Demon Kite for the first blood. Sometimes it really happens, you forget, but look at this. King Kong,
King Kong,
thief of the jungle.
King Kong and Demon Kite is such a good matchup, too. I love to see it and how they play the jungle. Even from game 1, we saw a lot of close retri battles happen. This time around, you can see this top side. Brusco's going to have his implosion taken, ejected over right into UA, but unfortunately not enough damage to follow through.
Lacks damage. Demon Kite wasn't ready for that skirmish. But right now, Fnatic ONIC, this is the beauty of having Brusco with a very tanky hero. He can afford to overextend. He can afford to bait out those ultimates coming in from Aurora, but still manage to get away scratch-free.
This is crazy, man. Look at the level gap between the junglers, as we were just talking about them.
3.
King Kong has 3 levels on Demon Kite, and this is the Nolan versus the Ling matchup that we have seen in the past, and honestly, if Nolan scales up way faster than the Ling, it gets kind of scary because then he's just bursting down the back line here. And that could be troublesome because, we see the matchup so often, the Moscow versus the Harris, that's popped up a lot of times. So you got to be able to control, especially jungle, the jungle matchup here.
Oh.
Renegade throwing up Brusco. There's the implosion. They follow up with the Eternal Guard. Going to be able to pick up 1. Demon Kite now 2. Forced back. And that might be enough for Fnatic ONIC to just go ahead and take this turtle.
Okay, so option 1 for Aurora's has to be crossed out, which is to get the early snowball here from Demon Kite, but the invade coming in from Fnatic ONIC. Once again, he's going to get that orange buff. Oh.
I think Kirk's fine. Yeah. He's Demon Kite did get the buff, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was able to get it. And that's the thing. This constant pressure on Demon Kite.
Okay, so right now King Kong did not expend his retribution. We'll see if Aurora will still contest for the second turtle. But right now it looks like Renegade has to use the flicker.
The toss-up! A great toss-up, but King Kong's still going to get away. Had to use the fracture, and instead it's Renegade that gets taken out. And it's too bad as well as that Spirit Destruction will not find the mark.
Couple of pixels off. That could be the game changer Aurora was waiting for. Fnatic ONIC really anticipated that potential Spear of Destruction, but right now they are in full control with a 2.4k gold lead and the second turtle in their names.
There it is, next objective locked in. Some key items being picked up here. I just think Demon Kite's a little bit late, obviously. Again, even with the items that he needs, that's just now a Berserker's Fury. Kelra picking up the Stardom Scythe. And so it gives them a little bit more of that advantage working against Domeng here. Look at this.
Brusco really being a thorn in the neck of Demon Kite, providing vision. But look at this Fnatic ONIC. Once someone shows up in the middle lane, they can burst down Yue or Edward. But Aurora actually knows this as well. And looking at the lineup of Aurora, if you're Fnatic ONIC, you don't want this game to go to the late game. Again, this is a Ling and a Moskov that made Aurora win game number 1. I think it took 18 minutes long, so if you're Fnatic ONIC, you have a natural timer that you have to end this game early.
Yeah, you do. And at this point, I don't know if that's going to be a possibility for Aurora because they're playing from behind, especially in the jungle, like I was talking about. Demon Kite is at this point just trying to get whatever he can, you know, because when your buffs are being continuously pressured, they're taken from you, then what do you do, especially on a Ling here? And that's what he's going to do. He's going to sit in these side lanes, trying to put the pressure at least on something, get the gold and experience that he needs, because right now he cannot go toe-to-toe with King Kong.
Whoa.
Look at this, locked in on turrets.
Kelra holds the highest damage record in MPLPH history with 3.3 million total damage. So a while ago it was Edward, total damage received, but look at this from Renegade.
Little toss up once again. There's the implosion in between the turrets. But Brusco won't be able to escape that. Concealed play going to be dropped down. Tier 1 though. Renegade could be in trouble now as he's forced back a little bit further. But it's just too much pressure from the lineup from Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And Demon Kite can only just watch.
Demon Kite wants to go right after that card. He wants to save the middle lane turret, but Kelra again, the gold standard. He may not have gotten the kill, but he was the initial burst that Fnatic ONIC needed to bring down Renegade. Still a heads up play from Renegade as they take down 1. But again, the problem persists here for Aurora. What can they do? How can they get resources? Because so far, Fnatic's all over the map.
Yeah, they're just, honestly, they're just choking out everything from Aurora. How many times have we seen that combination? Hang on, the alley-oop basically from Renegade, you know, into Yue, who takes the implosion from Brusco. But then they just get punished every single time from Fnatic ONIC Philippines. They haven't had an answer yet.
Oh, Brusco. He has the he doesn't have the flicker here, but they have the vision, they have the high ground. Fnatic ONIC clinging onto a 5.9k gold lead, and looking at the items, it's a clear landslide advantage here for Fnatic, and even the levels coming in from the two junglers, 13 for King Kong and Demon Kite with 10. So in terms of contesting for the First Lord, Aurora's really gonna have a hard time here. Kirk with a conceal.
Again, Renegade just tossing him up. Dominant Force dropped onto the turret into the Eternal Guard. Renegade will be taken down so easily by Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And again, it just looks like they're in a situation where they're not sure what they should do or where they can win. Demon Kite will lose the 1 versus 1 against a scaled-up King Kong.
Look at King Kong's map presence. He knows that Demon Kite will try to go for the split pushes. That's why he's not going with the super family. He says he has the mission, which is to track down Demon Kite, and now the minions onto the middle lane. Pushing in, but Aurora will still be able to defend this potential attack. Kirk!
There's the toss-up into the base. At least able to pick up 1 here for Aurora. They take out Kirk. But again, that final slash, that ejector is only going to work so many times. Is it enough, though, for Aurora to get back into the game?
I think that's a better combination for me, the final slash to ejector. Because as much as possible, you want you as Implosion to be the counter, to be the second punch, to be the second knockout after casting those two skills. But on the other hand, King Kong once again!
Oh my goodness! The burst damage is too much! And still staying here for the buff. That's my buff, says King Kong.
3-0-3 so far. And if you're going to recall the rankings of the jungles, where would you rank King Kong this time? Because he deserves to be at least top 3. They're currently top 1 in the standings. It was KyleTzy, KyleTzy, then Irad. I think you need to throw in King Kong there.
King Kong's definitely close. I think, as this Lord is secured here very easily, massive lead. King Kong has showed ever since he came into the professional league that, he meant business and he could hang with some of the best. I remember in his rookie season, a lot of us were impressed by the way that he managed the jungle, especially up against some of the best junglers in the league. And so right now, he's just walking all over Demon Kite. And I'm a big fan. I'm very vocal. I'm a big fan of Demon Kite ever since back in RSG, but now he's just completely been shut down in this game. And Aurora on the defense now.
Okay, now King Kong picks up Sea Halberd here as the Lord marches in the middle lane. So far, minion wave management for Fnatic ONIC is on point. Now the crucial part here for Aurora is to make sure Domeng doesn't get pinned down, as well as Demon Kite, because they really need Domeng here for the defense. Lord marching in the middle lane here. Who's going to initiate first? Will it be Fnatic?
Oh,
will it be Aurora?
There's Brusco going in under the turret, and now on the backside, Renegade cut off from the team. The base turret finally going to go down, and Edward trying to escape it, but it's just way too much damage from Kelra. And still working for it. Kirk on the front of the side. Demon Kite, is he going to jump in here on the backside? Lord finally taken care of with 2 base turrets down. Oh! The blade's going to be used. They're looking for Kelra. Demon Kite trying to get what he can as Brusco goes down in the fight. 2 left for Aurora, and they'll hold on into the game, but they lose 2 base turrets.
2 inhibitor turrets taken down by Fnatic ONIC. Still no Spear of Destruction for Domeng, so he can't chase after King Kong and Super Prince, but what a defense. That was 3 against 4 or 5 members of Fnatic ONIC. Again, as long as Domeng is alive, Aurora has a chance to bounce back from this deficit. And luckily, they were still able to have 1 inhibitor turret left. This means that their chances of contesting for the second Lord are slightly better compared to having no inhibitor turrets whatsoever.
Yeah, that slight is very slight.
Very slight.
It's,
Renegade.
I don't think he's going to catch anything. He doesn't. And now they're going to force the fight again. Forcing him in the backside. Final slash not going to connect with the Winter's Crown from Super Prince. And now Renegade taken out of the picture. Fnatic ONIC looking to still go. Put the pressure in the base. No objective to take. But they don't have any push from the minions either. They have 30 seconds till the Lord's up here. How do they manage these waves and what do they do here?
Demon Kite has to cut the minions into the bottom lane because they don't want their inhibitor turret there to be taken down. But going back to that clash, Super Prince with actual heads-up play. He casted that Winter Crown right on time just before Edward casted that final slash, because that was Aurora's trade supposedly. They wanted to take down Super Prince, but with the Winter Crown play, Fnatic ONIC Super Family remains alive with 5 members, and now they're going to wait for the second Lord. 3 seconds in, will Aurora be able to contest?
I don't think so. I think it's just better that they wait defensively in the base. This is going to be taken out.
We have a spear.
Look how long this goes.
Spear?
No, even this, I would say even in the spear, that's just throwing the Hail Mary. But they'll keep it together at this point. Fnatic ONIC, 10,000 gold ahead, massive lead. This looks very reminiscent of what we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, very fast game. I think it was over by 11 or 12 minutes. We have to look out for Brusco. He has the flicker. He has the implosion play. But Yue can also make a counter play here with a implosion play of his own. Ooh, it's going to be hard defense for Aurora. The streak hangs in the balance as well as the top seed for week number 3. Lord marching in the middle lane. Will Aurora be able to defend this?
You're going to have to try here.
Brusco, conceal.
Keeping it together. Conceal going to be used. Brusco will be able to find 2 into the Eternal Guard combo. And now the Tempest Blades drop down. Still trying to turn it around here. Lord is up. Yue out of the picture. And Kirk 2 tanky to deal with as Fnatic ONIC will maintain the win streak as they win the series.
The revenge tour of Fnatic ONIC complete as they take the series against the players who brought them down last season. The Super Family remains intact, on top, and undefeated.
Man, what a game. Game 2, Game 3, looking clean and exactly why they're at the top of the standings right now. This Fnatic ONIC Philippines team, man, I don't know, I guess it is just that super family bond that they've been building over the seasons, and they, had a couple things change here and there, but they're looking good, looking clean.
And I like the matchup here from Kelra and Domeng. Still the gold standard, but look at the camaraderie from Kelra and Renegade. I mean, close friends really go way back, giving their props to a team that gave them a hard time, forced a 3-game series. But for now, Fnatic ONIC will remain undefeated, and Aurora looking to bounce back from this loss.
Yeah, they have, I know Aurora has found some of their good moments up to this point in week 3. We can say it's still early in the season, but man,
we still have 5 weeks in the regular season.
They've got some adjustments to do here. But again, a phenomenal game that we got to see from Fnatic ONIC Philippines, and
wow,
from every role they did an amazing job.
And of course, the victors, the 5-man squad from Fnatic ONIC. We have to throw it away to the stage. Myra Aquino, take it away.
All right, everybody, give it up for Fnatic ONIC. Congratulations, still undefeated. Kelra, ba't ang layo ng teammates mo? Help me, let's call them over here. Dito kayo. Kelra, the gold standard. I mean, matagal na kitang tinanong about what you thought about this. Pero para sa'yo, ano nga ba ang standard dapat para sa isang gold laner?
Ika nga ni Domeng, paldo daw dapat. Paldo.
Oh, speaking of Domeng, sige nga, ang tawag kasi sa kanya is the next standard. So what do you think about that? Na yun yung tawag sa kanya, the next standard. What do you think about him as a gold laner?
Deserve niya naman yun kasi magaling din naman talaga siya.
Ayan. Bakit ang bango mo palagi?
Siyempre, naka-DNY perfume uli ako eh.
Siyempre. Ano naman, para naman to kay King Kong. King Kong. Okay, bakit nga ba undefeated kayo so far in this tournament? Kasi even though may mga nagbago from last season, would you actually still consider yourselves as a super team?
Super family pa rin.
Super family pa rin. Pero ano nga ba ang nangyayari sa inyo ngayon kung bakit sobrang ganda ng start nyo ngayong season 14 na walang nakakatalo sa inyo?
Sa opinion ko po siguro sobrang binibigyan namin ng attention yung mga scrim namin, yung mga kailangan po naming ayusin, kaya pagdating po sa tournament siguro medyo malinis laro namin.
And it's nice because we see the super family working together at kitang-kita because yung bond nyo and yung chemistry nyo in and out of the game is so obvious. And speaking of chemistry and yung bond, alam mo, natutuwa ako dahil for every single game, every single series, nandito ang parents mo. Nandito sila. Ayun! Nandito si mommy at daddy. Meron ka ba? Alam mo, batiin mo naman sila kasi kanina sobrang aga nila. And they've been here for every single game, laging present, lalo na your dad. What do you want to say to them? Nakakainggit,
Kay mami tsaka kay papa, sobrang thankful ko kasi sa lahat ng mga laro namin, lagi kayong present. Tapos, ayun, lagi kayo nakasuporta sa akin.
And now, i-announce natin ang ating MVP. Can you guys guess who it is? Let me hear it. Okay, tingnan natin kung tama nga ba ang inyong sagot. Let's take a look at the screen. And the MVP is King Kong! Nakakatuwa because I get to announce this while your dad and your mom are cheering for you and raising their hand like this. What do you want to say naman sa lahat ng mga supporters nyo?
Sa mga supporters namin, thank you kasi tuloy-tuloy niyo kami sinusuportahan. Sana hindi kayo magsawa-suportahan kami.
Mommy, Daddy, di ba nakaka-proud? Worth it ang panood. Worth it. And thank you for always supporting us, MPL. Ngayon naman, meron tayong isang swak na fan of the day. Congratulations dahil mamimigay tayo ng 3,000 diamonds! Come on up! Oh, I made sure. Diamond! 3,000 diamonds. Hi! What's your name?
JR po.
JR. JR, sino ang favorite player mo dito?
Idol Dwayne po.
Si Kelra. Alam mo, parang nakita kita even in the previous seasons. Lagi ka nanonood, no?
Opo.
Ilang beses na ka nanonood sa live ng MPL?
Hindi ko na mabilang, pero ang first node ko po ng onsite nung MPL Season 9 po sa SMX.
Naalala ko kasi siya, parang nandito ka so many times. Napaka-familiar ng face mo. So bakit nga ba si Kelra ang idol mo?
Since nung 2019 po sa Smart 6 Lab saya.
Wow! 2019, okay, na-testingin kita. Sa ibang tournamento, ano yung role ni Kelra nun? Dahil ibang-iba nun.
XP lane po.
O, tama? Ay, XP lane. O, nag-meet na ba kayo?
Nag-meet namin. Madalas kasi kahit saan event ako napupunta, nakikita ko siya. Napunta siya kahit sa mga Mega Mall, kahit hindi MPL.
Kelra, anong pakiramdam nun na meron kang die-hard fan na 2019 pa to 2024 na ngayon, for 5 years, hindi nagsawa sa'yo, palagi kang sinusuportahan?
Siyempre, una-una, masaya, tsaka parang thank you rin sa pagsuporta. Kung di dahil sa kanila, wala kami dito.
Sige nga, okay. Ano yung biggest growth para sa'yo ni Kelra?
Yung sa attitude po niya.
Yung sa attitude, what do you mean?
Hindi, kasi po diba dati po pagka nung uso pa po sa MPL yung parang trash talkan po ganun.
Palag siya ng palag. Pero ang hindi alam ng mga tao, sobrang bait talaga ni Kelra. At kung ano man yung mga palag at hamon na sinasabi on air, it's really part of the game. But other than that, he's such an amazing person. Congratulations. Once again, you won 3,000 diamonds. And now you have this opportunity to take a bow with your team beside Kelra. Kelra, magtabi kayo dito and take a walk of victory. All right. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Iyan ang mga fans na gusto namin all throughout. Doesn't matter what happens, they're still there supporting their favorite player. At nakakatuwa nga, itong supporter ni Kelra 5 years later, still here, still watching MPL live. And you never know, you might be the next winner for our 3,000 diamonds. We're going to break that game down for you, so we're going to go back to our panel. Paso.
Since 2019, that's 6 years now. He's been supporting Kelra for 6 years now, and to see them live, have their win streak continued.
5 years.
Oh, really? 1, 2. Oh, yeah. I included 2019.
Oh, okay.
So now you should not
Through
believe
thick and
me when
thin,
it comes to
kasama
math.
since
Now you
2019.
know.
Ibang-ibang
But
itsura.
this right here,
What?
please believe me, game MVP, it's still going to be King Kong on that almost perfect Nolan performance we've seen from him in the previous game.
1,017 gold per minute.
Okay.
That dude went faster than fast, which is just faster, but that's a really high GPM for a jungle. Average for the league for junglers is at around 800 to 900 is already considered, yeah, you definitely went fast. Getting 1,000 means just you were dominating the game.
Yep.
And I mean, it was somewhat expected. We questioned the last two picks. We questioned the Jawhead, we questioned the R-Lot, and Fnatic ONIC responded to it really well, but then King Kong, it wasn't just he was waiting for his team.
Yeah.
He was also able to make plays on his own, as we saw with that solo kill onto Demon Kite.
Yep, and I feel like it really started during that one moment in the early stages of the game where there was an attempt from Aurora to actually invade and deny King Kong of his seamless farming patterns that he wanted to do, but then eventually it backfired, and then he just was consistently picking up the kills from that point onwards. And as you can see here, you couldn't come close. Like, even as the tankiest hero, not even for RNJ, as much as he wanted to target King Kong throughout the entire game, then the only time he was successful in doing so, it was immediately punished here by Fnatic ONIC as well. So really, this game, it seems like from the start, Fnatic ONIC already took control of it.
Yeah, when the roamer mid laner are having a much better time than your opponent's roamer and mid laner, then the jungler's having a good time.
Yeah.
If the EXP laner is winning lane, then the junglers and the gold laner are having a really good time.
Yeah.
Because that means the rest of the map is just good for the carries to farm up. That's why King Kong got the 10-17 GPM. And again, I go back and question why pick the Arlott into the Phoveus. But at the same time, I also just really want to commend Fnatic ONIC that Phoveus, picking it as one of the first 2 picks on the red side, big swerve.
Yeah.
They knew they were already up against the Link, so there's already one hero that will help reduce the cooldown of the skills and the passive effect of the Phoveus so that he can dish out more Sinner's Mark and then use the ultimate more. Add to that, it's like Fnatic ONIC knew that Aurora were going to end up picking more heroes that had dashes.
Surprisingly.
So ultimately, it was just 5 heroes that the Phoveus is happy, meaning one lane's losing, meaning the jungle's winning, meaning everyone's winning for Fnatic ONIC.
Kirk was just too amplified in that game, given the matchups that were presented to us by Aurora MLBB up against Fnatic ONIC Philippines. And I have to say, it was not just the sides that were completely dominated here by Fnatic ONIC. Again, going back to your point, even the mid duos. Like, Brusco felt as if he was always willing to get the ejectors from Renegade.
Yeah.
It always felt like he was presenting himself to Renegade because at the end of the day, regardless of how and when they decide to take an attempt to pick off Brusco here, it was just a sign for him to already use the implosion. Regardless if it's just Renegade, there was an immediate follow-up almost all of the time. Almost always from Super Prince, the Deathly Grasp, the Cursed Blast. It was always there. It was always present. That's aside from King Kong's near perfect and almost immediate follow-ups most of the time with the fractures. And we're not even talking about Kelra just yet, because when Kelra was able to join the team fights, that spelled disaster, absolute disaster for Aurora MLBB, and that just meant that it was nearly the end of the game for them. It was almost impossible to turn things around, considering that your main source of setup, your engages, was completely denied and shut down by Fnatic ONIC in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and it goes back to the point that we made earlier, where for this game number 3, we have to look at which roamer, mid, and jungle is having a better time, and which EXP laner is winning. All of those conditions went to favor Fnatic ONIC Philippines, and that's why they won. So you can't forget the Tigreal and the Vexana together. That's like 4 or 5 seconds where if you don't have Purify, you're just watching the game. You stop playing MLBB for like 4 to 5 seconds and just watch your hero go from 100 to 0 maybe most of the time.
Yeah, and it's not just Fnatic ONIC winning so far today. It's also Renmar winning the predictions so far, because again, I voted for Aurora MLBB and Renmar voted for Fnatic ONIC. You're one of the 31% who voted for Fnatic ONIC.
Shout out to my fellow 3-1ers out there. Welcome to the 3-1.
And they won. Congratulations to you guys. But then this just shows how competitive our season really is. Who would have thought?
You know what would be really cool, Brigida?
What?
If we could have like, we posed this already for like the first 2 weeks. If we could have like a point system of like predictions.
I agree.
That also shows like how our progress with our predictions is going with the community as well.
Yes, I mean, if you check the official Facebook page of MPL Philippines, you'd see how we predict the star matches, but not all of the matches. So what could possibly happen if we decide to predict all the matches and create a point system for that? Because based on the past few weeks, I think I was getting some points, but for today I didn't. He got. So let's see who will be getting points for the next series, because we still have one more. But for now, we'll just throw it into a short break.
Yun lang. Tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So we are back, guys. Kita kayo sa MPL.
strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
Do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM, backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagtutournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So, si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So, yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So, para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si RSG ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin. Tsaka kung ba't si RSG ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya, sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, gano'n. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto ko magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita kayo sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi ako naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renny J ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renny J ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-indulge ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntul dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo.
Lacking every beat, just surrender nor retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, just surrender nor retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, yun and invulnerable. Ready, young equipped, at lahat frozen, malak, crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like, pow, to the southeast. So what I was proud and loud, cause every enemy beats with power. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama para at tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalaki, hindi tuwa at ang kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalaki, hindi tuwa at ang kinikilala sa taas ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong may we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Take the golden sun and ready for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Very fast break after witnessing the streak of Fnatic ONIC continuing as they beat Aurora. Again, we are at the English desk. My name is... I was supposed to say my first name. My first name, Egan. Together with me is Naisu. And Naisu, so far, how do you feel about the first series we've witnessed?
First series was great. I'm glad we got 3 games, but they were very one-sided at the end. You know, Game 2 and Game 3, of course, for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. But hey, I'm happy that they also maintain their win streak right now. Yeah,
and speaking of win streak, Fnatic ONIC on a roll. They were able to reverse sweep again Aurora after Aurora's magnificent 5-man defense as they wiped out Fnatic ONIC to go for a one-way push. But of course, KK Connection maintains Fnatic ONIC's unblemished record. So far, they only lost 2 games, not series.
Yeah.
So they're currently 8-2 and leading the standings.
Definitely are, and that's why I'm saying, you know, I think you brought this up in the matchup. I think King Kong has been doing an amazing job ever since, you know, he first came in as a rookie into the MPL season. And, you know, obviously Kelra gets to shine off that too. I just think as a whole, whether it's the Kelra and King Kong connection, it's just the team as a whole. Like, that's why we called them the Super Fam.
Super Family. Actually, we witnessed this during game number 2, wherein they were rotating as one unit, 5 members all throughout the map during game number 2. And looking at the updated lineup as of week number 3 after the first series, Fnatic ONIC currently with a 4-0 win-loss record. Right behind them, of course, is Smart Omega starting things out with a 3-0 strong start for week 1 and week 2. and of course Aurora MLBB, Falcons, APBren, TOPH, RSG, Blacklist, TNC. I asked this a while ago, Nice. Were you expecting to see this kind of standing so far?
I think you need to ask the viewers out there watching if this is what they expected too, because, I mean, surely all of us, like as casters, we kind of, we have our power rankings, if you will, and this is not how I personally would have expected things to fall. Yeah, it's good to see that there's this kind of shake-up, that there's a shake-up in the standings, even for some of the teams out here. Obviously, a lot of these teams had different expectations, and it's an exciting place to be at this point with Week 3.
And you can actually see the effect of the new pointing system. I mean, if you lose the series automatically, you don't get anything. Even if you extend it to Game 3, a series win entails 1 point, and a series loss entails 0 points. That's why coming into week number 3, we still have 2 teams, bottom teams, that has yet to have a score. But for you out there, for the viewers out there, feeling bored with the usual ranked matches, spice things up with Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's time to step up your game and face off against the best. Sign-ups open for all qualifiers. Just head on over to esl.gg/SPS MLBB. Man, I feel like that just concluded, and now we're getting ready for registrations for the next one.
So there's Snapdragon. Of course, there's going to be M6 Future On. So every month we always have a tournament. But speaking of tournament, what we are going to witness later on is the matchup between RSG Philippines going up against Falcons APBren. That's why, panel, take this away, set the stage, and have fun.
Welcome back to the Infinix Game Tambayan. It's still me, Brigida. Brigida, right? Together with Redmond. I don't know why I thought it.
You forgot your own name.
But yes, it's still us, together with our casters who recently passed over the screen to us. Again, our standings stay the same, but for this match, compared to the previous match, it feels like there are more established expectations coming into this match, which definitely RSG Philippines have to challenge up against the Falcons APBren.
Yeah, it's funny because both of these teams, I feel like if they end up with a negative result for this matchup, that's when the fans are going to start to panic a bit. Like first for the Falcon APBren, for the Falcons APBren fans, you're like, wait, they won 2 last week. How come? What's happening? RSG has only won 1 series. And then now if you're an RSG fan, it's like, oh no, why can't we get a good streak going? We're going to get worried.
So both of these teams, but particularly for RSG, which now we are about to discuss, have to prove a lot coming into this match. But for RSG, they are welcoming a new XP laner. So the full name's written below. As you can see, it's Zeke Suez Kimaya.
Yeah.
And his in-game name is ByLucy. So he's a new player joining RSG Philippines for the 3rd week of MPL Philippines Season 14. And again, we're now open to this. We can now slowly see some changes in terms of the lineups of our teams, because again, we're allowing new players to come in and out of the lineups. They can adjust every now and then.
Yeah, it's the new transfer system, the global transfer system. So a little bit about ByLucy. He was scouted by RSG after joining MDL Philippines Season 3, one of the regional qualifiers in a region here called Cebu. And he's also an MSL Collegiate Cup 2024 participant under USC Vamos.
Yes. Actually, I feel like this player, or the inclusion of ByLucy in the lineup of RSG, is somewhat something that's close to me, because aside from the fact that we're the same age, he's 23 years old, that's very young, I feel. He's also a student. I mean, I'm no longer a student. I just graduated recently. But at the same time, you get how he had to make a choice.
Yeah.
It wasn't an easy choice. It wasn't an easy decision for sure, that he had to let go of one, because he couldn't take on both MPL and studying. He's an engineer, so he's studying a very heavy course. We all know that it takes a lot of time and attention, dedication. You need to give it your all if you were to take up engineering. You also have boards after that. So.
Yeah, it might take a while though until we see him, but it's like RSG Philippines can't escape the you guys operate like robots allegations anymore, because they already have the mechanic, now they have the engineer. if we see them play together. Gotta be, they're like a machine.
Yeah, I mean, we're yet to know. We can't say if we'll be immediately seeing by Lucy play later on. But then now moving on and talking about Falcons APBren, we also have one player here that we have to discuss. Their jungler, who's been very consistent. I'd say even in prior seasons where the meta was not so much leaning towards assassins, but all the more now that he's really shining in his role as a jungler for Falcons APBren.
KyleTzy, he was really... A lot of eyes have been on him, mainly because it was Irad who really said, hey, he's the #1 jungler entering this season. And he's gotten championships. The world tour still continues somewhat. At KyleTzy, 17 total turtle kills. That's the first among all junglers in the league.
Yeah.
They have, let's say, they've played 7 games already. There are 3 turtles each game.
Yes.
So a total of 21. KyleTzy has only missed securing 4 turtles this season. 17 out of 21 turtles went to KyleTzy in the games that Falcons APBren played. That alone speaks the insanity of it. And all of the stats you see on screen, those are all the stats where he is placed #1. Total Lord kills, GPM, KDA, hero damage per game. There's a reason why he's the one above them all.
Yep.
The stats don't lie.
The stats don't lie. The math.
Why am I angry?
I leave the math to Renmar because I wouldn't trust my own math.
That's a mistake.
but then,
I'm not a math guy. I'm a numbers guy. I'm not a math guy.
But the numbers, because earlier I made a major mistake in calculating like 2019 to 2024. I made it 6 years.
You explained that 2019 is you counted the whole 2019 as 1 year.
But still,
that's fine. That's fine. I'm already tossing you a bone here.
Oh, okay.
Come
okay.
on.
I take it. It was an honest mistake. I mean, sometimes you count that way. Do you?
Yeah, sometimes.
I don't know. But then, right now here we're seeing like just how much of a threat KyleTzy really is as a jungler. Basically, that's what we've seen on the statistics where he's ranking first. And even in the current meta, I feel like he's one of the few junglers who you really have to respect the Fanny. Like, not a lot of times you see the Fanny immediately banned out, but when you're up against KyleTzy, I think it's one of the immediate options that you really have to consider. But now, enough about RSG, enough about Falcons APBren. So we're giving both of them to you. Show your support, MPL fans. Who do you think between these two teams will win this match? Is it RSG Philippines or Falcons APBren? Because now you can vote via our online poll. So if you would recall earlier, we had this community prediction which showed up after the series. Now is your time to actually dictate how the statistics or how the percentages are going to be. Are you voting for RSG? Are you voting for Falcons APBren? It's up to you, but for now, let me ask you, who's going to be your vote coming into the series?
Come on, people know I'm a long time Falcons APBren guy.
Okay.
I'm a Falcons APBren guy.
All right. So
we can have the same prediction.
Yeah, I was thinking if I wanted to, but honestly, I'm also giving this to Falcons APBren. But then that just means I'm hoping that somehow we get some surprise. Earlier, we were also somewhat surprised, not just in terms of the draft, but even in the way like these teams were able to. I think for both of them, they were just so quick to adapt and bounce back after each and every game. And for this part, or for this series at least, it's RSG Philippines who were expecting to bounce back a little bit more than Falcons APBren.
And that's why a lot of people were excited about this match. So despite us both predicting for Falcons APBren, I'd be very happy if RSG Philippines gets the win here. It makes this series competitive. There are already people expecting that this series may not be as competitive as we may think. RSG Philippines hasn't been the same RSG Philippines. It still feels like they're trying to grasp this current metagame. But I feel like now with the stability they have a lineup that has international experience because it's going to be playing with Nibor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing them enter in just a bit. I really feel like RSG Philippines, this is why I said that thing earlier about expectations. There's a negative loss here. Because RSGPH, this is their time to pop off.
And speaking of time to pop off, let's now head into our team intros to get to know the teams who will be playing for the last series of the day.
time for the next matchup. But first, let's introduce once again our marshals here for us. JJ, Jeff, Pat, and Wilbert here for the fairness and integrity of the game. And now it's time. Raiders, a formidable opponent, lays ahead, and the team is ready to take on a new challenge. Let's welcome them to the stage. It's RSG Philippines. And now their opponents, one of the titans of MLBB, decorated world champions. Give it up for Falcons APBren. And leading the teams to victory here, their coaches for RSG, it's Coach Panda. And across from them, the revered coach, it's Coach Ducky.
It's time for the face-off. FLAP-TZ, Nibor, please step forward. Face-off. FLAP-TZ, ano ang palag mo?
Nibor, ako to si Tanggol.
Nibor, ano ang palag mo? Palag kung palag, fist bump. A veteran versus a rising star. Whose hero within will come out stronger? It's time to enter the Lanadon panel. Pass off.
I don't know why that felt like the most random face-to-face we've ever had, just because of their references and their expressions, which I made. But then confirming it's going to be Nibor on the XP lane, still together with RSG Philippines, Kusei, Irad, Aqua, and Light.
So I like how our face-off actually focused on the two EXP laners because Nibor will have his work cut out for him going against FLAP-TZ, who is consistently, for the past few tournaments that we've seen, Falcons APBren has been on God mode.
Yes.
For Irad, though, I'm going to just say one thing. He's going up against the guy that he says is one above them all. Irad, show us why you have a one in your name.
There you go. It's KyleTzy. Together with Super Marco, Few, FLAP-TZ, and Ogwen. I feel like we need not say more about this team. It was already shown earlier in the team intros.
Yeah.
Two-time MPL champion, two-time world champion. And they really haven't let go of that desire, that hunger to win.
Yeah, they're all right.
They're all right.
I mean, yeah, it's Falcons APBren who, after a shaky start against Omega, they went for 2 in a row. So now up against RSG Philippines, this will help them cement momentum. Because I feel like if RSG Philippines end up winning the series, good for RSG, they get to continue theirs, but it'll be a bit of a wake-up call for Falcons APBren. But Falcons APBren has always been one of those teams that really, they treat all of their opponents equally. Like if you've had the opportunity to hear what they're like behind the scenes, they treat every opponent as if they're facing someone that's better than them.
I think all of them have immense respect for all of the other competing teams in the league.
Yeah.
Coach Ducky, leading the team, also has played a huge role in why they have that mindset.
Yeah.
And speaking of coaches, I remember previously how Coach Panda, I mean, we're seeing all the statistics, the team head-to-head. There is a visible difference, a visible significant difference.
Yeah, the numbers don't look good for RSG Philippines.
They don't. But I feel like another thing to note about RSG is that aside from the changes in terms of their lineup, Coach Panda also came into the season saying that he wants to change something. He wants to get less mad at the players right now. And speaking of, how are they going to deal with all of these challenges that they're facing right now? So for our infinite keys to victory, as you can see, don't settle for less. Show what having one in your name means.
Yeah.
And that's Iraq.
That's what I was talking about. This has to begin in the draft. He has to be vocal. He has to get a winning pick. He needs to have a pick that does well against the picks of Falcons APBren, not just in the jungle head-to-head matchup, but in terms of how can he get pressured or how can he have a good jungling pattern. For Falcons APBren, as usual, show us why you're deemed as the one above all. Come on, nice who said it. They're one of the titans of MLBB. So show us why you're one of the titans of MLBB, FCAP. Y'all know what that means? And capitalize on making trades. And I feel like the last one's the most important because that's one of the biggest reasons why I feel like RSG Philippines has been struggling somewhat this season. They're still catching up on the understanding of what it means to trade the right heroes in the draft and trade the right abilities and depth for team fights leading up to the turtle, or sometimes they don't even team fight before the turtle, which is strange.
Trades can mean a lot of things right now for RSG Philippines. It's not just limited to the trades you would immediately think of, which are in-game, but they are also extending to even the draft, to how they are actually prioritizing the picks that they decide to go for and to go with. And again, we all know, or we have a clear idea of somehow what to expect based on the previous performances of these teams coming into this match. But I'm pretty sure that Coach Panda, who is a less mad version of Coach Panda this season, who I feel is more generous in giving out grades to his players right now, is somewhat becoming more motivational as time goes by. Even for TNC, he was very vocal that he still believes they're capable of bouncing back. He was sending out his messages to Coach Wolf. So now we're about to see, as we are about to head into the draft in a short bit, like how or what have they been planning, or how were they discussing the changes and the adjustments that they have to do before this match?
Yeah. I'm glad that you mentioned this whole thing about Coach Panda, about how he wants to be a little bit less of an angry coach, strict. Because we've always talked about RSG Philippines being coached by Coach Panda as following the Pandamentos. Step A, Step B, Step C. This leads to this, this leads to this, this leads to this. This is the current metagame where you can't just focus on that. You can't operate under a system for too long because it empowers junglers, gold laners, or a pairing of two players to make their own specific plays before the rest of the team arrives. RSG just can't always be that team where you're watching beautiful in-sync 5v5. You're going to need to instill a system in RSG Philippines now that says, hey, Irad, you want to do your own thing? Okay, just make sure you have someone shadowing over you. We're going to cover the other lanes that you're not going to be pushing, the other area that you're not going to be in. Allow Light to get those weird, unique angles again for the setups that he goes for. Make sure he has coverage. This is the meta where it's not just about control, it's about chaos. That's why we've been saying it for like 3 weeks now. Control chaos, control chaos.
Control chaos. Is this somewhat related to the controlled or calculated aggression that we've also been seeing? It's a repeated or a very consistent storyline that we've been seeing. And Game 1 side selection update, RSG. Since they're blue, they're going for the blue side.
Yeah, that's totally the reason. Oh, their main colors are blue? That's why they pick blue side. Simple as that.
And of course, the win rate, it's leaning towards the blue side, so we definitely won't be taking that away from them. But then again, we're yet to see how are they going to, or what could be the possible priorities here for RSG Philippines. I mean, previously, for Falcons APBren, I'd say they've been sticking with their usual picks. They don't have that much wide of a unique hero pool.
Yeah, lots of Rogers.
Lots of Rogers. Even the Rizlas, they're sticking with that a lot of times. But for RSG, I feel like they have a higher chance of showing us something new or exploring a little bit.
Well,
but I feel it also depends.
I mean, you do have a point there because RSG Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the first teams, if not the first team, to have a significant phobias game. They played it in their first series last week when they went up against PNC. That was the game of Nibor where he got MVP.
Yeah.
And then the series after that, we saw APBren pick up phobias for Flat TV, and it went really well for them as well. Yeah. So when it comes to new picks, yeah, maybe RSG are the team that might be doing that more. But I don't think it's going to be the new pick in the sense of something that we haven't seen in a long time, but something that maybe from just the previous meta that we were seeing more, that sort of fell out, but then will just pop up again.
Yep, and also, this entire situation isn't that unfamiliar to RSG. I mean, even in previous seasons, we've known RSG to be a team that gets their groove mid-season or like eventually learns how to work their lineup in the latter portions of the season. I could recall previously how we were constantly bringing up the idea of how should RSG play around Kusei? How are they adjusting since they had to replace Kusei again? Previously they were with Emma and now they really had to undergo some adjustments in terms of their lineup. But then they were a team that gradually actually discovered and realized how to do just that. But the difference this time is, again, it lies in the point system that feels like you shouldn't let go of too much games in the beginning of the season. So I feel like even definitely for RSG, they would want to take or start things right now, because as you mentioned, if they do get this, aside from them defeating the so-called team that they consider to be the top, the number one, then that could also mark the sign that they could continuously gain their momentum from this point onward.
Yeah, it has to be that way. One of the senior members of a team here in MPL Philippines got to mention to me that teams really saw the league a little bit more differently because of the new point system. There was a lot more leeway with the older system where you can experiment a bit more, but now you can't.
And now, what could be prepared for us? Let's listen in to Coach Panda. What can he say about this entire situation that they're in?
There was Nats dati, and Nats was really the strong shot caller din. Pero with Nibor always learning from Nats, it didn't really take a long time for him to really adjust the team. So I'm very happy that Nibor is adjusting well, and then I'm 100% confident that he will keep playing well for this season.
I could not count the number of times I saw Coach Panda smiling in that video.
That was really the main thing you focused on. The fact that the man was smiling.
And the subtitles, of course, the message he was trying to get across. I mean, that was a refreshing sight to see. He's very confident right now in Nibor's capabilities. And coming from himself, Nibor's constantly learning from that. So that's one thing we'll have to look out for, especially as knowing RSG. One of the key players we've been looking at for the longest time when it comes to RSG is Nath, and how well they play around like Nath, getting the early game as well in the team.
I think we can actually go back to something that our viewers might be wondering. It's like, where is Nath? How come we're talking to Nath as if he's not here? Yeah, it's because of RSG Philippines.
Sa RSG Philippines at ilalagay siya sa...
So that's where Nath is now. So that's why Nibor is going to be the one taking charge as the senior EXP leader for RSG Philippines. It's a lot of pressure because RSGPH has always been a team that puts a lot into the responsibilities of their EXP laner, but that's why it's good to see that Coach Panda is confident in the young 16-year-old.
16-year-old? 16-year-old Nibor, we thought that...
Is he 16 already? Because the last time I remember he was 15 when he made his
around
debut.
that number. So we thought Bai Lucy was already young, but there are younger players.
Yeah, Bai Lucy's 23. The rookie that RSG just got is 8 years older than their starting EXP laner.
Okay, I just wanted to feel young because I'm the same age.
Yeah, you're 23. I'm 28.
Okay.
You don't need to feel any younger. Call the draft. RSG first picks Zask. If it's not banned, it's Pick. If it's not Zask, it's Ling.
Oh, wow.
Just pick the Zask.
No Ling.
Pick the Zask, and then KyleTzy will get the Hayabusa or the Julian.
We know the priorities here for both of these teams. Will it be the Zask immediately picked up here by RSG? Why does it feel like they're thinking twice about whether or not they're going to secure?
That got you. Shout out to the ones watching right now.
To all the ones who's watching right now, I'm one of you.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I mean, they've had a very high priority on the EDIF for RSG.
But do they really want to give the Zask to few?
Is that a Zask and an assassin? Like or I don't know. I feel like if you're Falcons APBren, you'd be okay with giving an assassin to RSG since you will be having a safer mid laner. But they don't get the Zask either. They get the Harris and the Phobius instead. So to this point, it's still open. The Hayabusa, the Zask, they're all open.
Moskov, might be a Moskov here. If they want to pick their gold laner now, if they want to open them up the map and avoid fights, they go Claude. I think this is a Rome Edith. The early Phobius really has been rising up.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot of good matchups for him. Nibor can't go Arlot. Xborg is meh.
Well, Nibor, I mean, the first time he played last season, it was his Xborg, which made a mark.
Yeah, that got MVP in his debut. But then up against Harris, I wouldn't be so happy, especially the mid of the late game. The Faraga armor's gonna go away quickly. So yeah, Moskov Haya.
They're fine with letting the Hayabusa get into the hands of RSG. So for Falcons APBren, would they be securing a safer mid lane option, or will they still open the possibility of a flex?
I feel like Fanny.
So they're getting the assassin.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Fanny was banned out.
The Julian.
Julian, yeah.
So if they don't get it now, there's a very high chance that they'll be limiting KyleTzy in terms of hero.
They'll be out of assassins. They have to rush to the Julian right now. Roger gone.
If they don't get it right now, we might just see the Alpha back or the Nolan.
I will apologize. I often forget about Nolan's death. Because Nolan left his daughter in the story. Because remember, he left Layla? I know he did it to save the world or something, but like what Rey Mysterio did to Dominic.
Okay, but both of the mid laners aren't revealed to us yet. So they take out the Aurora. The Zask is still open, just in case. So why is it not being prioritized as much right now?
I think they understand that, both teams understand that if they went into this with a Zask, the drafts would be a little bit more predictable. So the order's a little bit different. Edith gets prioritized. These are two teams that team fight very well and understand how long team fights can go. So Falcons APBren is going for the burst route. They do need a hero that can team fight a little bit longer. I like that they banned out the Tigreal here because you're taking away a strong combo for what could have been a great fourth pick for Falcons APBren, which is a Vexana, if they're really not going to be getting the Zask here. But in terms of the three mid laners, Vexana, Valentina, Zask are all still open.
Yep,
but both of these teams also play Paramis that you have to consider.
Yeah, and I feel like the Valentina would be a better option for Falcons APBren, looking at the first three picks that both of our teams have so far in their lineup. Because as for RSG, there's not much you could get with the IMU just yet for Falcons APBren. But then again, they still don't have their roamer. So still there's a possibility that they might just go for that. But for RSG Philippines and their last ban, will they still be taking out a roamer here for Ogwen? The Minotaur, surprisingly, is still available for Ogwen. Not entirely sure though if they still want to consider that.
I'd rather take out the Grok. Yeah, I mean, you already have an Edith with you.
The Jawhead.
Okay. Yeah. So the lower tier compared to the Jawheads are still available.
Lolita!
Oh, great counter pick. I wonder if RSG will consider the Esmeralda. Because, I mean, if you look at it, Esmeralda kind of makes sense.
Yeah, they go for the Edith Rome, as you've mentioned. And then they secure the Esmeralda. That's a lot of shields.
Yeah, this is tough.
Definitely a lot of shields, just in case.
That one's gonna get Valentina or Paramis?
If they give the Valentina to Falcons APBren, I feel that would be a lot more difficult for RSG to fight against.
Yeah. So just take the Valentina instead?
Take the Valentina and go for a... if not Esmeralda, deny the... no, I feel like this is a Phobius... yeah, deny... This might be a Phobius XP lane already, right? Oh,
okay. Yeah, these two teams really changed up their drafting priorities and patterns.
So, okay.
To live.
We say goodbye to the Turisla for now. There are so many teams prioritizing the Phobius today.
Yeah.
And it works well. It works well even for the True secured here by RSG. So...
The only thing I'm thinking right now is the Lolita counters a lot of the range stabilities that RSG can dish out. It could reflect a lot of what RSG can dish out back to them. So this might be tough.
Yes.
And the Phobius, looking at it, might actually be one of the biggest thorns right now to the side of RSGPH.
Yep, I agree. A well-timed Guardian's Reflection would spell disaster here for RSG Philippines. So they really have to watch out for the timings that Ogwen will be using and will be doing together with this Lolita. They also have a Pharaohs in their lineup. There's so many things to watch out for. I can't wait to see the action. So let's now give it over to our casters.
Two decorated coaches alongside their two highly mechanical junglers. We'll see who's going to prevail. RSG Philippines up against Falcons APBren. Once again, my name is Ingan. Alongside me is Naisu, and as you mentioned, RSG Philippines are up against Titans.
Yep.
Gods.
They are.
Yeah.
Hey, Renmar pointed out on the panel, now you are here, but, you know, that's the thing. Any team that's going to go against FCAP, like, that's essentially it. You know what you're up against, and there's very few teams that come out winning against a team like this, and we'll see if RSG is able to do that.
Whoa!
They were already having to burn the flicker this early on, and that's just with the pressure coming out from this Faramis pick from Few.
You know, I actually thought that FCAP was going to go with the Zask and RSG was going to go with the Faramis, because we've seen Aqua, even in the previous tournaments, international tournaments, has been using this Faramis, has been a key hero with the recent victories. But this time it's going to fall in the hands of Few. So we can expect Falcons APBren to maybe group up, play as passive as possible, because their roam and mid combination is more of supports instead of those aggressive type of heroes.
Yeah, I'd like to see this because, you know, Brigida talked about it a little bit on the panel too. The Lolita is a pick that you see only certain teams pick up. You know, it takes a certain roamer to make it work. KyleTzy's getting really low there too. I don't think anything else is going to happen. Light will get some pressure off. Using that concussive blast too to poke them down a little bit further, but that's the thing. The Lolita pick, I'm really wondering how this is going to play a part in this. I know also running the Revitalize helps there. We see this a lot more so on the Hylos pick, but this time around with the Lolita, you know, you're going for sets, you're going for some of that sustainability too for this lineup from FCAP.
Yeah, you know, and Ogwen's intention is really for the sustain alongside with the Netherrealm. A contrast to what Shaq knew when he used the Lolita. He was actually using the flicker instead with a battle spell, but look at this view.
Okay, Ogwen. Luckily was there too. Holds on to the Revitalize. Few's going to go back. Reset up. Maybe not. Has a level 4, and now they're just going to force the fight under the objective. They're going to force it in under the turret. Irad in trouble as KyleTzy will take him out and then get the turtle on top of it. Ogwen picks up a kill of himself. And now for FCAP, huge swing in the favor. Objective plus the 2 kills.
This is where the sustain coming in from the Lolita. You can feel it as Ogwen casts that aluminum blast. KyleTzy will be able to pick up Aqua here. Aqua's going to use the flicker out. And going back to my point, you'll know Ogwen, his game today, he won't be as aggressive. As much as possible, whenever Kosei or Nimber has the opportunity to free hit, he's just going to look for them, use that Bulwark Shield, and deflect all the incoming attacks coming in from RSG.
I think that's part of the way that works is just the fact that you don't have to be aggressive. You know, we're going to take a breather here, of course, but going back to the point, you don't actually have to be too aggressive if you're Ogwen. I mean, most times when people see the Lolita, even in the past, it was like you have flicker, you go in for those crazy set pneumo blasts.
Like
but this time, like Jack knew, but you know, this time you have a Phobius paired up with you. You have a lot of the utility yourself, and you can just play around that. Like you mentioned too, Netherrealm enough can extend some of those fights. So you can kind of pick and choose your positioning, your fighting, and then it's just you answer RSG, and then you put that all together. You lay it on the ground, and then you say, all right, we got already a lead.
Yeah, and for the side of RSG, the name of the game for me is that they really have to do those split pushes, especially with what's his name? I'm so sorry. The gold lane. Kosei.
Oh, yeah.
Because in the tip of my tongue was Keizen. Okay.
I was like, okay.
Kosei. You know they're not going to go for those clashes because, again, they have the Nether Realm, they have the Numinum Blast, the Bulwark Shield coming in from Ogwen, so it's going to be a tough battle for them if they decide to go for those clashes. So instead, I think Kosei really needs to step up here for RSG. Wow. This is the benefit of going in the
audience?
Yeah, in the MPL arena. You can flex your friends. You can
also just ruin your friends like come watch it. Hey, familiar face.
Okay, fun fact, I was the one who took that picture.
Oh, you took that picture?
Yeah, sure.
His hands. And
a lot of people used it because the background was already green, so they inserted Brigida in multiple memes.
Brigida, and now that she's here on the English, the English panel,
yeah,
she's just gonna get memed further, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
She's
doing an amazing job with Renmar, of course. Hey, by the way, we're just happy that we finally get to have a English panel for you guys out there.
Yeah, finally. This is proof that we listen.
We do, but let's listen to him right now. There's the Karate Chop.
The Karate Chop coming in from Ducky 2.0. That was the Coach Ducky lookalike from our Marshalls, but back to the ball game again. FCAP with the lead. If we would recap what happened, they were able to get the turtle, but look at this light.
There's a kick already. Ogwen trying to get out, won't be able to escape the shadow kills. He's taken down. Now Few could be left to himself, but he will be able to get out. KyleTzy there to help him out too. So Ogwen, as tanky as you are, KyleTzy still on the hunt. He might be able to get light. Flickers over. Good to avoid that kill going to the hands of KyleTzy.
Okay, that was worth it for RSG. You expended Light's flicker, but in exchange, KyleTzy didn't get the trade. They're also able to pick up Ogwen. So far, RSG seems to have answers so far. Even if FCAP has a 1.8k gold lead, but right now they're eyeing their attention on Kosei. That's why Kosei has to be careful, especially since the Moskov, his power spike, you're going to feel it later on, mid-game or late game.
It's going to get to that point, but, for now it's answering the pressure objectively that's being set up here from FCAP. And so this turtle will be up. You're going to see RSG try to get in position, try to get the information they need, but it's going to be too late. Numinum Blast comes down too, won't find a target, and that's just an objective in the hands of FCAP to work with. So I would say RSG, it looks like, they have the idea.
Yeah.
The hard part is actually executing that idea. And if they wait too long, they hesitate. That's the problem. FCAP won't give you that opportunity.
Yeah, as much as possible. Even if we're saying that FCAP, they're going to play not that aggressive, especially since Ogwen has a Lolita that doesn't have a flicker, but a revitalized. They're still initiating clashes, but here on the other hand, here on to Super Marco.
Super Marco, okay. Got that little bit of shield, of course, to help him out stay alive, but there is some damage, obviously, there. Coming through, Light gonna go in, Way of the Dragon right on target, but it's FlapTzy. So tanky, just gonna jump in with the Infernal Pursuit. Takes a couple shots from the turret. Conceal's gonna be used to Light, give the call on this. KyleTzy's just around the corner, so they don't risk it.
50 seconds short of the flicker from Light. If he had that flicker, for sure he's going to cast it onto FlapTzy, but Ogwen on the other hand. This is the problem if you opt for a Revitalize, as Ogwen picks up as well a Flask of the Oasis. You can't have those crazy outplays with the Numinum Blast.
Oh no, he's okay. It's all right. It's just a Spear of Destruction.
I thought. Luckily, Ogwen was there to have that shield also. That's why the damage wasn't enough. But if Kosei continues to have those accurate Spear of Destructions, it might be a problem later on in the late game for Falcons APBren.
It's good. He's just staying warm up. He's got to keep the arm warm, basically. Landing those spears is going to be crucial for them later on, and you never know what you can pick off with that. But right now it's still the question of, can RSG stop objectively what FCAP is doing? And, anytime you talk about FCAP, whether it's here or around the world, they talk about their prowess as a macro-level play style, and you're seeing it kind of unfold here.
I actually like what RSG did. Prior to the most recent turtle, Kosei decided to swap lanes with their XP laner. That's why he's having a good time onto the top lane, but now FCAP working on this turtle. Few goes in.
Oh, there it is. Another spear's going to land this time. Will he follow it up? KyleTzy still gets the turtle, but can they win the fight? RSG in shambles. The next target here gets slowed down and taken out of the picture. KyleTzy picking up the kill here. And the objective now 3 for 3 for the Turtles.
You know FCAP has their power spike. Again, with those skirmishes, 5-on-5, as we look at the Infinix hand cam, you can see how fast Super Marco plays. Again, his Harith was really brave, dashing in, making sure to chase after RSG.
I don't know, for me, like Super Marco's probably one of the most chill gold laners.
Super chill.
He just sits there locked in, and it just looks like it's just another day for Super Marco.
Do you know those memes where FLAPTZ goes wild, KyleTzy goes wild, and then they pan to Super Marco? Super Marco's like...
he's just locked in.
Like Super Marco's the one with most kills, the one with the recent maniac, but FLAPTZ's the one who's wild, shouting.
Yeah, FLAPTZ takes enough energy to apply that to Super Marco at this point.
Yeah, but on the other hand though, whenever they do TikToks, it's actually Super Marco initiating with FLAPTZ and Pando, which is a weird fact. So you know Super Marco still wants to enjoy whatever they plan on doing, but Light with knock-up here.
Oh, that's tough. He's going to get slowed down and stunned. We'll be fine. Pop still conceal still. They might look for a re-engage here. Shadow Kill already going to be used. Irad could be in trouble as Aqua's going to be the first to fall. FCAP wants the fight as Super Marco will pick up the kill on Irad. 2 down for RSG. That
moment rather was one of the best moments to use Harith. I think the Zaman Force really used up well. Super Marco didn't even have to use the conceal because there's no knock-up. There's no pin down for RSG Philippines here to try and sustain and contain Super Marco. So Super Marco's just really playing freely.
Yeah, at this point, freely farming up, getting everything that he needs. And even KyleTzy, man. KyleTzy is going to go ahead and start up this Lord most likely. It's going to be locked in unless RSG wants to fight, and I just think they shouldn't give it up. It's already under half health here. So Lord in the hands of FCAP. And remind you, if you guys missed the panel section and they were talking about it, KyleTzy #1 in so many stats here. And you can see why. Light gets spotted out, but he should be fine, gets out of danger. And they got to worry about the defense now against this Lord push.
Yeah, first Lord, you'd expect RSG to be able to defend this, not suffer any inhibitor turret losses. But with FCAP, how they're playing right now, KyleTzy still manages to stay alive, but they expended the Nether Realm though.
Yeah, they get that out. Dominator's Descent going to be used too, and RSG at this point, given the deficit here, given the gap, I'm wondering if they can still hold on in this game and not have it end after that first Lord push. Right now, though, FCAP with the lead they have, they're surely going to play into these base turrets here of RSG.
Okay, Irad wants to look for a pick-off before the Lord marches in the inhibitor, because that's how they're going to defend this. They want to pick off as much as possible, and I think it's going to go on to Few. But Few spots them out. Look at Light there. Oh, Ouija Shadow Kill will be casted onto the middle lane, but not enough damage.
Not enough damage, and now they're going to force the fight. Irad will be taken out, sniped out by KyleTzy under the base turret. Lord finally going to be worked on, but now holding on to just a 1 tier 2 in the mid lane. It's going to be pushed by this wave for FCAP. And now they're up to the base turrets here.
8.8k gold lead for Falcons, APBren, but still RSG still has their inhibitor turrets. Irad not in the picture yet. Owen still has his ultimate, so they can actually force this to get inhibitor turrets. But look at damage coming in from Falcons, APBren. Zaman Force is also there.
Already dropping down the Numenal Blast too. Dominator's Ascent. He will be able to get some space to work around with, but the turret goes down. And that, just like that, FCAP can continue to layer down those ultimates and force RSG back. They don't want to fight FCAP.
Yeah, the threat of the Numenal Blast from Owen is just really imminent. As much as possible, if that's still available, you wouldn't want to force a clash. Okay, let's just give up the inhibitor turret on the top lane, RSG said, because if they try to defend it and lose members, FCAP would really capitalize on it and maybe get another inhibitor in the middle lane or the bottom lane.
What is not working here? And I mean, like when we look at all of this, the past 11 minutes, what's going wrong for RSG?
I think it's really the pick-off potential that you'd expect them to do.
Yeah.
It's just not working because FCAP is really working as one unit. Same as what we've seen with Fnatic ONIC last series, wherein they rotate as one. 5 members rotating all throughout the map. It's hard for Cho. It's hard to play as a Cho if you're up against a team that's like has one mind.
Not only that, I mean, the one mind, the synergy that FCAP has, but you're playing a Cho into this lineup alone.
Yeah.
You know, it's even if Light tries to find a pickup, what's he gonna do?
Yeah, and apart from that, the ONIC Shadow Kill again, with the presence of the NetherRealm, it's like it's non-existent. Because apart from the group up coming in from Falcons APBren, whenever Irad casts that ONIC Shadow Kill, even onto one member, Fuse always there to cast that NetherRealm, always ready to defend his members. And now 11k gold lead coming in from Falcons APBren. They have minions onto the bottom lane. I think they're going to force a push here.
Yeah, they are. I'm not even sure if they're going to wait for the Lord here. Still working on the turret. RSG will do everything they can to hold on. But once that Lord makes its way on the top side, you're going to do the same exact thing. You're going to see the pressure put on. Ogwin dropping down that Numinum Blast. KyleTzy might even just punch it into the base and flap TZ as well.
Whoa.
So tanky here.
Even last season, he's still the one above all. KyleTzy holds the highest average Lord kills last season with 1.84, and now FCAP marching onto the middle lane.
Numinum Blast coming down once again just to cover the turret. Lord's still up here. RSG has to deal with that and the full force of FCAP with a major lead. They're going to clear out the Lord. 2 turrets down for now in FCAP. They don't have the push from the wave to take this third one. So RSG, despite being down this massively, will still stay in the game for now. But it looks like FCAP still wants to put the pressure in the base.
Okay, they still have enhanced minions marching into the bottom lane, and I think they can actually force another push here. But look at FlapTZ going in right after Light. The Clash not yet going to pursue here, but this time the minions are here. They're going to be able to take down Inhibitor turret, but look at this Nibor!
Oh, Nibor going to be in trouble again. Numinum Blast going to find the target, and they're going to be possibly looking for more. Light in trouble too. FCAP doesn't have the waves to push in just yet. They got to clear it out and wait for it. Mid, bottom, top, still pushing in. RSG down 1 member as FCAP 12,000 gold ahead. Will look to close out the game in a dominant fashion. FlapTZ jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit. The base with the NetherRealm and everything else will fall into place as Kosei tries to keep them at bay from ending it, but it's just too much as FCAP takes game 1 dominantly.
Another day in the office for the Bees with a clean, perfectly executed game number 1 as they take down RSG Philippines.
Almost, again, you know, I know it wasn't a quote-unquote perfect game, but one hell of a game for FCAP.
One hell of a game that the panelists have to analyze. That's why let's throw it over to our lovely panelists. Take it away.
It felt like Falcons APBren just did everything by the book.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything more than what they were expected to do. Just kept waiting for RSG Philippines and answered back better than how RSG wanted to go after them.
Yeah, like what I told you behind the scenes, RSG Philippines started off their draft with the best hero for longer team fights.
Yeah.
The Edith there's a reason why she's prioritized. Why in the last series she was frequently banned out. While Falcons APBren answered back with their last pick being one of the best heroes for long team fights. That is also their signature pick that helped them win a world championship.
Yeah, and mind you, it wasn't, I think it was less than 5 times where we saw the NetherRealm used in that entire match. And the one time, or the last time we did, was just to force the game, was just to force the end of the game. Was just to end it. And for, like, majority of the team fights which we've seen again, there were just so much space created here. And who else would benefit from that amount of space if not the number one, that no-land gameplay we've seen from KyleTzy, 304 on KDA. But again, that was a very low-scoring game.
Yeah, pretty much all the objectives, all turtles went to him. I really thought that there were like 2 or 3 retribution battles that he would lose, but no, he won it.
No.
And it happened, like this result happened because Falcons APBren were winning those turtles. This one, I thought they would lose it.
Yeah.
Nope, just at the right time, KyleTzy was able to first blood the Hayabusa, and then they get the turtles, and they continue it.
Yeah.
So it was first blood plus 2 kills, and then they snowballed from there. This one, I also thought, hey, Falcons APBren doesn't look like they're going to get it. Nope, KyleTzy still gets it.
Yes, and for these 2 turtle objective highlights which we've seen, it felt like FlapTZ was just throwing himself towards RSG each and every time.
Yeah, and we mentioned this. There's no direct answer to the phobias if you're RSG Philippines.
Yep, no burst. and no clear sources of damage in the early stages of the game. Our English casters mentioned or put a highlight on the revitalize earlier, but then it was unnecessary for Ogwen in this situation to actually consider the flicker or whatnot. They just really want to support one another and focus on sustaining or prolonging the team fights, as you would say.
Yeah, that's a full heal and shield Lolita. Klaska the Oasis wanted to give more shielding for himself, so he went for the Flood Wings. I'm gonna have to double check if that's accurate, folks. But yeah, that's a full heal Lolita. Even went with Favor as the roam boot spell that you mentioned. And then the Revitalize. That's an Estes in with a shield. That's an Estes with a shield when you think about it.
That's an Estes with a setup.
That's an Estes with a setup plus a Faramis.
Yeah, literally the Lolita pickup here by Ogwen answered so much for RSG. Each and every time Light or even Nibor would want to chase after Falcon's APBren, he could just use the Numenon Blast to prevent them from coming or getting any closer. And even during times wherein RSG just wants to position themselves around the objectives, the Numenon Blast could just be casted in wherever they might consider to be an entry point, and they would be completely denied of access to which or to all those objectives that we've previously talked about. And we've seen this recurring situation happen for majority of the game. That was a very quick game, and so I'm not surprised that Light here had to take up a majority of the damage. It seems like every time Light attempted to go in, it would either be a punish onto him, or they would, or Falco's APBren would gain access to the other members of RSG, which eventually led them to this snowball game.
Okay, I had to remind myself as to why Lolita would build magic, but then I'm reminded that yes, Numenon Energy Core, her passive, it scales off of magic power. 60% of the total magic power that you have increases the shield. So it's rough for RSG Philippines. They want to do this, I feel like, with the right mindset. I feel like Aegis first picks are undervalued. They can be really surprising for teams to go up against. But even more surprising is Falcons APBren had surprises. We mentioned this earlier. Like, RSG Philippines might be the team that go with surprises more. But it was Falcons APBren who decided to go with a hero that, yes, we see, but just maybe fell out a bit or played differently. So it's a full heal Lolita, scaling with magic power, giving the shield. I feel like we are one step closer to seeing Hanabi. I like how you already knew where I was going.
Yeah, I was already thinking of it earlier, but I was worried if it would show up here in MPL. But then, looking at the trend that's happening so far, the Harris earlier, it seemed untouchable. Like, on its own, it generates a decent amount of shields, but paired up with this Lolita, focused on the Flask of the Oasis, the Blood Wings, the Holy Crystal, pick up from Ogwen. This brings me back to how we considered Ogwen to be one of the most unpredictable and flexible roamers.
Unpredictable is a better word.
I mean, we would recall previously how whenever he takes the Minotaur, you wouldn't be sure if he'd be going on a full tank Minotaur, or will he be slightly leaning towards the more sustained focused type of Minotaur by getting the Flash first item. But for now, I feel like we should hear from our audience here in the MPL Arena. So for now, let's throw it over to our host, Mara Aquino.
We have a special guest today kasama natin, Coach Ren. We've missed you. How have you been?
I'm good.
Napaka-formal mo. Napaka-formal mo. Saan ka galing? Kasi, ano to, may nakita ko meron siyang folder nandito, may ID. Where'd you come from?
Actually, I have an appointment in DFA today. For passport renewal, yeah.
Lilipad ka ulit?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Hindi pa sure eh.
Hindi pa sure. Okay, so the last time I saw you, you were there for MSC.
Yep, as an analyst for Team Spirit.
Okay, are you gonna go back there? Is that why? Ano bang inside scoop natin dito?
Actually, I've been trying frequently to rush to EECA.
To EECA?
Because I've been working there.
So you're in demand sa EECA?
Not really. Siguro fortunate lang na na-hire nila ako.
Pwede natin sabihin kung anong team or not yet? Not yet.
Okay lang naman.
Oh, anong team?
Team Spirit.
Team Spirit pa din. Coach, hindi Hindi mo ba namimiss yung Pilipinas?
Na-miss din, syempre. Kasi mas highly competitive yung MPL dito.
Kamusta ba doon? Kwento naman.
It's a developing region, much like when we had first MPLs way before. So sa kanila season 4 pa lang. Kaya you can say na paumpisa pa lang talaga sila lahat.
So how is it like yung language barrier? Kasi not everybody speaks English there, right?
Yes. Actually, yun yung challenge sa akin sa being a foreign coach is comprehension sa amin ng team ko. Kasi they speak Russian and there's little English that they can speak.
Pero nandun si Kid Bomba, di ba?
Yes.
So he's so friendly. Like we love him.
Well, he's friendly and he is full of energy, actually.
So kamusta siya? Like does he help you out? Kasi he speaks English.
Yeah, actually he's my assistant coach for the team.
Ah, okay.
So he talks a lot. He speaks very frequently as well, very fluently of English.
Okay, imbitahan naman natin yung ating mga manonood na supportahan ang journey mo with Team Spirit.
Ayun, I invite everyone to support EEC region, particularly my team Spirit. We are on our way to on our road to M6.
Coach, don't be a stranger. Always visit us. We love having you here. Now we're gonna throw it back to the panel. Tulungan mo naman ako. Pwede ka bang mag-A muna dyan? A. Okay, throw natin sa panel. Panel?
Pasok.
Okay. That was almost in sync.
Yeah.
Almost.
No, he came from a different time zone.
Okay.
So he was in EECA with Team Spirit, the difference in time zone.
Right,
so.
yeah. So earlier he revealed to us that he's still staying with Team Spirit. He's coaching a team from EECA. So to this day, we're seeing a lot of coaches all around the world. But for now, let's talk to the Franco mains out there. It's your time to shine because the new MPL exclusive skin, Quantum Vanguard, is now available at the shop. You know what? This skin actually reminds me a lot of Johnson or... It seems very futuristic. Yeah, it looks like a...
Yeah, no, because a lot of the MPL skins are like that. Remember the 1-1 skin? Who was the other one? Benedetta. The Cadita, the Benedetta. The Benedetta.
Yeah, but maybe...
Sorry, I love the Benedetta skin so much.
You mentioned it twice. Or thrice. I don't know. But maybe it's because of the build. I don't know. They're quite similar. But anyway, at the same time, for the MPL Arena, for all those together with us right now, it's time for the Smart Gameplay pose. That's the power of Smart. So they just have to copy the pose that they're seeing from our pro player right now. Right now, it's KyleTzy with this... I don't know what pose this is. How do you call this pose even?
He even had the eyes down.
Even the eyebrows. And that is a performance very much deserving of a winner. Yeah. So congratulations to you and your eyebrows and all your perfectly captured expressions of KyleTzy's assets here. I was thinking of a name to call the pose, but he caught me off guard. He was too accurate. Even I couldn't do that.
Oh, wait, that's pretty good. That's pretty...
No, I can't manage my eyebrows. Can you?
I can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
But why do you do it with two hands?
No, I was just... It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope we kind of got the pose as well. There are a lot of interesting poses done by our
players,
by our pro players, even haircuts, I'd say. Every now and then, they change their hairstyles. I mean,
it's a pro player thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like when you're in a good stable job.
Oh yeah.
Let's be real. You make pretty good money.
You know how?
Put it on hair.
Yeah. You know how previously in other international tournaments, a lot of pro players decided to go semi-bald or something.
Semi-bald, really?
Right? Like, do you remember seeing, who's that again? Udil? And then Kewe? We're seeing, like,
that's true.
New hairstyles.
When are you going to go semi-bald?
Let's see. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I think it's a good look for you.
Okay.
You ever watched Mad Max? You would make a great Furiosa.
Okay, maybe next season. No,
Okay, yeah,
no,
all right,
I won't. I won't do that.
All right,
I won't do that. No, I
Clip
won't do
that.
that. I won't do that. Not unless we get a prediction battle and we put challenges on the line again. But I would not.
Yeah, but the last
I'd
time
rather
that
not.
happened, you lost in SPS, so...
That reminded me of Rose and her "I cut my hair short" challenge.
Yeah, and Gideon wore it as a
And
wig.
oh yeah, he posted it. So that was an interesting way to wear the hair. All right, but then okay, the losing team, not the losing team, the winning team, or Falcons APBren, they are still proceeding with the blue side, and now will RSG open up those assassins?
Kaya naman excited ako.
Priority assassins once more up against KyleTzy. I feel like we will be seeing no lings for Falcons APBren this time. And since they're the ones on the blue side, could they potentially be prioritizing the or still no?
Right. FCAP.
Maybe not.
Not the only one down.
Oh no!
We're gonna be double checking the sides because right now we have Coach Trevor going up against Coach Ducky. That ain't right.
Oh wait.
Let's just double check. If I'm not mistaken, it should be RSG
on the blue side.
Blue side.
Should be.
Yeah. We'll see.
That actually surprised me quite a bit as well.
But let's read it as it is. So the Phobias, Jushin, and Harris gets taken away. RSG is on the red side because they banned the chips.
Yeah.
Only red side teams ban chips, so...
Wait.
Yeah.
So you mean to say it's Falcons APBren banning out the Phobias themselves?
Yes. But they're still respecting Nibor, who played a really good game earlier, yeah. So it's Falcons APBren on the blue side.
Alright. So that's settled. It's still Falcons APBren on the blue side. They banned the Zask instead, so the Ling is open here for Falcons APBren. But they won't pick that up just yet. They prioritize the Hylos. So actually right now that I'm thinking of it, even the Ruby's still open.
Yeah.
Just in case they'd want to go for that. But then the Hylos is already in the hands of Falcons APBren. That might make things a little bit awkward.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, not a lot of EXP laners can actually match the high loss in the lane. Like, there's a reason why even I myself, a measly MPL Philippines analyst, when spamming high loss, does really good in EXP lane, no matter who I'm up against. Because that's easy mode. He's easy mode right now. No joke.
I cannot confirm nor deny, but I agree. Oh! Wait. So if we're seeing this right, this is an Irad Fanny.
Yeah.
And they still get their hands on the Edith. Yeah. So will they, or will Falcons APBren consider the Ruby this time, or does that reveal too much about their lineup since they already picked up the Hylo?
Yeah, go ahead and pick up the Ling. The Ling's still open.
The Ling?
Yeah.
And
you gotta match the assassin, then have lockdown. You can either go Cho. If that's too early for you, go Grok. If you don't want to go Roam yet, you go mid.
Oh, they go for the Pyramid and the Ling.
Yeah,
okay,
so mid and Ling.
I now am fully convinced that this is indeed a Falcons APBren signature pick right now.
Yeah.
They're one of the few teams who still consistently decide to pick up the Fire Mist regardless of all the emerging mid laners. But again, there's no Zask and Zushin available or up for grabs for both of these teams. But either way, right now for RSG Philippines, do they look for an answer? An immediate answer to the presence of a Ling, or do they leave that for later and stay flexible with Light's Heroes? The Chu is still available as well if they want to proceed with that.
Well, they can get their gold laner now, so that they don't have. They can just play the gold laner banning game for the second phase. They go Jawhead. So, okay, Jawhead into the Ling. Makes sense. That's the old response. Like a season 8 signature. One team picks Ling, the other team picks Jawhead.
That's a major lockdown and hunt on the Ling. It can force out the Tempest of Blaze every now and then, but then if you get punished, that's a very difficult situation.
I have a theory that I want to test.
What's that?
What if Falcons APBren might consider an EXP lane blue later on?
Oh!
What if the high loss goes into the roam for Ogun, which is not bad.
Not bad. That's not bad. I agree.
And then they go blue for their EXP lane.
Even when all
They're taking away the Vixana. They have the Therapist on their side.
All right.
If they ban a Terizla, I'm gonna say they're picking glue. If they don't ban it, I feel like it's still a check.
And Falcons
Oh no, I'm
APBren.
sorry. They don't need to ban Terizla. They already have Agent on the other side. So yeah.
And Falcons APBren potentially bringing out the glue isn't something entirely impossible.
Yeah.
We've seen Flapteasy on this hero multiple times now, and that might just make this job for Light 10 times harder.
Yeah.
Because if there's a presence of a glue with a split who could like divert their attention every now and then, or even for the potential marksman here of RSG Philippines, if they decide to go for a single target marksman such as the carry, it might not work that well. But then, of course, it still depends on RSG on what they're going to plan to pick up.
They need more magic. I think they could go Lilia. For their mid lane, because it was either Lilia or Aurora, but Falcons APBren banned out the Aurora. They could go Lilia if they... Okay, then they go Moskov. Yeah, they definitely need more magic damage.
They're saving Aqua's pick for like... Oh, I just remembered. Aqua used to be someone who kept using the Fire Mist as well.
Yeah.
But then now...
I wonder if it could be another Lolita game.
Oh no! The Edith and the Moscow both are again in RSG Philippines' hands.
Yeah.
So we're deciding whether or not we want the Lolita again or the glue to happen in this game. Because both are possible. They could be potential pickups. But for Super Marco's heroes here... the Brody!
Oh, it's been a while.
I think we often see the Brody whenever there's a Fanny, but to think it would happen again today, wow, it feels like it's really been a while. And the ground, okay, so they will proceed with a roamer who could potentially match the aggression and the presence that Light on the Jawhead can offer all around the map. He will not be afraid of sticking with or scouting Light every now and then as the Grok, since he can immune himself. And now, the Valentina finishes up the lineup for RSG Philippines. They have quite a lot of ultimates here that they can get from Falcons APBren.
The Valentina is a really great last pick. I am surprisingly leaning a little bit more towards RSGPH. Problem is right now, can they cross it into the later portions of the game?
Yep.
The early game doesn't look fun for Falcons APBren. If RSG Philippines can level out the scaling, or could just shut down the scaling altogether so that they can have an earlier mid to late game power spike, that's good for RSG.
Alright, it's not just the assassin matchups of both of these junglers that we have to watch out for coming into game number 2. Let's see what's going to happen between both of these teams. Let's throw it over to our casters, Ingan and Naisu.
One above all versus the one for an eye. KyleTzy versus Ira. Two mechanically gifted junglers going head to head for game number 2. Naisu, do you think this is a sweep?
Oh man, what a heated question, and it looks like we're gonna have to wait to go in a little bit further. But I like how you were building it up. You're just like, so you think it's gonna be a sweep?
I threw a curveball.
You know what? Yeah, that's all right. You know, I will say this: I was thinking that it was gonna be a sweep, but then, you know, as you can hear, I don't know if it's coming through the stream, but the power of these screams out here in the audience, of course.
Whoa, we're suddenly full house. Naisu. Man, you know, I'm rooting now for a game number 3. Because game number 1, a lot of people weren't here during game number 1. Okay, Ate Chantel Burger ang ting... Okay. So
are you going to translate that for our English audience?
It means look at the burger. It's actually a meme from one of our rising P-pop groups, Beanie. Because they were... I can't say the name, by the way. I can't say the name of the...
All right.
Never mind.
Well, anyway... Hi, classmates.
By the way, I'm here. Oh,
that looks like that's Mara, definitely.
Yep.
with the fans?
You know, me.
Okay, let me ask you this. You asked me a heated question. What would you... I don't know if this is heated. What would you throw up on your camera out there?
Me?
Yeah.
I would throw up... I think that our co-talents who aren't here. So for me, that's Burrito's thirst trap pick. MPL official restreamer here, Shanghai Gaming. Oh, shout out to you. Shout out to, of course, to our official restreamers, by the way.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot across all social media platforms. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And look at this. I think that's by Lucy. Oh, shout out, by the way, for the newest edition of RSG Philippines. XP laner by Lucy, currently 23 years old. Speaking of age, Nibor, again, is only 16 years old. So far, what a bright future for RSG's XP laners. But as we head on back to game number 2, again, looking at the assassin matchup, it's KyleTzy's Ling versus Irad Zafani.
I'm going to go back to my point here when you asked me. I was thinking it'd be a sweep. Now, I have to side with my fellow Bear Bro over there on the panel. Hold on, early kill. Okay, no, it's not going to happen. But, hold on. Aqua, though, so low. Light's in trouble now. Okay, they get the flicker out.
Wow.
Good. Glad no first blood there. Because I'm going back to the point of, I agree with Redmar. I actually like the lineup for RSG. Depending on, my one asterisk here, is what Aqua does with the Valentina pick. Like, if he's able to go ahead and get some key ultimates, whether that's Flap, whether it's Ogwin even, whether it's Few, then that could change the course of these fights already early on for this. You can see it happening here. Few goes in, gets the Stampede off. Nabor could be in trouble, still tanky enough himself in the early games. Earthshatter's there, and that's the first blood in the hands of Light.
Okay, so I was supposed to say, for me, my asterisk would be Light. Because again, Jawhead is a snowball-reliant hero. Not necessarily that hero alone, but if you have a Jawhead as much as possible, you want to control the early game. And with a good pickup onto KyleTzy, they're starting out strong so far.
Yeah, early pickoff. That's exactly what the Raiders need here. Because, you know, as we're talking about, even this matchup alone, they don't have the XP lane. We're going to have to see how they utilize this XP lane Grok, especially later on for the objectives here. But the fact, like you said, you know, Light, if he gets an early kill, if he's able to build up and scale up on the Jawhead alone to the point where, all right, now you're just alley-ooping, you know, enemies from FCAP into the hands of RSG, and you can cap out on that, and that's great for them. We'll see if they pull it off, though, now that this first turtle's up.
Okay, so the story so far of week 3, day number 1 is whoever gets the first turtle wins the game, because majority of the games so far are one-sided. So
that is not a stat that I would want to do against FCAP. Or KyleTzy, what did he say? He had like 17 out of 21 turtles. You know, I'm not sure, again, if that's 100% accurate, but I know it was something insane like that.
Yeah. So far, Falcons APBren not off to a good start. Again, there was an early pickoff onto KyleTzy, but still, they still have the Grok and the Hylas that could actually be the good frontliners here up against a very ecstatic lineup from RSG. Again, they have a Fanny and a Jawhead, so in terms of getting those exciting out-of-nowhere plays, RSG is capable of doing that at any given time. And now as they start the turtle here, Ogwen surveying the scene. Our two junglers are present though, so I think we're going to have a very, very big clash.
The assassin showdown here between Irad and KyleTzy, relying on the rest of the team to hold that front side up and create the box that they're going to want to play around too. Few has that NetherRealm available, and Aqua as well, so comes down to who executes it well enough to win the fight, but neither team wants to budge.
Another reset of the turtle. I think the only thing that both of these junglers fought for was the Little Wanderer that Irad got.
Yeah.
So right now it's really basically a chess match because anything can go with the first turtle, but look at this! Oh my goodness!
Irad makes the play.
That was a Grok! A tanky Grok onto KyleTzy. Irad's gonna get a kill, but Light on the other hand.
Okay, Purifier gonna be used. Few in trouble here. Gets knocked into the air. Light picks up another kill, and now the turtle for the taking will go in the hands of Irad here. RSG off to a great start in game number 2.
1.4k gold lead so far for the Raiders. So this time they were the ones who got the turtle. First turtle. So can we say that this might go to a game 3?
It's too early to tell, but
too early.
That's been the stat so far. You know, like we said,
the stat, the fact of the day. so far.
First turtle, teams usually end up winning. So with that, even taking a look at the items here, you can already see Irad has a nice little lead. It's nothing too crazy, but he's playing around the fact that he can rely on, you have Nabor here, you have Light just scaling up really well. Light, even with the 2 early kills, gives him a little bit of an advantage to work around in his setups.
Yeah, and even on the XP lane, you can see a clear advantage here for Nabor. Picks up the what item?
What?
My favorite item so far as a roamer in XP lane.
Favorite as
the color
a
blue
roam?
one. Wait.
Blade of Hepsi.
No.
Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt.
I'm like playing charades here. You're drawing the Thunderbelt.
Because it's such a good item again, especially as a first core item. You get your stacks that you accumulate turns into hybrid defense, and that hybrid defense in turn turns into additional damage, or is it additional damage or true damage?
True damage, yeah.
Yeah, true damage, yeah. So it's really a good pick off here for Nibor. And speaking of Nibor, I've been noticing even during the previous tournaments, international tournaments, he's been using this Edith a lot.
Oh, there's the toss up, but whoa! The damage was there, but KyleTzy is going to get away instead. That's a lot of burst. Spirit Destruction going to land. I don't think they can follow it up, but what they will do is RSG will go ahead and make a call for a raid here in the jungle. There's the toss-up once again. This time around, fighting into the Glorious Pathway. NetherRealm going to proc as well, and FCAP still giving the call to possibly fight this. Nabor props the Primal Wrath and forces Ogwin back. Meanwhile, KyleTzy is going to go ahead and push down that bottom lane.
Okay, so a trade for RSG here is they got the bottom lane turret, but so far so good because they forced FCAP to retreat instead of getting that second turtle, and that was a good initiation from Light. He threw away FlapTzy, but props as well for FlapTzy for disrupting the Earth Shatter coming in from Nibor, and this time Falcons APBren, they're the one starting, but look at Light again with the flicker!
Light again, gonna find Flap, they get the NetherRealm out from Few, and now Light, the one to get punished. Glorious Pathway dropped down by Ogwin, and KyleTzy will secure the turtle. That might be all they get here as RSG gives it a call back. So with that, FCAP finds a little bit of life in this game. But right now, RSG's still ahead.
Okay, 1-for-1 turtle exchange here. Falcons APBren, they got to kill onto Light, plus the turtle takedown. So far, they're trying to reduce the lead established here by RSG Philippines. RSG still looking for the early game momentum. They want to go for the pickoffs, but look at FlapTzy onto the back line here. Trapping KyleTzy!
Wall charge again. Purify going to be used. RSG there to back him up at this point, though. But again, with this team, FCAP, it's all about the objectives. And Irad going to get forced back there, too.
Okay. So far, so good for both of these teams. Still an equal ball game. This time we're just going to wait for who's really going to initiate first, because for Falcons APBren, they don't necessarily need the setups coming in from FlapTzy. Actually, Ogwin's Glorious Pathway alone, as long as they disrupt the formation of RSG Philippines, that's going to be a good enough play coming in from Falcons APBren. And on the other hand, RSG Philippines, as long as the ejectors, the Earth Shatters from both of their initiators connect, it's really okay, or that's the goal for RSG Philippines. Because again, they have the Valentina coming in from Aqua, and at this point, whoever casts first, that NetherRealm will lose, because you'll get out-sustained during those long skirmishes.
And that's the point. At one time, it's going to be who has that sustainability in their favor. And that's why I said, going back to my point with RSG, part of this is on Aqua. Like, what ultimates is he going to take? You have so many good choices, honestly, whether it's the Wild Charge, Glorious Pathway, the NetherRealm yourself, and how does this help the lineup you have? This whole time, too, Super Marco's been pretty much farming up freely. He just picked up the Malefic Roar, and this is all in timing for this first big objective. Lord is now up here, and you're going to see them put the focus on positioning, and that's what they got to be kind of keep an eye on here for RSG, because they've lost that gold lead that they pretty much had for the majority of the game. And so FCAP is in fighting position now.
And so far, these are one of the rare instances wherein a third turtle wasn't secured by any of the team because of those long skirmishes, because of those chess game type of back and forth coming in from both of these teams. But one thing for sure is Lord is up for grabs. In terms of neutral objectives, it's a 1-for-1. And now they're popping Fuse Purify here, so that's a good resource expended for RSG Philippines.
They get that out. I'm wondering too. You know, Flop's been up here for a while. Just kind of hanging out there, top side. We'll see what they decide to do around this. Again, neither team wants to commit to the Lord, and like you mentioned, it was kind of like that way with that turtle earlier on, where neither team wanted to commit to it because of how these fights can play out.
Yeah.
FlapTzy also just now picking up. He's got a Sea Halberd now in this Grok.
Okay, so wow. Okay, so FlapTzy, one wild charge power of nature combination can actually bring down Kosei or even Irad and Aqua, so they have to watch out for that. But on the other hand, they have to deal with Ogwen, because Ogwen's dealing with the frontliners here. Half HP for Ogwen, but that's okay. And again, we have to go back with the assassin matchup, because both of these assassin junglers can do those wave management, can do those split push. It's just a matter of who's going to out macro the other.
And at almost any given day, if we're talking about macro, I would probably favor FCAP here. But RSG has been doing a good job. And like I said, so far able to go toe-to-toe with FCAP, trying to keep things pretty much at pace and at par, is showing a much better RSG than we saw in Game 1. It just still begs the question, can they win this crucial fight with the First Lord? Kosei is going to go ahead and start it up. He also just locked in his next item, so they can hold this together until Irad joins this fight.
11 minutes in. First turtle still up for grabs. A Conceal coming in.
Conceal, they get the Purify out once again. They drop it down. There's the Spear Destruction. Fuse already gone. Irad joins the fight. Will be able to find Ogwen. Forces out the Flicker from Super Marco as he takes up another kill. Wild Charge coming out from FlapTzy. They're looking for Irad. They're going to close him off with the Guardian's Barrier, but they can't get him down just yet until finally Irad goes down. But RSG will be able to go ahead and take and start up this Lord. But look who's still alive. KyleTzy.
KyleTzy with the Retribution still ready to be expended. Irad not in the picture here, but I think the good zone coming in from RSG Philippines will entail them their first Lord. And if we could go back to that last clash, who started it? I mean, there was a Conceal coming in from RSG, but I think it was Light or Nibor's Earth Shatter Ejector. I'm not quite sure, but the important thing is RSG Philippines forced few to use the Netherrealm first compared to Aqua.
And not only that, they forced him to use that Purify too.
Yeah.
So great decision making from RSG to start that fight up either way, whether it was Light, whether it was Nibor, but ultimately a result of them getting a swing in their favor. They now have the Lord. They can work around this, and you know, they really took an FCAP of that fight there. It was, you know, a last-ditch effort from Flap, trying to block off Irad with that Guardian's Barrier, and they finally got the kill, but ultimately they play around this. Look at this. He's just going to stop, delay it a little bit further. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. FCAP wants to hold on to this tier 1 in the mid lane as it's one hit away.
The wall from FlapTzy. The great wall of FlapTzy prevented that concealed play from RSG Philippines to ensue.
He's doing things like this. I can't wait to see what he does on his Paquito skin.
Yeah, the FlapTzy.
FlapTzy? No, the damage was there from Irad. I'm not sure, is he still going to put the pressure? He doesn't. He calls it off. Very close getting that kill.
But Irad, though, was able to evade that wild charge play coming in from FlapTzy. Almost got a kill on the XP laner of Falcons APBren. Pound for pound, punch for punch, these two teams are, I think, equally made so far. Even if RSG Philippines has a 2.8k gold lead, this one clash is all what FCAP needs to turn things around. Again, they have KyleTzy with the leg, Super Marco with the Brody. So RSG Philippines still needs to play it safe. Play it by the book. Go again for the Lord. If you can get additional pickoffs before you engage in those neutral objectives, do it.
I think breaking down this game, though, RSG has done everything right that they possibly could based off what we saw in Game 1. The adjustments they made, the decision-making that they're making is much better here and much more in sync with each other, because really they look disconnected in Game 1, but somehow, you know, they found their second wind, at least for now in Game 2. It's not over yet. They've got a healthy lead. They've got control around the map. And they have pick-off potential. And I think that's the biggest thing they have to highlight with the lineup that they have.
And I think one of the major adjustments for RSG Philippines is this time Irad got to play.
Yeah.
Irad with the Fanny unleashed his micromechanic skills, 312 KDA, as well as Nibor, this time 008. He doesn't have to soak up the damage. He doesn't have to be the shield of RSG Philippines. He's freely casting those Earth Shatters for those initiations. Speaking of Onward here, he's not going to get Onward onto KyleTzy, but he got the purple buff.
He got the purple buff. Kyle didn't want to use the Retribution because Lord.
Yeah,
Lord's up. And he'd much rather have the Retribution available. So still going for it. There's the toss-up. Look at the damage coming out already. Ogwin taken out so quickly, even on the Hylos. And now Irad jumps in once again looking for fuel. They force them to fight in the pit. They come in full force. They find a couple more kills as Super Marco taken down as well. But Irad is down and KyleTzy knows it. He's going to get out of there. He still has... No, he doesn't have the Retribution, so that's going to be a Lord going in the hands of RSG here.
Same situation. The jungler of RSG not in the picture for this Lord take because of KyleTzy with the 4 blades, templated blades, but I'd like to highlight Aqua. Did you see how he expended that Nether Realm? One more hit, 1 HP left for Irad before he casted that clutch Nether Realm. Really, the timing of RSG Philippines for game number 2 compared to game number 1 is really on point. And that's why they have this 3.9k gold lead plus the level 2 Lord marching in the top lane. Falcons APBren did not expect this performance coming in from RSG.
Again, the lineup's really what's working in the favor here of RSG. And Irad doing a much better job too, just winning a lot of this jungle pressure throughout the game because of the lineup that they brought to the table. Nabor as well on this Edith, now primed and ready to knock on the base of FCAP.
Okay, so Irad right now trying to go for the backline, goes for the kill, but forces KyleTzy to use the Tempest of Blades. Now the Lord marching in the top lane. Again, a conceal coming in from RSG Philippines. Will FCAP be able to defend this?
Still going to work on that. This turret's definitely going to be gone, though, as now it's taken out top side. There is light once again. Throwing FlapTzy over. Doesn't care if he's a Grok or not. They pick up a kill, and now eyes set on the mid lane. RSG wants a game 3, and they're a step closer to it. Irad joining the fight here. NetherRealm going to be used. They're going to focus on the base, and they just go for the raid as RSG takes it to game 3 against FCAP.
And the Raiders stay alive with a convincing game number 2. Kudos to the 5-man squad alongside their new XP laner, Nibor, who's currently 16 years old, but actually playing like a pro. And man, we have to throw it to our panelists because they have to break down how Raiders were able to extend the series.
I've seen enough on the fly immediate adjustments which happened today. I thought I've seen enough. I take it back. I thought I've seen enough, but RSG Philippines, they just surprised me with more.
Yeah. And I believe Falcons APBren felt like they were surprised as well by that jawhead and just how well Nibor played on the Edith, who, by the way, is the MVP here. Perfect game for him, 2-0 and 10. And it just felt like RSGPH. Game 1 felt like a big learning game for them. Now this game number 2, with Nibor having a 100% kill participation, it felt like the entire map felt small for Falcons APBren because RSGPH were waiting at the right positioning with the threat of the jawhead and the bounty together to poke out, the presence of the Edith, the presence most importantly as well of the Fanny of Irad. You could see the moments where Falcons APBren were thinking about, can we push this? Can we go here?
Yeah, I feel like it was the first time I've seen teams not being that hesitant to go all in on the Hylos.
Yeah.
I mean, it was already a surprise for us, or at least for me, to see that they decided to switch things up a bit. It was the Grok on the XP lane instead of the Hylos. And it's not the first time we've seen it this season, but at the same time, I felt like what I mentioned earlier during the draft, which was how the Grok could potentially be just as aggressive in the face of a jawhead.
Yeah.
It didn't happen because it felt like they were always ready to pick their fights, even up against the high loss, and they just created so much room and space, and even they just built up so much confidence and support for their teammates that they weren't really scared to go in anymore. They had either the Nether Realm that they could copy, and there was always a threat for KyleTzy. He couldn't just keep going in because not unless, you've mentioned this earlier, not unless they're fully aware that that RSG Philippines, they lost or they used up a lot of resources, specifically the Unstoppable Force, then they definitely think twice about fighting up against RSG.
Yeah, and that's what it felt like. Falcons APBren were just overthinking a lot of the things that RSGPH can bring to the table. Despite that, the gold lead rather was a little bit closer. I have to check if this is correct. I think the sides got to be flipped a little bit with the towers and stuff. The numbers of the left side seem to be the numbers of RSG Philippines. But another thing that I really want to point out is that early kill that KyleTzy gave at the upper half of the river, less than 5 minutes into the game, was costly because that meant, okay, that gave a little bit more breathing room for RSG Philippines to find the early game that they needed. Because remember, we talked about can RSGPH cross it into their earlier power spike. If they couldn't do that, this would have been a much closer game. It would have been a little bit easier for FlapTZ to maneuver, for the Ling to maneuver, and for Super Marco to get a little bit more gold and a quicker farm. But since they gave that early kill, and RSG Philippines was able to get that first turtle of the game, then that because there was a one level advantage there, if I'm not mistaken, for Irad heading into the first turtle. He was level 7, KyleTzy was only level 6. Then Falcons APBren, it was just tough for them because the window of opportunity they had shrunk so fast.
Yeah, and speaking of that early kill, immediately went into Irad, who, by the way, stood out for me as well in that entire game. It felt like he was not afraid to just go in with all the cables, showed us some unique and highlight-worthy plays on the Fanny right there. So it brings me back. Like I mentioned, Falcons APBren is a team you'd want to ban the Fanny against. Now it's really not just them after all. It's also Irad. In this game, I feel like he activated, or he really showed us that one key to victory we mentioned or talked about earlier. Show us the one in your name, because he performed so well. It made me think twice. It made me question, like, okay, so given this level of performance that they showed us in the face of like a lot of people, of course, thinking that they're coming into this match as the underdogs or whatnot, who now could be the more terrifying Fanny user between these two assassins, these two junglers?
I like that. That's why hopefully we get to see like another assassin duo. I mean, we probably will. In game number 3. I also really need to commend the RSG Philippines drafting pattern there, because they went with the Fanny, Edith, and Jawhead. The Jawhead third pick, I feel like that kind of caught Falcons APBren off guard. And then at the end, they picked up the Valentina. And that, alongside the Edith and the Jawhead, I feel like if we just focus on those 3, it felt like a counter to a lot of things that Falcons APBren wanted to do, because you take away the ultimate of the Pyramid. When you're playing with the Pyramid, you want to stick together, which means that Edith is happy when she gets out of Primal Wrath and it's full stacks as well, because you got her basic attack bouncing from all of the members once they get out of that moment where they are... Bless you. I get you. So, that's the first time I've ever experienced that. My train of thought is just completely gone. But if people in the comment section, I'm pretty sure y'all understand what I was getting at. It was a good draft by RSG Philippines.
Yes, even I felt surprised with the new approach that they showed us, because I feel like earlier we were already surprised.
By the way, bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, if ever someone in the chat also.
That's gonna get clipped, 100%.
Thank you in advance.
Sup, Clippers.
But earlier they prioritized the Edith, probably a little bit or slightly unexpected for us. I know Edith is like their top most picked hero so far in the tournament, but to think or for it to like show up in their first ever or first ever pick in their first pick. Like, it was a little surprising. But now they've adjusted pretty well to how Falcons APBren wanted to approach this as well. Like, even though they got their hands on the similar sort of lineup, they still had the Faramis with them, they still had an assassin jungler with them. It was no longer the same story. And I feel like even Falcons APBren, they had to react a bit, like, to the picks that RSG Philippines showed us earlier. They showed us the Brody once again, and it was the usual or typical answer to the Fanny in the previous season, or we know all about that, but now it struggled. I couldn't sense or see how that Brody dominated the laning, which is something I would somehow expect from a Brody, because he's a marksman that's capable of doing just that.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine as to why it felt like there were times for Falcons APBren, it felt like that they were lacking the damage.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is also just a reminder of how strong the Edith is right now in the current meta, why she's prioritized, why she gets respect banned in the first phase, how strong her ultimate is without the items. She can get her first item in, full stack ultimate already at that point is already very strong. That even though, if you look at it on paper, Falcons APBren's lineup, the Brody's damage after first item, second item should be respectable, the Grok should be respectable, but then I think it just also boiled down to RSG Philippines had like raw damage firepower. They had it. The Fanny alone already dealt a lot of damage that Falcons APBren could only wish they could deal. Pair that up with that Edith, as we mentioned earlier, and it's not a good time.
Yeah, I think if I were few in that situation, I'd worry about a lot of things. It's not just the Jawhead, it's also the Fanny, which in the previous game, we were talking about this backstage, how wow, Few is a mid laner. He's a Faramis user who can time things really well. But before anything else, okay, so MPL fans, let your voices be heard. Which of the week 4 matches, the matches happening next week, should be the next star match? So vote now via the online poll. You could see the options right here. We were already talking about this earlier. We could not decide for ourselves, so we leave it to you. You be the ones to choose which among these 4 series should be deserving of the Star Match title? Which should get the Star Match package, as mentioned here by Renmar? There's a lot of things that come along the Star Match.
Yeah, it's all that coverage. Get to see some unique stories, really cool art.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
It is, yeah.
The graphics has been on fire this season.
Yes, also
What's up, Andrea?
Also the pre-series.
Why you laugh?
Interviews.
Shouting out our graphic artist.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot of random instances happening today, starting from the face-to-face we've seen from Flap and Nibor earlier.
Speaking of random, I feel like this is something we should share to our English stream viewers.
What's that?
So, there is a popular curse in MPL Philippines concerning 2 talents, Chantel and Brigida.
Oh, yeah.
That if they are working, that the high chance that we get long games and 3 games. Today we're seeing 6 games. Today we saw a 20-minute plus game. And guess where Chantel is right now? In the Filipino broadcast.
She's over there.
And you know where Brigida is.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the curse took double effect.
But it didn't take effect last week.
Were you guys on the same desk?
Yes.
Because that's one of the rules. If you guys share the desk, it's either very quickly or very long.
Okay.
Like, there's no in-between. But since you guys are on separate broadcasts...
I see it.
Right? I'm trying to put logic into something that's senseless, but let's go along with me here.
No.
Now RSG picks red side.
Yes, I'm seeing it. Okay. We're still seeing the same side for these 2 teams. For the past 2 games, see, my math is not mathing once again.
It's fine.
For the past 2 games, Falcons APBren, they're on the blue side, and RSG, they've been on the red side. And for the 3rd time around, we're seeing the exact same side. But what's interesting is that in this series, we're not seeing the 60%, 40% of blue side win rate immediately take effect.
Yeah, it's coming from the fact that teams are now starting to leverage not just the strength of the last pick, but the strength of the first two picks on the red side. We've seen Phovius getting prioritized, Edith getting prioritized, which is actually one of the typical picks for the first two picks on the red side. But then it was surprising that RSGPH jumped in and picked up their Fanny right away, and then they third picked the Jawhead, because if you're Falcons APBren, you're chasing the strong picks right now in the meta. You see the Fanny, okay, you go ahead and pick up the Faramid so that you can at least heal through or sustain through the initial burst that you can deal with. You first pick the Hylos, and you got the Ling. So I think now as it goes on, maybe we're starting to see things balance out because teams are understanding what heroes they can trade for.
Yep. And earlier, even if we've just started seeing the Phobius increasing in priority, the teams are really starting to adjust because they banned it out in the previous game. So I'm not entirely sure if we're likely seeing the Phobius again for this game, since it's being so prioritized. There are so many assassins coming up. This is Irad, and this is KyleTzy we're talking about. So I wouldn't be surprised again. We wouldn't be surprised if we see another assassin matchup, but that's what a lot of fans like as well. And to think that we're seeing another team challenge this consistency from Falcons APBren once again, it makes us think, like, could this possibly be the time that RSG is finally getting hold of their groove in the season? Because we know that for a fact. RSG, they tend to discover their play style, their ideal approach in the game later on, not immediately at the beginning of the season. But could this be the start?
There's like a buffer time for them, and I feel like this series going into 3 games is good for both of these two teams. It allows them to just really flex their ideas into the draft. RSG picking red side here, though, for me is I wouldn't say questionable, but it's like, okay, plan, guys, what you're trying to do.
I mean, it worked for them.
It's like it worked for them. The red side's working for them because if you put it simply, Falcons APBren can just reiterate or just make slight adjustments to the approach that they wanted to do in game number 2 that didn't work out for them when they were on the blue side just now. So if you're RSG Philippines, that means you're going to be the one having to adjust somewhat because you're adjusting to the first pick. You're adjusting to the first band of Falcons APBren. However, now if you're Falcons APBren and you're looking at RSGPH, you might be overthinking a little bit. It's like, wait, so why did they put this in the blue side? Are they expecting this? Now you're, as a coach, you're going to be thinking, okay, if I first pick this, what are they going to steal away from the first 2 picks? And that's when Captain Few and the other members of Falcons APBren will come and chime in terms of like which one of the heroes that they're going to be looking at that they're willing to trade.
Yep. Honestly,
that makes sense.
Even I myself am not entirely sure anymore of what's happening in the minds of our coaches right now.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider.
Coach Panda, why pick red side? I mean, it did work one time, but we're fully aware of the statistics that's circulating, just how high the chances are for teams in the blue side to get a hold of better drafts and to eventually secure the game. And now, even for the previous series, we've seen it. So
yeah, the funny thing is though that for today, blue side has only won once. Majority of the games have been won by red side.
Actually.
So yeah, there's been 5 games so far. 4 of those were won by teams on the red side.
So it's real that the teams are understanding how to adjust.
I mean, like, to be fair, there's a lot of factors that you have to consider, especially like with what happens in the game.
Yeah.
But one of the obvious culprits is, okay, you look at the things that aren't in the pattern. One of the unique patterns is that we're starting to see Phobius pop up more. So that has to be one of the things that teams are really considering. For this series so far, in the first 2 games, the drafting orders have been very unique.
Very unique.
Yeah, you put one hero that isn't usually put up early into the drafting phase way earlier. We saw the first Hylos first pick of the season so far.
I think the closest draft that we're used to seeing was the first game of the first day, and after
first game of the first series,
you have the first series today, and after that they just kept showing us surprises and changes and
true.
adjustments in the way they approach their individual
Tayo
drafts.
sa panibagong
And speaking of
game
draft,
number 3.
now
Mabilis ang
we see
adjustment lang
that
to
we
Nakita nyo kami
are
kanina,
finally
nakita
going
nyo
to
rin yung
get
laro.
into the
Okay lang
drafting
yan.
phase
Kasi kita
for
nyo na ngayon yung stick.
Definitely third and last game that we're going to be seeing today. No more games after this. It's the last one.
Yeah. So, big surprise. Chip gets banned out on the red side. First phase.
Wow!
Who would have thought?
Wait. I lost track. This is the 39th.
39 straight games Chip has been banned on the red side.
Okay.
So, great adjustments here for Falcons APBren. They're taking away power picks on the red side.
One thing to note for me is how we're not seeing the Zushin banned out just yet.
Yeah, she's been quite snubbed.
Earlier, she's been consistently banned out, I think.
Yeah.
But then now, if RSG Philippines...
All day Jushin's been banned,
All day Jushin's been banned, except for this game. But we're not entirely sure just yet. RSG Philippines might ban it. Okay, there you go. They take it out. We're not seeing that Zushin in Fuse hands.
Yeah.
That's impossible for Falcons APBren after just how great Fuse been using the Zushin in the previous week. So, Assassins are all open. Oh, except Phantoms,
Yeah, Link's still open if they want to prioritize that, or Zask, or surprise RSG, first pick of Valentina. We've seen teams sometimes do that. But then if you first pick the Valentina, it's only mainly because you're thinking about the Zask or the Faramis that Aqua could pick up.
No Edith first picks are possible. They banned it out themselves first thing. I would consider a complete deny of the Jawhead immediately this early as well, because there are so many answers that could be provided by RSG later on. But now they get the hold of the Ling. So, this early, I'm not entirely sure if we'll be seeing the droid again prioritized. Maybe some other heroes such as the Zask. But we haven't been seeing the Zask either.
Yeah.
So do we just go for the safer route here, the gold lane? Oh, they do get the Jawhead immediately.
Yeah. Good rush.
I said, okay, I never expected them to. I mean, I mentioned it, but I didn't think that they'd actually do it.
No, honestly,
but
when you said it, I thought that they go for the Jawhead right away. I think Falcons APBren can take a page out of the book earlier of Fnatic ONIC Philippines. Go Tigreal and Vexana.
Oh.
The Vexana's a good stopper for the high loss. The Tigreal is a good stopper for the Jawhead and the set.
Yeah.
We talked about how long the crowd control combo is of those two. If they're going to be overthinking the Hayabusa pickup that can show up in the hands of Erad, maybe the Julian pickup, they can go ahead and pick up an Aurora to pair up with the Tigreal. So they have a lot more control there. What they're just sacrificing is the damage that they'll need from another source. Specifically the gold laner. I think carry might actually be in good consideration as well for Falcons APBren, knowing they're up against the high loss.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they'll create enough space for that. And unknowingly, the Phoveus gets through.
Yeah, these two teams are really expanding now our expectations of the meta, because they're going really out of how do I say this? Out of the usual expectations that we see in the drafting pattern for the first three picks.
Yeah.
The Valentina feels like it's a potential advanced answer to something that they could show up. While the Phoveus, now you're going to be thinking about the dashes that could be available for the mid laner or the EXP laner, or excuse me, the gold laner or the jungler.
Yeah, I mean
the RSG will pick.
I mean the Faramis is still open for Aqua here, just in case they want to stick with a similar draft to what they had in the previous game. Because I wouldn't say that there'd be more setups coming in here for RSG, since they already revealed the Hylos and the Jawhead, so potentially their XP and Roam heroes respectively. So yeah, they go for the Aurora, at least a better answer to the Ling as well. And why does it feel like RSG is the team with better ways to catch or answer the heroes for Falcons APBren?
Yeah, so far. Because right now we don't see a lot of picks that can make the Phoveus have an easier time.
Yep.
In terms of what you would call as a dash. I guess the closest that you have is an unstoppable force of the Jawhead. Yeah. And that's the only thing that can shorten the cooldown. Oh, that's good. I had to stop my train of thought. That's way too good. Nibor. Oh my goodness. I love our community. I love it.
I'm singing it in my head. No,
I will never say
never. I will fight.
You really want to continue?
No, it's okay. I'm good. I don't want to.
It's alright. We can continue it after.
Reveal too
Give me a
much.
high five.
Okay.
I didn't give her a high five. Good bad. What? That's Soul?
That's Soul.
That's Soul, yeah.
What's happening?
Member of See You Soon, a former member of RSG Philippines. So,
yeah.
Okay, good band here on the Julian by RSGPH. But the Hayabusa will still be available for Irad. Yeah, I think they're just gonna play into the Hayabusa later on, unless, Alpha's still open.
Are we really going that heavy into the dive composition?
Jawhead, Aurora, Alpha. The Link's not gonna have a good time.
That sounds terrifying for Falcons APBren, even though they have the terrifying in their hands. Okay, no.
See, it would have been a really good pick.
Oh.
So you just go here, look, just pick up the Haya. Well, you know the Hayabusa is going to be one of the last picks anyway.
That got me scared.
What if they consider a Martis?
Oh, yeah? I was considering it earlier, but then we've shifted so much in terms of jungle heroes.
Yeah.
That maybe the last time I saw the Martis wasn't even in the jungle. It's in the mid lane. So I'm not entirely sure if they consider that right now. So maybe we'll get our answer later on. For now, they get the Moskov. And for Falcons APBren, they're lacking a roamer. No Tigreal, no Grok. The Lolita's still there for them if they'd want to. But then I'm not entirely sure if that answers the high loss Jawhead dive engage type of composition that RSG's fielded out so far.
This might end up having to be a carry unless they go full dive and go. No, you can't go gold lane Ruby at this point. You're severely lacking damage.
I wonder what other.
And you can't go assassin roam because it's a Jawhead and an Aurora and a high loss on the other side.
Could it be a carry? So that you get the Lolita, but then...
Oh my God!
Oh no!
I said it earlier!
Yeah!
We said it in game number 1!
In game number 1, but it's finally happening right now. We're seeing the Lolita Hanabi!
It's gonna be the full heal Lolita with Hanabi!
And it's with Falcons APBren at that!
Hey, if we're gonna have a prediction scoring system, y'all gotta have to give me one. Game number 1, we bet you that we're a step closer to seeing a Hanabi in MPL because we saw the full heal Lolita and we get it.
Yeah, it was just a Harris earlier, but now... Okay, let's go. Let's get the Hanabi and get things done. So, yeah, what's the jungle here for RSG now that they've seen this type of composition?
Yeah, they're thinking.
You wouldn't want to go
high or Martis?
So heavy on the front.
Oh! Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Hanabi doesn't have dash.
Okay.
All right. I think
safe.
it'll be good before we go explain why we're freaking out about the Hanabi.
Uh-huh.
So that's one of the poisonous combos. Shout out to Auntie Anara for bringing this to my attention. The passive of the Lolita, she gives shields.
Yes.
Build that, full magic, full heal, you give a lot of shields.
Yes.
Which means Hanabi, her passive will activate and she will be immune to crowd control effects.
Yep, you can't catch her and you can't get the Hanabi as an option for the ejector plays later on, but we'll see if he'll even gain access to the Hanabi later on, as now we're finally about to see the last game of this day. Let's all watch out for what Falcons APBren could finally show us for today. Let's give it over to our casters for this last game. Let's go, Ian and Naisu.
Ano tayo sa game?
Oh my.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to the English desk. Again, this is Ian and Naisu. And this isn't a graphic glitch or anything. Falcons APBren, the Titans, the gods, picked up a Hanabi for Super Marco, paired up with a Lolita.
Nice. I think I've seen everything.
I'm all for it. What are we calling this? Hanabita?
Hanabita.
Hanabita.
Lolibi. I don't know, but one thing
Nib
for
or
sure.
say nibber. So fitting. You said you'd never see Hanabi in MPL. Well, look at this.
She's here.
She's here.
She's here. She's arrived. Neighbor say neighbor to anything. Wow. Again, the concept of this Hanabi and Lolita is that whenever, the passive of Hanabi is whenever she has shield, she's immune to crowd control. So Aqua, Light, even Nibor with his first skill stun. Super Marco will be indeed super bulletproof this time.
Yep.
Also has the Aegis. And again, the passive coming in from Lolita, she gives a lot of shields. And this time around, I never thought I'd see this in a level of this caliber. But when push comes to shove, Falcons APBren, they'll put something out here.
I know I've heard the concept, and now we get to see the pros play it. That's exciting. I'm just wondering, leave it to a team like FCAP to do it, by the way. Again, this was a team before that, did some pretty crazy things, even seasons past, and, even getting a glimpse at FlapTZ on the Phobius, when we saw that in the mid lane before from FCAP in previous seasons. So, again, we'll see exactly how this ends up working out. We already know how that works in synergy with the passives and everything else, but RSG, looking at their lineup, they have great coverage from the front line, from their damage profiles even. So maybe they're able to kind of overlap that. How did Renoir put it? It's one of the poisonous ones. It's toxic. People don't like to play against it if it's used. But now with a fight for the turtle, gonna break down. 2 glorious pathways being dropped down. Noodle Blast gonna find multiple members. Few gets the turtle. Tempest Blades also being followed up. KyleTzy possibly looking for a kill here. Whoa, there's the throw on FlapTZ, but the Infernal Pursuit's going to help them out a little bit further. They're still looking for Light, and they all survive the clash out there for that first turtle.
And after all that, everyone is still here. No first bloods yet, although Falcons APBren did pick up that first turtle. A lot of ultimates actually expended. We've seen 2 glorious pathways plus the Numinum Blast connecting on to 3. And the sustain from both teams. Again, Nibor with Revitalize came in clutch there as Light was able to evade a potential death. But here comes the problem for Light. Yes, you have the ejector. Yes, you have the unstoppable force. But you're going up against an unstoppable or a CC immune type of lineup with Super Marco and Ogwin.
Well, you never know how it's...
Never say never.
Yeah, at that point too,
Fun fact though, Justin Bieber actually started, I think, when he was 14 or 16 years old.
Yeah.
Same with Nibber right now, currently 16 years old, but playing like a veteran. Wow, he literally said during the interview, I believe it was Coach Pat, that he learned a lot from Nats before Nats' departure. You can actually see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Who got the purple
That
side?
was taken. Oh, Kosei on point with the Spirit Destruction. And that's, how many times have we seen that now, actually? Even last week.
Twice. Same hero. Was it also Kosei?
Last week?
Yeah?
No, it wasn't.
No.
No.
I think it was Jome.
Yeah.
It was Jome.
We've seen it a couple times.
If I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
That's one of the great usages of the Spirit Destruction, though. And now, he's got this little advantage you can play around with. But I'm not sure if he's still going to be able to do too much against that matchup against Super Marco. Meanwhile, though, Turtles spawning up here. Second one of the game. FCAP getting in position.
No, the problem here for Falcons APBren again is the mobility that you'd expect from Super Marco. Not that mobile here, although the sustain is there plus the shields coming in from Super Marco. It's not as aggressive, or could be aggressive as Kosei, but look at it, another ejector here.
Toss up again, Glorious Pathway, drop down, Few and Flap, forcing Aqua back. He still has the passive, so he's going to be fine for now. Turtle goes for the reset. Flap still at the front of it all, taking the brunt of the damage. And meanwhile, the 1v1 up top of the gold lane. And now Nibor here, 1 versus 2, make it 3. The lockdown comes in. Noodle Blast won't be able to find the target. Says the Blades coming down too. KyleTzy quite low. And Flap finally getting taken down from RSG. They push, they shove, and now they have control of the turtle here. The Raiders looking healthy enough to find it out. Ogwin getting tossed up again into his death as he's going to fall. And Irad will secure the turtle. Light looking for KyleTzy, won't be able to find it. But they're happy with that, and they'll take a buff as well.
2 kills plus a turtle. Now depriving KyleTzy once again of 2 buffs. 1 orange buff and a while ago, Kosei with a Spear of Destruction steal. So right now, KyleTzy not having a good time. And looking at the levels of the 2 junglers still same. Level 8 for KyleTzy, level 8 for Irad. And looking at the items, Kosei here has the Corrosion Sight as well as Super Marco. But you'd expect this coming in from Ogwin. He has to babysit Super Marco here in order for this unique lineup of the Lolita and Hanabi to work.
All right, and with that, FCAP still relatively even in terms of economy. They're losing, some grounds here. Minor ways where RSG's utilizing the lineup that they have. And that's what they have to do. They have to play around light, be on this jawhead, throwing people into the arms of the rest of the team. Super Marco just picking up that golden staff. I'm wondering, because we haven't seen too much of Hanabi at all competitively, aside from these niche situations, where is that power spike going to pop up for the Hanabi against a lineup like this? You can see the freeze coming down already. Whoa. 2 glorious pathways being dropped down, and Flap jumps to the backside as Few was taken out. Now Nibor still pushing the pressure on Super Marco, going to get the lockdown again. Vengeance is popped as well. Numinal Blast won't find the target, and still Flap goes down. Kyle will be able to pick up Aqua, though, and still chasing it further. But Irad, so tanky and has an immortality, will not be able to get anything more off of it. The 2-for-1 trade favored for RSG.
Finally, it took 7 minutes for Falcons APBren to finally get the kill onto Aqua. And they were actually lucky because the Spear of Destruction did not hit. But look at Kosei working on the middle lane right now. Isn't bothered that Ogwen and Few is there trying to defend their turret. And right now, RSG on a roll. Working on the top lane, working on the middle lane. Has a 1.3k gold lead. And wow, it feels like the Raiders woke up after game number 1.
Definitely did, and now we'll see if they wake up here for the last turtle of the game. Glorious pathways both being dropped down. Once again on the backside, Aqua in trouble. Numinal Blast will be able to find a couple targets, but Aqua finally getting taken down. Spear Destruction there to follow in through. Still going to be going for the fight. The turtle's going to get reset for now. Still, who's going to be able to grab it? Irad will secure the turtle. And again, the skirmish pulls on through. The 1-for-1, Irad's still alive, and he'll conceal on out of there.
A 1-for-1 trade. And wow, RSG Philippines. I mean, KyleTzy has the Ling here, but for some reason they only have 2 kills. Really having a hard time up against the Raiders, and even KyleTzy trying to go right after the purple buff here as they trade for a top lane turret. It looks like the power spike of Falcons APBren really towards the mid to the late game. But again, the problem will persist. RSG, the Raiders have the Moskov, have Kosei. So in terms of those split push potential, Falcons APBren needs to watch out for that as well.
Yeah, right now it's, again at this point when we get to this portion of the game, that mid to late game transition, you're going to see the lineup shine or not for FCAP. That's really what's up here at stake and how things kind of fall into place, because looking at how the items are, I would say RSG is relatively comfortable right now, still working on that 3rd item here for Kosei, but already having the Corrosive Scythe and Golden Staff locked in, can rely on that front line, and then the peel as well coming out from Aqua. A lot of times the freeze is on point, the frigid glaciers and everything else. So yeah, like you said, Egon, RSG seemed to have woken up after game 1.
Kosei finally picked up his DHS. So in terms of damage, you can actually rely on Kosei this time. But for Falcons APBren, as soon as Super Marco also completes his Trinity, it's going to be hard for RSG Philippines. But look at this ejector once again on the Flap.
Flap tanky enough. Gets the flicker out. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. They want to fight it forward. Light's in trouble as KyleTzy picks up the kill. Comes the Blaze being dropped down to Nibor, taking the brunt of damage, and they have enough tankiness to fight on through as Ogwin falls, and it's a 1-for-1. The roamer for a roamer.
And all throughout the clash, did you see Super Marco? You can't say Super Marco this time has superb positioning because he was literally in the middle of the clash, but he's unbothered because of the Lolita and Hanabi connection.
He's just freely moving.
Yes. literally free hitting, dishing out the damage he needs. Even if he's beside Light, even if he's beside Nibor or right in the vicinity of Aqua, he doesn't care. Because again, the passive of the Equinox, the passive of the Hanabi, CC immunity as long as she has shields. And with Ogwen always present, man, Super Marco.
And that's the thing. If we get to the late game, I'm worried for RSG if they're going to have too much trouble dealing with that combination, that synergy. Eyes set here in the mid lane. Both teams still holding on to the tier 1 turrets. We'll see if FCAP pushes it in, but already one turret down. Nibor now pulling the go signal. Spear Destruction too. They flip over. Flap. He pops the Vengeance again. They want to fight it out. Tempest Blade's going to be used. Kosei goes down. He gets picked off by KyleTzy as Nibor falls as well, and now Irad in trouble. Immortality going to be popped. Aqua passive is there, but KyleTzy as well will get called off. He's not able to pick up the kill. We'll put the pressure on the top side, but RSG loses 3 members.
This is the mid-game power spike we're all waiting for. Again, the sustain from Falcons APBren. In fact, Ogwen didn't even use the Revitalize. So the shields from Ogwen was enough to sustain the members of Falcons APBren. A 003 KDA for Super Marco. That's misleading because he was actually dishing out the damage all throughout. And of course, KyleTzy with the signature ling 402 did the cleanup crew. As we look at the instant replay, again, credit also to Few for always having the glorious pathway ready to be expended. Looking at KyleTzy, making sure that all the members of RSG Raiders with half health to low health, he'll make sure he'll clean up the job.
Yeah, you see that CC immune pop up so often for Super Marco to the point where I don't even recall seeing him use the Aegis yet, the battle spell. Like, I don't think he's had to for the most part because of the fact that you have that Lolita there. So even more so if he decides to just go ahead and use the Aegis here. And look at this. Take a look, Super Marco.
Prior to Super Marco's pick, the last time Hanabi was used was back in Season 3, but Nibor has to use the glorious pathway to walk away.
Again, putting the pressure in the mid lane. Still the work is there. RSG trying to stop this own raid from FCAP. Been putting pressure down. And yeah, going back to it, man. Since Season 3?
Season 3. Was Nibor even alive back then?
I'm sure he was alive, man. We get 2 seasons a year, so let's do the quick math.
Yeah, quick math. One thing for sure is RSG needs to defend the onslaught of attack coming in from Falcons APBren. Even here, having a hard time here as they were able to clear out the minions. 1 inhibitor down for RSG Philippines, though.
Very interesting, too. Looking at this, Super Marco is at that power spike, has what he needs. Even has the wings himself. Yeah. Some extra shield. You want more shield? I'll take more shield.
You have more shields than how many bullets RSG can throw at you, but Irad now.
Oh no, Irad gonna be in trouble. Last Insanity already extended. They're gonna fight in the Numenum Blast, and there it is. Super Marco again, moving and grooving freely. As 2 down for RSG. No Lord for the taking. But the pressure is on as FCAP has hit that power spike.
Okay, so we just got word that the last player to use Hanabi was Coco during versus Archangels in the grand finals of Season 3. Wow.
That makes me feel old.
Yeah.
That's a while.
That's a sad throwback for us oldies. But one thing for sure is Falcons APBren has a 5.9k gold lead as they take down once again an inhibitor onto the top plate. Super Marco picks up the Malefic Roar. 203 KDA from the bulletproof man himself. I'm just still baffled that a pro team executed this toxic lineup.
Hey,
in a high-stakes game.
I always say, and I've seen some games, 5 Retributions, 5 arrivals. If it's in the game and you can use it,
5 flame shots.
It's fair. That's how I see it. Hang on. So you know what? If call it toxic or not, FCAP, it's in the game. They utilized it. They're making it work. Look at the shields, by the way.
Wow.
Massive shields here. Few the whole time. Glorious Pathway has been the choice.
It would have been nice to have an Esmeralda for the Raiders. But now the second Lord is up for grabs.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Glorious Pathway coming in from Falcons.
Again, for the fight, KyleTzy is going to find Aqua. Still has the passive, but right under the Tempest of Blades. KyleTzy still looking for more, and Irad goes down. Whole time, Kosei pushing on the other side of the map. That might be it at least for now. 2 down for RSG. They're going to go in for a full-based push here. It looks like just 4 members. They're going to go ahead and put this to the test here. There's just too much as Nibor goes down, and there's the lock into a mega kill for Super Marco, looking for Kosei. Will be able to not push it in just yet. It's only Kosei alive. 8 seconds on Aqua. Base is going to be worked on. Ogren holding down the front line, and that wave push it in. And that looks like it could be it, as the base is going to be worked on, and FCAP will make it happen as they take the series 2-1. You can hear it.
You can hear the crowd chanting Hanabi. Last time this hero was picked was Season 3, but this time in the hands of the bulletproof man himself, Super Marco, making it work alongside Ogwen's Lolita as they take game number 3 away from the race. What a way to end day number 1, I assume.
I don't know, man. Like, we call him Bulletproof Marco. This time he's just CC Immune Marco.
CC Immune Marco. I'm not sure if he used the Aegis. Still not sure. We have to confirm with the replay. But props to RSG for putting on a show. Imagine, RSG is this good. They forced the Falcons APBren to put on a lineup like this.
Yeah. And you know, too, like, I don't know whose call it was. If it was Coach Ducky's or maybe the players asked, hey, Coach, can we run this? You know, Coach Ducky's like, you know what? I trust you guys.
You never know. It might have come from Coach Bren.
Maybe.
Who's here in the front row. And, of course, the victors of the last series of game number 1, Falcons APBren. You know, I'm really excited for the interview. What went through their mind? That's why Mara Aquino, please take it away.
All right, everybody, put your hands together for Falcons APBren. Super Marco, narinig mo ba yung sinisigaw nila? Pagtanggal mo ng headset, everybody's like, Hanabi! Hanabi! Ang tagal na namin hindi nakita to. Ano yung ano yung reaction mo nung narinig mo sinisigaw nila yung hero ginamit mo?
Wala, nakakatawa lang.
Nakakatawa. Okay. So, yung Lolita Hanabi combo, super cheesy sa RG. First, tatanong ko kayo syempre, especially for the people who don't know, bakit etong combo na to? At pangalawa, nakilig ba kayo nung nakapasok to?
Nakinig?
Nakilig! Kasi a lot of people, when you pick those two, nagsigawan yung buong venue natin.
Nung una namin nakita yung Hanabi, yung sa RG yun eh, Hanabi Lolita. Ilang beses kami natatalo nun nung sakit sa ulo. So, tinry namin pasok dito sa tournament para masaktan yung ulo nila.
Saka naka-revitalize ka din. So, nung pumasok, ano bang naisip nyo? Like, sure win na to? Kinilig ka ba doon? Natuwa ka doon? Anong nangyari?
Mataas chance yung namin. Malakas kami mag-defend, tapos malakas kaming pumush. Dahil sa revitalize Lolita.
Exactly. Now, sa lahat ng mga nag-RG dyan, anong gusto nyo sabihin sa kanila pag ginagamit? Ang Lolita at ang Hanabi. O, ikaw.
Tiwala lang sa heal, tapos kapag na-autolock nyo na yun, sure masasakit yung ulo ng kalaban nyo.
Sumakit nga yung ulo nila. Ikaw, anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga nag-RG dyan? Nagagamit ng Hanabi. May Lolitang katabi.
Huwag nyo gamitin para di sumakit ulo namin. Baka malaban namin kayo.
That was such a great surprise. It was very, very, very entertaining. And now, it's time to announce our MVP of the game. Can you guys guess who it is? Hanabi pa rin. Ang sinasabi. Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is KyleTzy. Okay, Kyle. Bago mag-umpisa ang laban natin ngayon, ikaw ang #1 sa buong liga pagdating sa Turtle and Lord kills. You had about 17 Turtle kills and 12 Lord kills. So, pag nag-retry ka ba, ano ba yung sikreto doon para naman sa lahat ng ating mga manonood? What should they watch out for para mas mataas ang chance sa pag-retry?
Hayaan nyo sila mag-start ng mga turtle kasi sabi ni Puego lamang daw kapag ni-start ng kalaban yung turtle.
So hayaan sila. So that's your secret. Okay. Now, what do you want to say to everybody that's watching right now? Talagang with your plays, they were all screaming. What do you have to say to the fans?
Sa lahat po ng mga fans na nanonood dito tsaka sa mga bahay-bahay nila, maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta po sa amin at pagpatuloy niyo lang po kami suportahan.
And now, alam nyo meron kayong supporter na ibang klase ngayon. And then that supporter is going to win 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Congratulations. Lucky fan of the day. Come here. Hello. What's your name?
Sinichi po.
Sinichi. Sinichi, ilan taon ka na?
12 po.
12. At, sabi ni Floor Director, birthday mo daw ngayon?
Opo.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Isang happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Yung buong arena. Ano bang birthday wish mo?
Ang birthday wish ko po, sana po manalo din po yung RSG at saka po Bren. Kaso nga lang po, ang nanalo po, Bren.
Ang hirap naman na manalo yung dalawang team. Napaka-inosente mo. That's nakakatuwa yun. Anong rank mo ba? Anong rank mo sa MLBB?
Epic 4 po.
Epic?
4 po.
So palagi ka ba naglalaro or minsan lang?
Minsan lang po, tuwing Sabado-Linggo.
Tuwing Sabado-Linggo, kasi estudyante. Anong sabi?
Study first.
Study first. Ilang oras ka ba kada Sabado-Linggo nag-aaral?
4 hours po.
4 hours. Nasaan si parents? Dagdagan natin ng 30 minutes. Sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Si KyleTzy po.
Magkatabi kayo! Bakit si Kyle?
Kasi po sa kanya po ako natututo mag-build at saka po maglaro ng ML.
Sa'yo daw natututo. Anong message mo sa birthday boy natin? He's looking up at you. Ayun.
Enjoy mo yung birthday mo ngayon, tapos pagpatuloy mo lang yung paglalaro. Malay mo, makapasok ka din sa pro scene. Balang araw.
Malay mo, balang araw. Okay, study first. Congratulations. Happy birthday. You won 3,000 diamonds. Now, your birthday gift, magbabaw ka with your team, and then you're gonna take a walk with them, all right? All right. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations sa ating lucky winner. Birthday pa niya today with 3,000 diamonds. At tama yan sa mga parents letting their kids play MLBB pero may time limit tuwing Sabado at Linggo. And you never know, maybe one day he'll be here on this stage playing as a pro. We're gonna break that down for you. Lots of great things for sure. Pag-uusapan natin ang ating Lolita Hanabi combo. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
RG's gonna be a nightmare, huh? RG's gonna be a nightmare.
What a day.
Yep. Lolita Hanabi. That's the reality we find ourselves in.
Guys, it happened.
Hanabi!
It happened here.
It's the boy Hanabi!
Pero
before we proceed
ang
with
nakakuha
that,
ng MVP natin is KyleTzy 606 KDA.
First off,
initially thought was
tama
going to
yung
show up,
hinala
but then
natin
we
na
didn't expect
mid-draft
that
na
would
parang wait lang.
eventually show up.
Masyado
Okay,
na
we have to give it to our game
ng
MVP,
RSG,
which is
yung
none
public
other
enemy
than
number 1, the one above all, yung
If there
Ling ni
was
Kyle.
one
Pero
difference
I think
between
it's
the
true that
composition of
in the
Falcons,
heat of
APBren,
things,
and RSG
gusto
Philippines
mong
earlier, it was
bigyan
that
yung Ling.
backline
Pero
access
in the
that
time na
KyleTzy was
nagpa-farm
able
lang
to
si
provide us
KyleTzy
using
and
the
tinatry
lane.
lang pigilan
As
yung Lolita
compared to
Hanabi,
RSG,
nawala
who
na ng
felt like they
focus.
really
I think
were
that's a
struggling
key
to get
in the
way
early to
to
mid-game
reach
power
Super
play.
Marco.
And when the petal blades begin hurting, yung tipo na nagbabato-bato na, yung dikit-dikit na ginagawa ng RSG becomes a problem. Kaya kung mapapansin mo in this fight, lumalayo ng konti yung mga damage dealers. Yun lang yung inaantay ni KyleTzy. The moment na lumayo yung mga damage dealers sa kupunan ng RSG dahil nga nagpapasapasahan na ng petal blades, ay tsaka siya bumababa mula.
RSG Philippines, and RSG's formation kept getting cut by the MVP in that link of KyleTzy.
And I mean, all those Frigid Glacier ultimates we've seen coming in from Aqua had a huge role to play for RSG when they were nearly getting advantage of the early game. But clearly, it's Falcons APBren who took the win.
Bloodwings!
Bloodwings!
Bloodwings on a Hanabi. Remember, there's an effect for Bloodwings where when the shield of the Bloodwings breaks, she gets a little bit more extra movement speed along with it. So that means Hanabi will have a little bit more mobility. This is when the time where I was thinking, why not just build the Rose Gold Meteor? That gives the shield anyway. That gives you more attack. But he was going for the movement speed that comes with breaking the shield that you get from the Bloodwings.
So
Big brain.
All those magic power and all that, they weren't really. They didn't matter in this Bloodwings pickup showed to us by Super Marco. It was really that additional movement speed. A lot of people were saying that the reason, or one of the biggest reasons why Hanabi isn't that much used ever since, I mean, earlier it was shown to us the last time we've seen the Hanabi was in Season 3.
Yeah,
so that's
by APBren. They were still Bren Esports.
Yeah, but that was way long ago. But one major reason as to why is because Hanabi clearly lacks mobility. She has no blink skill. She doesn't have a way to actually, apart from, I'd say, if you get the Quantum Charge or like another, or you want the Weakness Finder, so your enemies instead are the ones that slow down. But this time, they made sure that they had it for themselves. And I don't even think they needed to worry that much because again, RSG Philippines, they had little to no access to the backlines, and they were already able, or Falcons APBren was eventually able to find a way to deal with or to position themselves away from all the threats that RSG Philippines could show, either the Glorious Pathway or be it the Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, and RSG Philippines' lineup isn't bursty by any chance. It's a lineup for longer team fights. But who's a hero that loves longer team fights? The Hanabi. 103,000 damage dealt by the ninja.
You know, I'm starting to think, if you were RSG Philippines, who is that one hero you'd want to serve as the first person to show up or to really lead the front lines? Because if you were grouped up together, Hanabi would enjoy. That's what Super Marco really appreciates as well for RSG Philippines. But they just couldn't also deal with the front line problem that they had to provide against Falcons APBren. There were so many problems. Falcons APBren, they were coming from everywhere, even Flappeasy on this Phobius.
Yeah, and for the lore heads out there, if I'm Hayabusa, I'm looking at Kagura and thinking, do I really want to? Because after that Hanabi performance, even Hayabusa at this point, again, that's a reference to the in-game story that we have in MLBB. But there is a universe that maybe RSG Philippines could have won that game.
Yes.
Not saying that it is an impossible way for them to win it, but it would have been really difficult if Falcons APBren were committing errors. But again, they lacked the damage for the instant removal of the shields that the Hanabi was getting, and for the Phobies as well, who were just happily just going wee all over everyone in RSG Philippines.
And there were moments earlier which felt like RSG, they were actually able to somewhat answer. But then I'd also like to think that it was mainly because Hanabi Lolitas, they were away from all the team fights which were happening. So according to our community prediction results, they voted 20-80 in favor of Falcons APBren, and it seems like even for the both of us,
we both get points.
We both get points.
Our imaginary prediction point system that doesn't exist.
Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe one day, right?
Maybe we could just like take note of our votes individually and we can just show you guys who the winner is eventually at the end of the regular season or the season as a whole. But now, clearly, majority favored Falcons APBren, and still they emerged as the winning team for the series. I wouldn't say it's just the winning team, the team who, ironically, was the one who brought in the surprises, even though we thought it was RSG Philippines who's going to do that earlier.
Yeah.
I cannot believe we saw 6 games immediately
Claim
for the first day of
At interesting
our
dito, ang isang talo ng Falcons APBren, yung dun sa nakakauna sa kanila, Smart Omega.
Might just be right. We have to be separated.
I think
Chantel and I have to be
they're somewhat tied up. Kasi match win-loss, 3-1, 7-3. Pero yun nga, yung dahilan kung bakit Smart Omega ang second seed at Falcons APBren ang third.
Oh, there's a lot of things which really happened today thanks to all those maxed out series we've seen. But for our overall regular season standings, it seems like it barely moved. for majority of our teams.
Well, yeah, Falcons APBren is climbing.
Yep.
What up?
The top
They launched up to 3.
Yep. So we're starting to slowly get halfway through the season. So for those teams at the lower half of our standings, they might want to